you hear me?
Yes, I can.
Okay, great. Can you call the officer really quick, please?
Yes.
Thank you so much.
Out of order now.
And he didn't. Oh, I wonder who it is. Just all this. Not on. No, nobody else is on. Yes, they said her she's on first.
But if the victim isn't available, maybe that changes things.
But she needs to say, reading a statement.
I guess if she's not ready, we can start with this other guy first. Then.
Yeah, but you need to,
She needs to be online.
yeah.
And she sent the email, so she knows. Get this other case, because
And then he's supposed to ask her because they have a
Good
different.
morning, sir. How are you?
Good, how are you?
Good, good. Would it be possible to, have Velez first?
What?
Yeah,
Okay, sure, I'll get him.
thank you so much.
What's for Leslie? What?
Good morning, sir. Give us a second, please.
Good. Good morning.
Good morning.
there it goes.
Oh, you when she's around.
I don't want to start and stop, you know?
Yeah. Mr. Velez,
Yes, ma'am.
good morning. I'm so sorry. Can you get the officer again, please?
Yes, ma'am.
Well, to a rocky start today.
I was expecting more of your chairmanship, Bob, really.
Geez, I could just go down the list. So Adams,
Who knows how he has them?
We know Gilbar's there, right?
yeah.
It's whoever is there,
Yeah.
because we're not gonna wait for them to sign.
Good morning, sir. I'm so sorry. We
Yeah.
were actually waiting for someone else to log in, but they're not here yet. Can we have Gilbar back? I'm so sorry.
Gilbar? Okay.
Gilbar, yeah.
Yeah, gotcha.
And you could tell Mr. Velez he'll be after.
All right.
So we're gonna go with,
Gilbar?
Yes.
Oh.
Yeah, he's definitely.
Good morning. My name is Parole Officer Torres. Today is Monday, March 10th, 2025, and this is a hearing of the Connecticut Board of Pardons and Paroles. The following board members are present this morning, and by stating their names on the record, certify they have reviewed all statutorily required documents and available pertinent information in preparation of this hearing.
Good morning, Robert Sazowskis.
good morning, George Chance.
And I'm Ellen Zappo Sasu.
Please state your name and inmate number for the record.
My name is Richard Gilbar, 298832. Good morning, ladies and gentlemen.
This hearing is being conducted in consideration of the parole application for Richard Gilbar, number 298832. He is serving a sentence of 2 years and 6 months, followed by 3 years of probation for criminal violation of protective order, illegal operation of motor vehicle under suspension, illegal possession of weapon in a motor vehicle, and illegal operation of motor vehicle under the influence of drugs or alcohol. As of today, records reflect a parole eligibility date of January 26, 2025. There is no victim input in this case. There is an offender accountability plan. It has been reviewed and shows the offender completed tier 2 invoices. Utilizing the statewide collaborative offender risk evaluation system, the offender's overall score falls within the high range of risk for recidivism. Mr. Gilbar, this is your opportunity to express to the board why you believe you should be granted parole. You may begin.
Yes, ma'am. You actually have a mistake there. I'm in the tier 4 program, and I also completed the domestic violence program. I have the certificates here to prove that.
Okay, thank you.
Tier 4 has an ET of June 25th.
Yep, I have that too. Okay, sir, thank you very much. We have that information. Did you want to make an opening statement?
Yes, sir. I struggle with drugs and alcohol most of my life. I am currently dealing with that in tier 4 program. It's teaching me a lot about myself, not about just my actions, but about my thoughts that lead to my actions, sir. I'm a little bit older now. I was able to stay out of trouble for about 10 years. I understand that it's the little things that add up that that add up to bigger actions in my life. In tier 4 and this incarceration, I'm trying to address those little things. It's not just my actions, it's my thoughts that I have to control and constantly be aware of. I ask you guys, please grant me parole. I have a 14-year-old son that is without his mother right now. He lost his father too to incarceration. That is when I veered off the path, and I know I just want to be there to be a father to him, and I cannot do that if I am using any kind of substances or if I am in trouble with the law, sir. Again, like I said, I'm definitely trying to help myself. I'm in smart recovery. I'm doing all the programs, surpassing the programs. And yes, I just would really like to be in consideration, sir. This is my first parole bid. It's going to be my last. This one really, really hurt.
All right, sir, thank you very much for your opening statement. So what's gonna happen next is that we're all gonna take turns asking you questions.
Okay,
And then when we're done asking the questions, we'll deliberate and then we'll give you our answer today.
thank you, sir.
Okay, so the questions are gonna start with panel member Chance today.
So, Mr. Gilbar, I certainly appreciate your opening comments, but I would like to follow up on some of them. So, you said that you've struggled with drugs and alcohol most of your life.
Yes.
What was most of your life? You're 40 years old now. So what's most of your life?
In my teens, I grew up in a abusive and alcoholic family. I turned to drugs and alcohol to self-medicate myself early. I was using marijuana and alcohol all through my 20s, teens, 20s. I finally put down alcohol in my 30s after I ended up doing coming to jail. I figured out that me and alcohol do not mix. I don't think I've ever been arrested without being under the influence of the alcohol. I haven't drank in a long time. Unfortunately, I got into a work accident and I got swept up into the opioid epidemic. I was seeking treatment for that. Since I've come into incarceration, I was clean before I came in. I was on Suboxone. Since I've been in my incarceration, I no longer take Suboxone. I am not on the methadone clinic. Like I said, I am in tier 4, doing great in tier 4.
Did you say you're now on methadone?
No, I am not on anything at all.
Were you on methadone at one time?
Yes, 2020 I was. But I do not plan to return to active addiction, so I do not need any of that. Obviously, I'm going to follow up with recovery-based therapy, AA, meetings, but
Okay, so before we get there, okay,
Yes.
that sounds like you're talking about your relapse prevention plan.
yes.
So why are you serving time now?
Because I was in a bad relationships. I was making bad choices. I'm being accountable for my choices. I should not be behind the wheel. Like I said, I was in a toxic relationship. Both of us struggled with drugs and alcohol. Since I had.
Gilbar. So you indicated that you've been an addict most of your life.
Yes, ma'am.
You were previously in 2014 in a treatment at Carnes in Torrington.
I think it was 2000. It might have been a little earlier than that. I don't remember exactly when it was, ma'am.
Right,
But yes.
2014.
Yes, okay, yes. Yes, I was.
Okay,
30-day
So-
program, ma'am.
how long did you stay there and why didn't that treatment work?
I stayed there for 30 days. And it did not work because I did not have a good recovery plan afterwards. And like I said before, I wasn't addressing the little things. I got complacent in my recovery. I wasn't working at the time. I felt less than, and I fell back into the
Why
old
weren't
habits.
you working?
I'm a convicted felon. I understand I have a lot of obstacles ahead of me, and I have to work twice as hard as a normal person does to get employment and keep employment. I'm from a small town. I had no license at the time, and I ended up getting a job afterwards, working under the table, ma'am.
Can
But,
I ask you why you didn't have a license?
I had a DUI conviction in 2011, I believe it was.
Right.
Yes.
So, here's the issue, Mr. Gilbar.
Yes, ma'am.
You know, you've been talking about your substance abuse and alcohol problem,
Yes,
but
ma'am.
you keep saying it's due to bad relationship, because you didn't have a recovery plan, and you are now trying. You've done Suboxone, you've done methadone, and obviously none of those seem to work. So I'm asking you now, what do you think is going to help you so that you don't come back?
Okay, ma'am. I'm not sure if it shows in your records, but the victim in my case, we have I found her a couple of weeks after I got the charge for breaking the protective order. She was at my house. Later on, I wasn't home. I come home and find her deceased in my house from an OD.
But did you hear my question to you?
Yes, ma'am, I'm getting
Gilbar?
to that. I'm getting to that. That scared the crap out of me. That stuff is the devil. I never ever want to touch that again. It brought me to my knees and more. It took everything I love away from me, and I am never going back to that. I'm better than that. I deserve better than that. I know I don't have many more chances. If I go back into active recovery, ma'am, it's very serious for me. I will end up dead or in here for a long, long time. And at my age, that is not a life for me. It's not a life for anybody, ma'am. And I'm a smart individual. I have a job. Yes,
I'm
ma'am.
going to redirect my question.
Okay.
What do you need, or what do you think will help you so that you can stay sober and you can follow a plan that you've come up with? That's what I need to know. What is it that you need to be successful?
You hit it right on the head, ma'am. A plan, a definitely structure filled with meetings, filled with stuff that's going, filled with people of like-minded that are trying to get recovery like me. Structure, ma'am. Structure. That's what I do well in structure. When I'm working, I do well.
So describe
yes.
When you say structure, what does that mean for you?
For me, that means taking accountability for myself, even when nobody's looking, doing the right thing, ma'am. Filling my days with productive activities, work, school, meetings, not going back around the same places that are using, the same people and places that are using, setting boundaries with family members and other people that do not have my best interest in mind, ma'am. It's just remembering.
Say setting boundaries with family.
With family members and other people.
How is family enabling you in your recovery?
No, I mean family
so
and
what
friends.
Are the boundaries that you talk about that you have to set with them?
Yes, I still have some family members that that actively use and past friends. That's what I said, family and friends. And I can't be around that stuff. So if they can't oblige to that, then I need to cut them right out of the situation, because I am the most important right now. I need my recovery and myself to be premier.
Okay, so what is your understanding of what a protective order means? What does that mean to you?
Yes, ma'am. A protective order means you are not supposed to go around the person at all. And I take accountability for that. I should have called the cops. Me being in trouble with the law hindered that, because I didn't want, she had my son. I didn't want that for her to get in trouble with, even though she was at my house, I should have picked up the phone and called the police. And I wouldn't be sitting in this chair today. And I think about that every single day. She has passed now. like I said, it was a very bad relationship. I contributed it to it. There's substance abuse involved in both ways, but it just boils down. I didn't do the right thing, man. I didn't do the right thing, and I pay for it every day, and I apologize.
So, I understand why she's no longer around because I know she died of an overdose. And I am sorry for that.
Yes, ma'am.
Who is taking care of your son now?
Her parents, man. Her parents.
Okay. So, just to remind you, Mr. Gilbar, your son is what, 14 years old?
He's going to be
He's
14.
always been there. He's always needed. So you can't say you want parole because he needs you. You need to want parole because you've been working on your problems of substance abuse and you want to make sure that this time you get it right.
Yes, ma'am. You're
Okay?
absolutely right.
Now, is the mother of your son the one you had the domestic problems with?
Yes, ma'am.
Okay. And I know you've taken DV 3 times. I hope
Yes, ma'am.
it's finally sunk in
It has.
so that any other
Yes.
relationship that you have, you can't go there.
Yes, I understand that fully.
Now, you're in Tier 4
Yes, ma'am.
and you're scheduled to finish that June 25th.
Yes, ma'am.
Tell me what you have learned in Tier 4 so far.
First off, taking accountability, like I said before, it's not just in front of people, look at me, I'm doing right, but doing it for yourself because you want to do it and you want to change your character. Because something I learned about myself, ma'am, it is my actions that get me in trouble, but it's the thoughts before the actions, ma'am. Another big thing that I found that I learned in Tier 4 is you don't have to use just because things go wrong. Things go wrong for people every single day, and they don't do that. Life is going to happen on life's terms. It's feelings are going to come and go. It's how you deal with them that really matters. I've been running from, not feeling from my addiction from a long time, not feeling adequate enough, not ashamed, multiple other feelings that I haven't been addressing, ma'am. And they've been helping me pull those to the surface and deal with the underlying problem of why I continue to get some clean time and then mess it up.
So you also said that you're in SMART recovery. What are you doing in SMART recovery?
Same thing. It kind of goes hand in hand, but SMART recovery is more, instead of more curriculum like Tier 4, it's more getting off what's on your mind that day, dealing with group issues, basically just a lot of communication skills I'm learning in that program. Yeah.
Okay. So, have you considered the 12th step while you're in SMART recovery?
Of course, and that also is a big
Because
part
that's
of
one
Tier
of the
4.
things that a lot of people find helpful that goes hand in hand with Tier 4. So are you working on the 12th step?
Yes, I am, ma'am. I am
Step
involved
are
in
you on?
it. I am still on 4, making a moral inventory. Yes, ma'am.
What
that's-
else are you doing?
I am also involved in AA and NA. I come to the speaker meetings every single week. I do not miss them. I am on the list for school. Unfortunately, they haven't gotten me in there yet. And I'm also on the list for a couple other programs, ma'am. I'm trying to better myself. I'm not just trying to sit here.
So the SMART recovery, how do you do within the group settings that you attend?
I do excellent. I have a progress report here if you want me to read it to you. I have
Sure.
a progress report. Okay. Smart recovery comments. Mr. Gilbar has been active in smart recovery sessions since the end of January, attending 11 sessions in total thus far. Smart recovery is a curriculum-based group that emerges peer participation in the participants' recovery process, and all participants are required to attend 24 classes. While in these classes, he has participated in group discussions and contributed to overall conversations that occurred. At this time, he is satisfactorily completing the requirements of continued smart recovery participation and have all excellent except for one. Attendance is good. Ma'am, if you let me, the one I'm most proud of is the one in Tier 4. I'm sure you know about the program. It's a very intense program. I have also a community member of the week certificate. But this one is the one I am proud of, and I got this from my counselor on Friday, ma'am. It said, Mr. Gilbar is making
What's
great
the name
progress.
of it?
This is Tier 4.
Yeah, but what's the name of the certificate?
Oh, this is just a certificate for community member of the week, Tier 4 program,
Got it.
presented to Richard Gilbar.
Okay,
Okay, this says, Mr. Gilbar is making great progress in Tier 4 program. He shows his commitment to recovery by actively participating in group activities. He follows the program rules and uses available sources. He shows he is serious about overcoming challenges. His positive attitude and willingness to work with his peers creates a supportive environment that helps him grow. And again, I have all excellence except for one. Productivity is good. Overall excellent.
okay. So now, you're gonna finish Tier 4 in June, and you
Yes,
need
ma'am.
to finish it. You need to
Yes,
finish
I agree.
it for a number of reasons. In addition to smart recovery of where you're doing the 12-step, that goes hand in hand with the Tier 4.
Yes,
You've
ma'am.
never done well before because, as you have indicated, you never had a plan.
Yes, ma'am.
So you started out talking about a relapse prevention plan, but I want you to tell me a little bit more. So you said you're going to attend brief counseling, which I think is wonderful because I think you need to address that part of, some of the problems that, you're facing. And
Yes,
you're
ma'am.
taking responsibility for what happened to the mother of your child.
Yes,
right?
ma'am. Yes.
So but you also said that if you relapse, you're gonna check into rehab and talk with sponsors. So that seems like an after the fact thing. Tell me what plan you will have in place that when you get that urge or that craving to use, what it is that you're gonna do next. And that you would have learned from the 12-step and the NA meetings.
Can you repeat that last part, please? The 12-step?
So I said, those are things that you would learn in the 12 steps.
Yes. Yes. Yes,
So what
ma'am.
happens when you get an urge or craving?
Okay, you have to have a sponsor or somebody else you can call and get that load off of your chest. Because if I hold it in, my addiction's gonna win. Like you said, my track record shows that, ma'am. I'm going to be leaving here with a sponsor. I'm also going to be leaving here in CCAR, Connecticut Academy of Recovery Coach.
Right, we're familiar with that. So
Yes.
you have connected with CCAR, and when
Yes,
you
ma'am.
get out, they will assign a recovery coach to you. Is that what you're
Yes, ma'am.
saying? Okay.
Yes, ma'am. But before I even leave prison, I plan on having a sponsor set up. There's a couple of gentlemen that come in here every Thursday night, and they're excellent. They really have a powerful story. They keep in touch with the gentlemen that get out of here. Where I would like to go is also they have it's a very big recovery town. In Torrington, they have McCall Foundation. They have Catholic Family Services. They have many, many AANA meetings.
Have you connected with any of them before?
Yes, I would like you
You're
said. I
gonna
was
do
in
that
Congress.
before you leave.
Yes, ma'am, I can. Yes, I can.
So which
Um,
one? 'Cause I know the two that you mentioned. Catholic
McCall
Charities and
Foundation.
McCall.
McCall Foundation, if I am granted parole, it's almost guaranteed they're gonna give me an outpatient program or something through McCall Fund. If not, I'm still gonna get into one-on-one counseling through McCall Foundation. I know that they also offer that, no matter what.
Okay,
And that's even if I don't get parole, I'm still gonna go do that. Counseling helps me very much with meetings. And like I said, the grief counseling, I know I need that too, ma'am.
you can get that at the McCall Foundation also.
I'm not sure about that. That's something I have to look into. I'm not sure if they offer that.
Because, you know, for McCall Foundation,
Yes,
let's see, you can do mental health and substance abuse.
Yes,
And
ma'am.
I'm not sure about the grief counseling, so you may have to go through Catholic Charities.
Yes, I understand that. I kind of figured Catholic Family Services does that, but I wasn't sure. But that's definitely something I can't wait to get into it, actually, to keep digging inside myself and learn more about myself. Because ma'am, I do not want to go on this road anymore. Like I said, it's taken everything from me, everything. And I'm never gonna get that low again. And the only reason I said about the
Well,
reason
you know, you can't say you're never gonna get, because we never know what's gonna happen. What you can
True.
say is that you're going to be proactive about.
Yes,
And that's why it's important for you to have a really good release plan before you
Yes.
leave.
yes,
So-
ma'am, I totally agree.
So you're gonna have to sit down on paper and figure out your relapse prevention. And
Yes,
the CCAR Recover Coach,
yes,
their primary, what they're gonna teach you to do is how to live a sober life in a sober community, which
Yes,
is very important. And then, you know, whoever your sponsor is, you work the 12-step with them.
yes, yep,
So you have to write all of those things down, because, you know, I keep looking at the reason why you're here. And it is very, very concerning.
I understand, ma'am. To address that, we just had an assignment yesterday about our last relapse, and the last part of it was the recovery plan. And my mother has over 10 years clean. Like I said, I came from a household where addiction ran rampant, but she has 10 years clean. That is who I'm trying to use for my sponsor. Not for my AA sponsor, but for my parole sponsor. But that was you hit it right on the nail on the head, ma'am. You have to be prepared, because like I said, life is going to throw life at you, and you have to be prepared to deal with that without picking up. And if I'm just left with just me and my addiction's going to win. And I know that. And so I'm fighting it every day, and I'm going to continue to fight this for the rest of my life. And I understand that.
Now, did you mention that you want to sponsor to your mother?
Yes, ma'am.
Did you give that information to the parole officer? Because I think I have you going to a halfway house.
No, yes, I did give her that information. She has never called yet. My mother's been waiting for her to call. She's been up every morning, 8 o'clock.
Because I did not see that. So what you might want to do is, after the hearing today, you might want to contact the parole officer and give her the information so
Okay.
that she can follow up with your mother. You still have until the end of June, because that's, you know, the tier 4 is definitely what you need.
Yes,
So you have another 3 more months to go.
yes, ma'am.
So during that time, the parole officer can contact your mother and see. But if you are released today, we still have to add a halfway house just because we don't have confirmation today. Okay?
Yes, ma'am.
All
I
right.
understand.
So I wish you much success in the Tier 4 program.
Yes,
And I hope that you do physically write out your release plan and make sure you connect with CEQA.
I'm gonna make sure to do that, ma'am.
Okay,
And I will be completing Tier 4, definitely.
right. So I wish you the best of luck.
Thank you, ma'am.
Thank you. Good morning again, sir. My colleague asked most of the questions I wanted to ask. I just had one thing I wanted to talk about was, in February of 2024, you got a disciplinary report.
Yes, sir.
Can you just tell us what happened?
Sir, on my behalf, that is the first disciplinary report I have ever gotten. Usually I am a model inmate. I take accountability for it. What happened was I was listening to my headphones. I did not hear the CO say, next, I guess he was having a problem with people getting off their bunks, going visiting people and stuff like that. And I did not know that. He wrote in the report that he told me to go back to my bunk many times, and I'm not I don't look for trouble or anything. If a CO tells me something, I do it, sir. Like I said, this is my first one, but I did get off my bunk, and he came over and told me to get back on my bunk. I continued to go back over to my bunk, got on my bunk. 20 minutes later, they took me down to SEG. It was my first ticket ever, so I just signed it. I look back at it now, and I probably should have contested it. I might have won, but I was off my bunk, and I was off my bunk. He might have seen something different than what I thought happened, but I was off my bunk, and that was my first ticket ever.
Okay.
And
All right. Well, I
it was
appreciate your explanation.
it was a misunderstanding, sir, really.
Okay.
And I
I
was
did-
off my bunk, so I was off
Yeah.
my bunk.
I did read that, and it's been over a year since that happened.
Yes, sir.
I would just caution you, over the next couple of months, you're doing well right now. Any kind of disciplinary report or ticket is gonna set you back. You understand that?
Yes, yes,
Pay
sir. I'm
very
very
close-
aware.
Yeah, pay very close attention when they're talking and there's directions. I understand sometimes, you have your headphones on, there's a lot of things going on. And it sounds like you didn't do it intentionally. I get that, but it still would be a disciplinary report, you know what I mean? So you really need to do
Yes,
everything
sir.
you can to avoid those situations, okay?
Yes, I learned my lesson the hard way. It's not happening again.
Okay, that's all I had. I'm gonna turn it over to panel member, Zabo Sasu to see if she has any questions for you.
I
Thank
just
you,
have two things that I needed to ask quickly, Mr. Gilbar. The first is in relation to your criminal history. Would it be accurate for me to assume that all of your previous offenses that had occurred over the last several years were connected to your substance abuse?
Yes, ma'am.
Okay. And then in terms of the people, places, and things that you talked about as you're formulating your release plan, I read in one of the reports that your eventual goal is to move to Vermont. Is that still part of your long-term goals, to change your scenery?
I would like to, yes. Eventually, yes, ma'am. Eventually, yes.
Because I think that you know just as much as anybody that it is a double-edged sword in the Torrington area. There are a lot of resources, but there's
Yes,
also a lot of use. And so you're
Yes.
going to have to balance that in terms of your release plan and everything else that goes into it. So,
Yes, ma'am.
okay.
That's what I was talking about, the boundaries, ma'am. Yes, because it is prevalent there, and it is something that concerns me very much. It's something that passes through my head every day, but it's something that I have to prepare myself for, because whether I go to Vermont, Florida, or California, there's still gonna be drugs around, and I understand that. But you definitely have a legitimate concern because, yes, it does have very good sobriety, but on the other hand, it has a lot of use and people not doing the right thing and things of that nature too, man.
Okay, well, I think it's good that you recognize that and understand some of the challenges that you're going to face. So, thank you.
Yes.
That's all I have, Mr. Chairman.
Okay, thank you. Okay, Mr. Gilbar, what's gonna happen now is that we're gonna deliberate and then we're gonna give you our answer. You can listen to our deliberations. I just ask you don't interrupt, okay?
No problem, sir. Thank you.
You're welcome. Councilmember Chance.
Yeah, so, Mr. Gilbert, something said he struggled with some alcohol of his life. And I appreciate him saying, because he clarified it started in his 20s and he's now 40. So it's been a long time. He is currently addressing his drugs and alcohol by being in Tier 4 and the Smart Recovery. At Smart Recovery, he's working on the 12-step and attending meetings, doing his groups, and express what he's learned in Tier 4 about taking accountability for his thoughts and actions, and that he's previously been on Suboxone and Methadone. He no longer has to be on that, so that was a big accomplishment for him. He did relate that being in bad relationships is one of the problems that he has, and he identified having not setting boundaries in those bad relationships, meaning that, you know, if he was clean and he was with someone that was using, then he would go ahead and do that with them. He talked about the need for structure, but that he's also taking responsibility for his actions as it relates to his work, schools, meetings, and, you know, said there are a couple of family members who are still using, that he knows he has to tell them he can no longer be around them because they're using. And he knows what protective order means, and I know it related to the person who is no longer here. So overall, Mr. Gilbar, I thought, presented good today. And what I liked about is, you know, him talking about what he's learned so far, where he's pulled up, the need for him now to take his fatherhood more responsible. And I hope when he goes in the community that he will take a fatherhood program when he does. So I would be in favor on a contingent release upon completion of the Tier 4.
Okay. Yeah, I thought he did well today also. You know, he's a 5 alcohol drug score in DLC, so we're talking about very serious addiction, the highest that there is.
Right.
He knows where he's going back to is a place where that has not gone away, you know, so when he goes back, those drugs will still be there in that area that he's from. He appears to be doing well, and he has, you know, outlined his plans and how he's going to stay sober and his relapse prevention plan. Do you think, you know, a contingency being 3 months is okay? How do you feel about that? I mean,
I'm okay with it. I don't know what the timeline is for contingency, so we could ask the chair if that would be too long. But for me, it would be fine.
yeah.
He definitely wants to finish Tier
So,
4.
yeah, so, you know, I'm just between, are we here in July and a contingency? Those are the two things that I, you know what I mean? That's the way I see it.
Right.
One of those two.
So maybe we could just pause and ask the chair, then we could decide
Yeah,
whether we want to do a rehear or do contingency.
let's see what panel member Zappo Sasso has to say. What do you think?
I think that the programs that he's taken have definitely contributed to the offender change, the identification of what his risks are moving forward, his release plan. Obviously, his motivation is his son, so all of their pieces have come together. But I do want to see him finish tier 4 because I think that's going to be the foundation of success moving forward.
So we're all in agreement. It's how we want to handle it. So if we could pause, we can just call the chair and ask her what she thinks.
Okay,
I,
Mr. Gilbar, we're gonna just clarify something, okay?
Yes.
Before we make our final decision, we're going back and forth on an idea, and so just give us a couple minutes and then we'll come right back to you.
Thank you. No problem. Thank you.
Okay. Because we're starting to deliberate. Let's.
Yeah.
But even, yeah.
Okay, Mr. Gilbar, we're back on a record now. Okay, we had to just ask a question and we're gonna continue our deliberations. I just
Okay.
asked you, just, you can listen, just don't interrupt, and then we'll give you our answer shortly here.
Okay.
Okay.
So because Mr. Gilbar has such a high drug score and he's in tier 4, the smart recovery, and he has CCAR and everyone in his life, I think we should just do a rehear for the end of June. And during that time, just ask him to come back with his release plan. So we could deny him today for inadequate institution program participation, because that is a program that we want him to fit.
And maybe criminal history, you want to add that in, it's the second one?
We don't have to.
Okay, so you're fine with just the,
The one is fine. for
Okay.
me.
so, panel member Taco Sasso, are you okay with this?
So just to be clear, this is a technical type of denial because we need him to finish the program.
It is a denial with a rehear.
Right.
The reason for denial is the inadequate institution program participation.
Okay, and so what we're gonna ask him to do is to, complete tier 4, not get any other disciplinary reports and just any other positive programs.
So we're gonna say complete tier 4,
Mm-hmm.
develop his relapse prevention plan
Okay,
and no DRs.
okay, in regards to Richard Gilbar, inmate number 298832, I make a motion to deny discretionary parole. The rehear date, the end of June 2025, with the following recommendations: that he complete the tier 4 program, develop a relapse prevention plan that he can outline at that new hearing, and no additional disciplinary report. Do I have a second?
That is, the reason for the denial is the inadequate institution program participation.
Exactly. So yes, I'll just put that on the record. The reason for denial is the inadequate program participation. Thank you. Do I have a second?
Second.
All in favor?
Aye.
Okay, Mr. Gilbar, do you understand what happened?
A little bit.
Okay, so what we're gonna do is, we were trying to decide, how we handle this because you still have some programming left. And we want you to complete that based on your drug score and your drug problems that you've outlined. So, so you're gonna come back for another hearing at the end of June, okay? Here again. And by that time, we'd like you to complete that tier 4 program,
Yes, sir.
continue to work on your relapse prevention program, be prepared to talk about what you're gonna do when you get out. And no other disciplinary reports, okay?
Yes, sir.
All right, so we're all done for today. Thank you.
I have just one question. With the sponsor information, how do I go about that, ma'am?
The parole officer,
Just
You
write to
can-
her?
write to her and
Okay.
and she will respond and you provide her with the information.
Okay. All right. Thank you, guys. I'll see you in the summertime. Thank
Okay.
you.
Yep.
This concludes the hearing for Richard Gilbar.
Good morning.
Okay.
Yeah,
Good morning. My name is Parole Officer Torres. Today is Monday, March 10th, 2025, and this is the hearing of the Connecticut Board of Pardons and Paroles. The following board members are present this morning, and by stating their names on the record, certify they have reviewed all statutorily required documents and available pertinent information and preparation of this hearing.
Good morning, Robert Sazowskis.
good morning, Joy Chance.
And I'm Ellen Zappo Sasso.
Also present is the Office of Victim Services. Please state your name and inmate number for the record.
My name is Heriberto Velez, 403153.
This hearing is being conducted in consideration of the parole application for Herberto Velez, NA number 403153. He is serving a sentence of 10 years followed by 10 years of special parole for assault first. As of today, records reflect a parole eligibility date of June 11, 2025. There is victim input in this case. There is an offender accountability plan. It has been reviewed and shows the offender has completed alternative to violence basic workshop and voices. Utilizing the statewide collaborative offender risk evaluation system, the offender's overall score falls within the moderate range of risk for recidivism. Mr. Velez, this is your opportunity to express to the board why you believe you should be granted parole. You may begin.
I want to say thank you for this opportunity and good morning to you all. And I wrote a little short letter that I'd like to read now. Before I begin, I want to demonstrate my sincere sympathy for the victim and how my actions I committed were wrong. I am truly sorry, and I can't imagine what post-traumatic stress experiences you go through to my emotional choices I took on October 30th, 2016. As the years went on, I couldn't forgive myself because even when I tried to, all the agonizing pain and sufferings and others around you went through will be an unforgettable tainted image in my heart and mind for even with his forgiveness, Alvin. It will be uneasy for me as I be discriminability to the Board of Parole. I know my charges can be a hard pill to take, but I ask you all to stand before me today to judge me for the person I am now, not then. I am remorseful, not only justifying my actions for what I did wrong, but what I should have done right. That could and will be avoided in future consequences. I have spent just several years replaying the same night in my head, thinking what I could have done differently, only to take full accountability for my rigorous act of tyranny. My time I have been incarcerated has affected my behavior skills and where I deport myself in a code of integrity. For example, I am an advocate for my siblings, especially for my fellow inmates. Whenever they see someone to talk to, I'm there. I'm actively working hard to get my life back on track for success. I utilize all my programs and they offer here I call Robinsons. To name a few, I completed several programs to show for like AVP, as you mentioned, voices, and fatherhood. Along the way, I enrolled in school and met great teachers who helped me push my motivation to change, not only because I need to, but because I want to see my children again. I have seen a lot of people come and go. I say this because it impacted me. I could have easily spent the rest of my life behind bars. I was and still am when I think about my harsh reality. I took this time to relate to others in the same situations, it be in programs or in facilities, to see where I went wrong. And I understand I should look for help to see if my actions were the right choice and not let my emotions get the best of me. I methodically plan to continue to be an outstanding role model to my peers, regardless of the verdict today. And I have been cited any tickets for over 6 years. Without using much words, I take full responsibilities for my actions. And not only am I sorry, I am going to make sure for a fact that I won't let my anger or my feelings get the best of me to put me in this outcome I am today. Again, I ask you not only to see me by me telling you I changed for the better, but to use me for an example that with the second chance, all the programs from DLC did in fact work, and that I will never go through this road again. That's a lesson learned. I will fail and get back up on my feet. I am more now ready to keep moving forward. I want to say thank you for the opportunity, for letting me read my letter.
Thank you, sir. We appreciate your putting those thoughts on paper and reading that to us. So what's going to happen today is that we're going to take turns asking questions. And then after that, we're going to hear from the Office of Victim Services, and then we'll deliberate, and then we'll give you our answer today. Okay?
Okay.
And I'm going to start asking the questions today.
Okay.
So on the day of the assault, had you been drinking? It sounds like there was a party going on. Were you drinking leading up to this?
Yeah, it was a party and there was alcohol involved and different other types of drugs. And it was supposed to be a good party, family party that would happen at my aunt's house, and it just went way too far. The drinking and the drugs. And that's the problem.
Do You think you were intoxicated and high? Would you say that you were intoxicated and high at that time?
I would say I was drunk. Yes, very drunk.
So just try to explain to us, I heard your remorse and, you've thought about this and I appreciate all that.
Mhm.
Explain to us, why at that time, what was going on in your mind? You felt you had to stab the victim. It seemed like he was leaving, right?
Well, that's a good question. I want to say that there was a lot of misunderstanding what happened that night, but what I remember from that night that happened, it was supposed to go like a good party. All of us supposed to enjoy, have a good time, but it led up to an argument because everybody that was at the party was getting along, but obviously drugs makes people a little bit more angry and not themselves. And when that happened, got in an argument, I actually told the victim, Elvin, to leave.
Sorry, let me just stop you real quick. I'm just gonna ask you not to use the victim's name. We know who he is, so you could just say the victim and we'll know who it is.
Okay.
Yeah,
Yes.
go ahead. You asked him to leave?
So I told the victim to leave. He was agreeing. He did agree at first. And once he got so far, he was just like, he turned around and he just didn't want to like just keep on going. He saw me and out his mouth, he was telling me like, yo, let's handle this right now. And I try to like leave, like, this is a true story. I'm not making this up. And I was trying to go back to my aunt's house and he ran up behind me. He just like pushed up on me and he took out a knife. He had a knife on him. He swung it. He stabbed me once. And then after that, I had no other choice but to defend myself.
So did you ever get treatment for a stab wound?
No.
Because I read the statement that you're giving now. I read the story before, but the victim's report of what happened is different than this. Do you understand that?
Yes.
Okay. All right. And you never got treated for a stab wound. You didn't go to the hospital to get stitches. You had no medical treatment.
I have not went to the hospital, no. I let it heal on its own. I brought it up.
Go ahead, sir. Go ahead. Finish your sentence.
So after this happened, after that day happened, and I got arrested, I tried to tell my public defender to like the story of what happened. He wasn't really like listening to me. I told him about my stab wounds. He said that it doesn't matter because the victim is like very ill and was way worse than me. So he said, forget about it.
Yeah, that's definitely true. The victim was in worse shape than you for sure. How do you talked about this a little bit in your opening statement, but how do you think your actions affected the victim over these years? What do you think that that person had to endure during this time?
I believe that's a good question too, that you asked. I believe he is going through a lot. I know he's been through some pain and I know he's going through a lot and it's hard for him to forgive. And if I was in the same shoes as him, I believe that like it'll be hard for me to forgive somebody like that. But for me today, like I know that to move on and to move forward, you have to forgive others, even if it's a step, just a step. And I know I changed, and I hope he could forgive me for what I did that night.
Okay. I read you completed the alternatives to violence. You mentioned that also. Can you just tell us some of the things that you learned in that program?
Yes, sir. AVP was a 48-hour course. It was Friday to Sunday. It was like 8 hours a day. I liked the program a lot. It had to do with a lot of group of activities. The group helped me like realize where my pain and my suffering like was coming from. I had a lot of anger, and they helped me like realize where my triggers were and how to handle my triggers, and like where did they come from and how to like make them feel, how to control it a little bit better. And that's what I remember because it was a long time ago. It was 2017.
Yeah.
It's a while ago.
Okay, we're gonna move on to the drugs and alcohol again. So you have a drug and alcohol score of 4 in DOC. Do you know that?
No, yeah, because I think it's because I signed up for NA. I was trying to like volunteer to.
Well, probably too, because you were intoxicated when the crime committed. I mean, that's gonna factor into it. But a 5 is the highest you can have. You're almost at the highest one, but you haven't completed like a substance abuse program, a tier program, whether it's for alcohol or drugs, as far as I can tell. It looks like you have that listed on your OEP. Have you done AA or anything else?
Nah, I was signed up. No, I haven't done any programs for addiction for drugs or alcohol. I haven't, but I signed up last year for NA just because I wanted to volunteer. Before that, my score was a 2. I asked the counselor, the teacher, the program lady, if my score will go up, and she said it will not affect any of my scores, and that's why I signed up for NA. I wanted to do that just so I could be active, so I could be like busy, so I can take advantage of all the programs.
Well, I mean, I think you definitely should address. I mean, you're claiming you're intoxicated when this happened, so alcohol is involved in a violent crime. You need to definitely address that part of this whole puzzle. You know what I mean?
Yes.
You can't continue to use that as an excuse later, like, I was drunk or whatever, you know what I mean? So, I mean, how often were you drinking when you were out in the community before this happened?
I would say I was drinking a little bit, yeah, a couple of times a month, maybe. I was young, didn't really know like what to do and have responsibilities. I didn't take life serious.
You think you have a problem with alcohol and drugs?
I would not have no problems. I have no habits.
Okay. How do you think you've changed during this incarceration?
Good question. I learned a lot about myself. I learned that what I had in store to me was a lot of suffering, a lot of pain, and anger for my life growing up with my dad and my aunt and what happened when I was younger. But now I know like I can't keep holding that and keep making excuses. I gotta like handle my responsibilities and be stronger. And now I move in a code of integrity and righteousness. I want to be better and be a role model to my kids and help others. And I always help others when I can, all the time. Like I like it. It makes me feel good. And no matter what happens, like I'm still gonna keep doing what I am doing today.
All right. You mentioned anger in your answer and a couple of times before this. And it sounds like you were angry tonight in this incident, but I don't see that you've completed the anger management class. I did see you did alternatives to violence, but that's a little bit different than anger management. Have you ever tried to sign up for that?
Yes. I came here from McDougal. I completed programs. I have one program left, and it was anger management. They wouldn't give me the program. They said I had too much time left. I came here to call Robinson 2 years ago. I asked the counselor if I have any programs to do left, like any programs to do. He said I was completed for all my programs.
Yeah, I know. I don't see it on your OAP, but that doesn't mean that you don't have an anger problem. You've mentioned it several times, and there was a lot of anger involved in this crime. Mm-hmm. So it definitely still needs to get addressed one way or another, regardless if it's on your OAP. So you have to advocate for yourself to your counselor and say, say the things that you're telling us, that, you have underlying anger in your life that from your childhood, whatever, and explain what's going on. And you could benefit from being in a program like that, so you have the tools to be able to handle yourself when those anger feelings arise again. You're out, you know what I mean? So it doesn't don't result in this and back here again,
No, yeah, you definitely had a good point. I should have told him. I don't know. That's why after I asked him, he said he didn't say anything about the program, about anger management. So I signed up for fatherhood instead.
Yeah, that's good. All those programs are good. The more you can get, the better. but they're different, different issues,
Yeah, different issues. Yeah, you're
Yeah.
right.
I read that you want to work in a barber shop when you're released. And then I did see a letter of an offer of employment, not from the barber shop, but from an automobile dissembler job.
Yes.
Okay, so just talk about what you plan to do for work when you get out, because there's two different things here. I just wonder what do you think is more realistic? Are you going to start with one and then work into the other?
Well, the barber job is my main goal. I love
Okay.
barbering. I'm the barber job now. I got the barber job here now. I'm really good at it. Everybody tells me I'm good at it.
Okay.
I've been doing it for like 2.5 years now. I always wanted to do it. And my good friend that you see that gave me the job request, he opened his own company and he is very successful so far with his company that he opened. And he said I could work with him if I need any help as soon as I get out. But I gotta figure out my schedule as soon as I get out. When I do have the chance is to go to school and find a part-time job.
Okay. So I read that you were approved for a halfway house, and then it sounded like you withdrew from this hearing, but then withdrew your withdrawal. So you're here today. What's going on with the halfway house situation with DOC? Have you heard anything?
Nothing yet. All I know is I got approved on October 11th. It's been 4.5 months now.
Yeah.
I don't know how that works. I think they're waiting for something for parole, maybe. I know. I'm not sure.
There's got to be an opening. There's a lot of people that need to, so they have to have a slot for sure. But
Yeah.
looks like your end of sentence is less than a year away from now.
Yeah, I would definitely will like to go to a halfway house. I think it'll be definitely a good spot for me to get back started to adapt to the real world. It's been a long time since I've been in here and since I've been outside. I don't have people like that, like family, and I'm still moved. I learned to be independent, and don't stop my growth. I will still do what I have to do on my own.
Okay. So that was what I was going to ask you a little bit about what support you might have in the community. So you're going to be in the halfway house. You can't stay there forever. What's the plan after that? You have 10 years of special parole, right? So
Sir.
yeah, you're going to have a lot of supervision. You'll be able to use your parole officer as like a resource. They could help with work, if you need work or different things, you could probably talk to them and use them as a resource. But what's your plan after the halfway house? Do you have family that you can live with or friends?
Yes, I have a friend that she's been there for me for most of my incarceration. She's very reliable. She's a good friend. We talk a lot. I have my brother who's also he is my role model pretty much now. He does very good. He's been working hard for 5 years now. I look up to him. And I also have my good friend that you see on the job site, LLC.
Yes.
Michael, he is also my very good friend. And if anything comes about me leaving the halfway house and living situations, I have them.
Okay. All right, Mr. Velez, those are all the questions I had. I'm going to turn it over to my colleague, panel member Zapo Sasu, and she's going to ask you a couple questions, okay?
Good. Thank you.
You're welcome.
Good morning, Mr. Velez. I
Good morning.
think that we all realize as we're sitting here that you could have been incarcerated on a much more serious charge of attempted murder. And the assault one is going to allow you to actually come out into the community at some point and be productive, hopefully. I'm looking at some of your record, and I appreciate what you've said about some of the self-reflection that you've done, because it seems that you struggled with attendance when you were at Wheeler as a teenager. You struggled with community release, and I am concerned about the lack of a addiction program, because you yourself had said that you've had blackout situations and you were discharged at one point and you had a urine that showed cocaine, and then you had some failures to report. So my concern is, what is the actual level of maturity that you've achieved inside? Because none of this is indicative of someone who is an upstanding member of the community. You have 2 kids. You're the sole parent at this point, it appears, and I give you credit for that. That's a lot, but you've been in for the majority of their younger years. I see who you were. Who are you going to be when you come out? I think you need to give us a little bit about who you are today. Not just don't repeat what you've already said, but you're 30 years old, right?
Yeah.
This has been a lot in terms of this last decade for you on a lot of fronts. It's been a lot for your kids. This was a very ugly crime. And if it wasn't for 2 good Samaritans, that person, the victim, would be dead right now. So I'm not that impressed with the actions of people who were at that party, some of whom are your relatives. Who are you today, and how are you going to improve your community and make sure that your kids are happy, secure, and productive as well as they move forward?
What I could say is what I've done back in the days for my kids is still something I want to do to this day. I did do a lot of bad, and this is why I'm trying to come back out. I want to leave and do better than what I did before. I just want to be as successful, and I want to work hard, and I want to be there for my kids. They drive me. Like you said, I have been in here longer than I've been out there for them. And that really, really hurts, like a lot. And that's the first thing that I'm always going to think about. And I want to share my life with them. I want to share their experiences. I already miss when they walked. I miss when their graduations. I miss their first pain, their fall, their little situations that make them who they are, their personality. And that really, that's one thing that I can never get back. So in so much words, I thought I had it all planned out to come here and say what I have to say to you guys, but like my brother told me yesterday, when you come here, they're gonna ask you questions and they're gonna see the real you, not what you wrote. So I just want to be a great and a better father to my kids. I want to be there, and I want to show them that even though I wasn't, that my past doesn't define who I am now. I want to be better. I want to improve in their life. I want to work hard. I want to share with them. I want to be there. I want to be a real father and take life serious. I didn't take life serious. I was young. I was real dumb. But I learned and talked to a lot of people on here. A lot of people that talked to me and showed me what I was doing wrong, and a lot of good conversations, and a lot of my teachers have definitely helped me, showed me what it is to be to work hard and stay focused and to not give up.
Mr. Velez, where are you with your GED?
I have 2 complete certificates. I got language arts and I passed science. I still need 2 more.
Are you actively working on those right now?
Yeah. Yes.
Okay, so upon your eventual release, whenever that is, you're going to have 2 kids who are preteens. You're interested in going to school to do the barbering certification.
Mm-hmm.
You're going to need a part-time job, as you've stated. You have an older brother, the role model, who's been taking care of your kids, that I'm assuming you could live with him as well, or the friend that you've mentioned. Mm-hmm. So that's a little bit of a support. Those are a lot of competing issues. So what have you identified as risks and triggers for you? That's a lot of pressure coming out. You're going to have your kids, you're going to have to balance the scheduling of job, you're going to need money. what are the triggers that you're going to be watching for to make sure that either the anger or the, you know, the need to use in order to calm down or relax or whatever aren't going to be the first things that happen?
The first thing I learned here is patience and it's like self-talk, self-improvement. I learned that if I like talk to myself, calm myself down, it always works. Never give up is definitely one. And as soon as I get out, I have a chance to do more. I can work hard. I can actually do what I can't do in here. I only send out a couple of dollars, but I always do, and I always try to help. But when I go home, I feel better. I'll feel like more of a man because I'm handling my responsibilities. And I think that will eliminate a lot of my stress because now I'm working hard. I know what I'm doing. I know what I'm capable of. And now I don't feel so much of a failure and so much shame because I'm in here and I can't do anything in here. But I hope I answered your question correctly.
You did. What I'm trying to get at is understanding that you have now realized through your incarceration and the programs that you've taken that it's okay to ask for assistance from your family, from whatever programs in the community that you get assigned. And frankly, as the chairman pointed out, you have 10 years of special parole. So you're going to have somebody that is going to be monitoring you until you're over 40, most likely. That's a lot. And I just want to make sure that you understand that these supports are in place to help you. And so my final question to you will be, how do you see that relationship with your parole officer? How do you envision using that person to help you?
I will definitely, if I need help, ask my parole officer, try to build a good relationship with my parole officer, always be honest for the most part, from the get-go, be honest. If I'm struggling, tell my parole officer what I'm struggling with, and if they can help me figure it out or put me in any program or help me find a job or anything that could potentially get me back in here because I don't want to come back. But most of all, just be honest with my parole officer and follow the rules. Just be righteous. Just do the right thing most of the time. All the time, I mean, sorry. I'm nervous.
It's okay.
But yeah.
So I think the thing that I just want to point out is that you said when you're back home that you're going to feel like more of a man, that you're going to be able to support and, you know, provide. And I understand that. And there's nothing wrong with that. But at the same time, my point to you is you're going to have all of these pressure points. Your kids are going to be asking for things. You're going to be looking for a job. You're going to have establishing, you know, whatever you need to do for your barbering. It's a lot. You have to know when to do the timeout. You're going to have to do the timeout to your kids. You're going to have to do the timeout to a lot of people and say, hey, I need a minute here. Or you need to establish who you can talk to, whether it's your older brother or your friends or your parole officer. Your release is, you've been in for 8+ years. It's going to be a lot of new things for you. And I'm just concerned that you understand that the support that is supposed to accompany you upon release into the community is there to benefit you. I just want to make sure that you understand that.
I definitely do understand that. And I will, when those times come or those conversations come up with my kids or my brothers or anybody else that's close to me, good friends, and I do feel overwhelmed or anything that's happening too much, I will have that conversation with them. I'll tell them like, this is not a good time, or I don't have enough money. I do care. I do want to help you, but I can't right now. I will always speak up and tell them like how I really feel about the situation. Even if it's a no, it doesn't mean I don't care or I don't want to. It's just I can't at this moment because dad or your good friend or brother is still working hard and got to get his life back on track to the point where it's like a good a good like balance where I don't feel where I won't fall back down.
Right. And I know that you don't think that you have formed any addiction habits, but I do think as you ponder your release plan, you really should think about relapse recovery and prevention as well, because you know it's everywhere. It doesn't matter which halfway house or which friend's house or which community you end up in, it's everywhere. And so that's just another thing for you to put on the list of how am I going to deal with this if I'm at my uncle's house, I'm at a friend's house, I'm in the community and I see so-and-so and they say, hey, let's go do this. It's out there. And I think that you can't be arrogant enough to think that it's not going to find you.
Okay, I'll definitely agree with that. I think anything that will help me make me that'll make me better. I think I will take that. I will always find time for any great support or group activity with structure will help me. I'll definitely will do those programs, whatever it takes.
Thank you.
You're welcome.
Okay, panel member Chance.
Yeah, so Mr. Velez, I want to go back and touch on two things.
Mhm.
Now, sometime between 2015 and 2016, you were diagnosed with an alcohol and cocaine addiction. And while I know, and you received a Pruno ticket in May of 2020. So I just want to follow up with you and say to you that, you know, you may not think that alcohol or substance abuse is a problem for you now, but because you said it played a huge role in why you're serving this lengthy sentence, it behoves you to seek a program, even if it's just an educational program, to help you understand why you were under the influence and committed this offense. And so it's food for thought for you. And the other thing is, you know, I heard you say that, you know, once you're back in the community, you know, you're going to be a man and, you know what you have to do. But Mr. Velez, you're growing up and learning to be a man who is learning to take responsibility for things that he has done in his past and prepare on how to avoid that. So you're becoming a man where you are. You will just have to put your money where your mouth is when you go in the community to follow up with all the positive things that you say you're learning. You get what I'm saying? You don't have to be in the community to say that you've become a man. You're becoming one where you are right now.
I understand.
And obviously, yeah, that's important to you. And it's important to your older brothers who have assisted you in the past. One last question. Do you think you have a problem with anger?
I believe I have worked and self-reflected on my past for many years. I had pain in my heart. I didn't forgive myself. I didn't forgive a lot of other people. So the first step I took was, even if they weren't there or we didn't speak, was to forgive them for what they did for me or what they did to me. And now I take responsibilities for whatever comes after. I don't want to make excuses anymore. I do get mad. I do get a little frustrated, but it's because I expect a lot from myself. Like I want more. I try hard. And then when I do fail or I do fall, I kind of like go hard on myself. And it's not at other people I get mad at, it's mostly myself. Other people, they have such great things to say. They give me good advice. They tell me, Eddie, stop. Well, they call me Eddie, that's my nickname. They tell me like, stop being so hard on yourself. Don't do that to yourself. Just take a breath, take deep breaths and just try again. But yes, I do get a little emotional sometimes. Yeah.
So I think those are some things that you have to figure out and how you can manage those feelings and get through them. Okay?
Yes.
So I want to wish you the best of luck going forward. I think you just continue to work on what you're doing there. Okay, good luck.
Thank you.
Okay, Mr. Velez, so what's gonna happen now is we're gonna hear from the Office of Victim Services. So during this part of the hearing, you can listen, but I just ask that you do not interrupt, okay? Don't say anything, please.
Yes, sir.
Okay, we're gonna turn it over to the Office of Victim Services.
Hi, good morning. Thank you, Sir Chair. Thank you, panel. I do have the mother of the victim who would like to address the board today. One moment. Thank you. You may begin with your statement.
Am I being heard?
You can be
Yes.
heard.
Yes. Good day to all of you. This is really hard for me. This is the first time that I have seen the inmate since this all happened. I never really knew him. The only time I ever did see him was when I was at the park with my granddaughter with a friend of mine, and he approached me, literally approached me and smiled in my face. And this was, he hadn't been arrested yet. And I couldn't understand why he did that, because I didn't even know that he knew that I was his mother. Then I realized, who he was, and it literally got me so scared and nervous that day I almost threw up, because I realized who that person was. So seeing him in this video for the first time since that day, it's really hard. But at the same time, it's heartbreaking for me. I see him, he's young, he's a father. And it makes it hard for me But I need for him to understand that his actions and affected my family and his forever, right? Because he can't get certain things back, like he was saying before. He can't get certain steps from his children and the looks and everything. He can't get that back. There's things I can't get back that I'll never get back. And that's my son, the son that I knew. I'm just gonna, at this point, read the rest of my statement because I don't want to get away from my statement. So, thank you for allowing me to give this statement on behalf of my son, my family, and myself. I would like to address how this assault affected my son. My son has been left with horrible, debilitating disorders such as mental illness that impact his life ability to feel safe in public. My son no longer the person we once knew, nor will he ever be. He has been declared disabled by the court. Therefore, he has not been able to fully take care of himself on his own, which has left us as a family always making sure that he's taken care of emotionally, physically, and financially. As his mother, I can only pray that my son overcomes this one day. As for the inmate, I'm hoping that he feels some kind of remorse and growth has happened in his life so that this never happens again. That he will be someone who will be positive to someone else in need and to the community. As a woman that believes that in order to ask God for forgiveness, I have to forgive first. I understand the pain he caused will probably never go away. The only advice I have for him is to search for God, ask for forgiveness, and let him be the center of his heart, for only God can make it right. I pray he finds this. Remember that not only was my family affected by this, but so was his. Thank you, and God bless you.
Thank you very much. Thank you very much for your statement.
You're welcome. Please continue to view. Board members, thank you.
Thank you. Okay, Mr. Velez, what's going to happen now is we're going to deliberate. So we're going to talk amongst ourselves about your case, and then we're going to give you a decision, okay? You can listen, but same thing, please don't interrupt, okay? Thank you.
Yes, sir.
Okay, so Mr. Velez is 30 years old, sharing an assault first charge from a very serious violent assault. You know, he sounds pretty good today. He's talked about some positive program he's completed and the positive things he wants to do when he's out in the community. He's been approved for a halfway house. His parole eligibility date, though, is in June. And it looks like his NSNS is less than a year away, according to my documents. So he's accumulated 3 disciplinary reports while he's been incarcerated, but it's been some time since those have happened. So he appears to be doing well. You know, my concerns with this are, you know, his account of what happened is very different than what the victim's is. Although he does express remorse and sorrow for what happened, you know, that concerns me. In addition to that, you know, he does have a DOC, drug and alcohol score before. He was intoxicated, admittedly, by himself when this took place. There's other information in here about other substance abuse. He hasn't taken an addiction services program, although it's on his OAP. Didn't talk about getting into any kind of outpatient treatment in his release plan or any kind of, you know, we had to kind of talk to him about that and get him on board with, you know, addressing those issues when he gets out. So he hasn't really made a plan for himself, you know, recognizing the role that substances probably played in this crime, you know. So I'm really concerned about that part of it. In addition to that, he admittedly, you know, talked about anger several times throughout this and hasn't taken an anger management class. I understand it's not on his OAP right now. It was in the past. Regardless, he hasn't addressed that part of this puzzle yet. You know, he did talk about self-reflection. In some ways, he's dealing with those things, and he did take that 48-hour class, Alternatives to Violence. I don't think that that's enough to deal with the underlying anger issues that he's talking about. You know, he needs to be in like a structured program where he can just dive into all that stuff before something else happens, you know?
Yeah.
So, you know, before I kind of give my decision, I want to lay it out, and I want to hear from my colleagues and see what you guys think.
I definitely saw some emerging offender change, but I do think that there are still some shaky parts in terms of what I would feel comfortable with and confident that he was coming out with a strong support system in terms of the release plan and obviously some of the issues that he has acknowledged, which I give him a lot of credit for. It's hard to come to those types of self-revelation when you have a lot of trauma in your life. So I think that there's a lot of good that's happening here, but I do believe that there could be some additional programming that would actually set Mr. Velez up for future success, even more so than the hard work that he's already put in.
Family or chance?
Yeah. So I will certainly agree that I do see some reflection of change in Mr. Velez, but my areas of concern was not addressing anger management, despite the fact that it has played a significant role in his life, and his account of the incident versus what I've read in the PSI and what was in the transcript. I also think, you know, he has a substance abuse score of 4, and I don't think he's adequately addressed that because for some reason he doesn't think that, you know, he has a problem. But in, you know, about 4 years ago, he was diagnosed with cocaine and alcohol abuse. And I do think that needs some addressing. And once he's looked at his anger management, his addiction, and then develop a really solid release plan and how he intends to follow through with that. I just think he needs to have some more time there. So I'm not in favor of his 85% release today. And hence they still have some more work to do, but to give him credit for, you know, identifying and addressing some problems. And I do know that he has quite a few issues. He just met his mother that he wants to get together to know her. He has a son who now lives with his brother who he needs to be responsible for. He has a daughter who currently lives with an aunt that, you know, he wants to be responsible. And as a man, I see an emerging responsible person.
Yes.
And so I also think he probably needs a parenting program to help him with that, because I see that as very significant for him when he's no longer incarcerated.
So I agree. I'm not prepared to support his release. He does have a special parole to file, so we'll have to set those conditions. Zappa, so how do you feel about all of this? You in agreement with this?
Yes.
Okay, so let's look at the reasons. I had nature and circumstances, injury and impact to the victim, inadequate institutional program participation for not completing that
Right.
protection service. Those three okay with you?
Yeah,
I mean, we could have probation. There's no reason to at this point, right?
no,
Okay, so then the conditions for special parole, I have no alcohol,
yeah,
I have halfway house,
yeah,
and then anger management.
yes, yes.
There were 2 co-defendants.
And then it's 2 co-defendants.
Yeah, Mr. Velez and
And
capital,
Velez,
and then the
right.
victim EB.
Yes,
In terms of the, one of the co-defendants that is a relative, in one of our hearings last week, it said it separated that out because it was a family member and
Yeah.
it said without,
So,
appeals.
without appeals.
so this other one, Velez, is his brother?
Yes.
Yeah, without appeals for me.
Okay, so we'll go through that. Okay, it's gave me a lot of stuff here to go through. Okay, anything else that we need to cover before?
Right, no,
Right,
behavior management. Wait, else,
yep,
the 2 co-defendants and no contact with the victim.
and yeah, that's what I have. And then we have those 3 reasons: nature and circumstances, injury and impact,
Right,
and program participation.
yeah,
Okay, so I'm gonna make this motion, and he's been approved for halfway house, so this isn't, he has other options here and all those things for him. So I would encourage him to stay positive. Okay, so in regards to Herberto Velez, inmate number 403153, make a motion to deny discretionary parole based on the nature and circumstances of the current offense, the injury and impact to the victim and the victim's family, inadequate institutional program participation. In addition, I'm going to set the special parole conditions as no alcohol consumption, halfway house placement, community-based behavior treatment for anger management, no contact with the victim EB, no contact with his co-defendant Edwin Velez without the parole officer's permission, and no contact with the co-defendant Christopher Capilupo. Do I have a second?
second.
All in favor?
Aye.
Aye. Okay, Mr. Velez, you understand what happened?
Yes. I got denied parole.
Yeah, I know it's not what you wanted to hear, but you still have a little bit more work to do. I would encourage you to take advantage of the little bit of time you have left and try to address some of these issues that you heard us talking about, okay? You don't have a lot of time left here. So, you're approved for a halfway house and you have less than a year for your release date. So, all right, good luck to you.
Thank you.
You're welcome.
This concludes the hearing for Herberto. Hi, sir. Can I have your name, please?
Thomas Beck, ma'am.
Okay. You said Thomas?
Beck.
Okay, give me 1 second, so.
Here.
Good morning, my name is Paroles. Today is Monday, March 10th, 2025, and this is the hearing of the Connecticut Board of Pardons and Paroles. The following board members are present this morning and by stating their names on the record, certify they have reviewed all statutorily required documents and available pertinent information in preparation of this hearing.
Good morning, Robert Sazowskis.
Good morning, Troy Chance.
And I'm Ellen Zappo Sasso.
Please state your name and inmate number for the record.
Thomas Beck, 299078.
This hearing is being conducted in consideration of the parole application for Thomas Beck, number 299078. He is serving a sentence of 15 years execution suspended after 10 years, followed by 5 years probation for possession with intent of a narcotic substance. As of today, records reflect a parole eligibility date of June 3rd, 2025. There is no victim input in this case. There is an offender accountability plan. It has been reviewed. It shows he has completed Tier 4, Second Chance Pell, Alternative to Violence Basic Workshop, and Voices. He is also currently participating in Second Chance Pell with an estimated completion date of May 19, 2025. Utilizing the statewide collaborative offender risk evaluation system, the offender's overall score falls within the moderate range of risk for recidivism. Mr. Beck, this is your opportunity to express to the board why you believe you should grant a parole. You may begin.
Thank you, ma'am. First and foremost, good morning. I want to start off by saying thank you for giving me this opportunity to be in front of you today. I'm well aware that this is a privilege and I'm very grateful. Before I continue on, I really want to apologize to my community and everyone that I've affected because of my poor choices. My path to incarceration is one defined by a series of misguided choices and the pursuit of instant gratification with little regard for the consequences. I found myself selling drugs, a path that seemed easy and offered immediate satisfaction. It allowed me to escape my deep-seated feelings of inadequacy and provide an artificial boost to my self-worth and confidence. I know these choices ultimately led to my incarceration. As I reflect on this significant mistake, I recognize that I failed to address my criminal thinking errors honestly and meaningfully. My incarceration has become a turning point, a moment when I realized that I had to seek guidance and confront my distorted thinking patterns. One of the most significant criminal thinking errors that I failed to address was my tendency to minimize the consequences of my actions. I justified my choices, believing that they were victimless crimes and that I was not causing any real harm. This rationalization allowed me to continue down a dangerous path without fully acknowledging the impact of my action on others and myself. Another area in my thinking was the tendency to blame external factors for my behavior. I pointed fingers at circumstances, society, and others for my actions and choices, rather than taking responsibility. This lack of self-accountability kept me from recognizing the need for change and personal growth. My journey toward rehabilitation is an ongoing process. I recognize that my rehabilitation involves self-awareness, education, and a genuine commitment to want to change. In these last 5 years, I've accomplished so much. I've been enrolled at Nantucket Community College working towards an associate's degree in machine technology. I've completed numerous programs, including Voices, People Empowering People, Alternative to Violence, Tier 4, and I also have gained 200 hours in cosmetology school towards my barber's license. I became a certified recovery coach and also got accepted to participate in the veterans program where I would have been a dog trainer if I didn't get transferred because my level dropped to a 2. I've learned so much about myself and what is expected from me in these last 5 years. Never in a million years did I think I'd be working towards an associate's degree. Now over 20 credits in, I'm almost there. For once in my life, I'm truly proud of myself, and I can honestly say I could do anything I put my mind to. For many years, I've subjected myself to negative things. I really thought I could become successful by selling drugs to my community. Selling drugs became an illusion that I believed since I was a teenager. As I mentioned earlier in this letter, I spoke about my programming. One program that had the most impact on me was Tier 4. Not only did I complete the program, I became a mentor for 18 months. Truthfully, I was hesitant to take on that responsibility because a mentor in Tier 4 is automatically the jailhouse snitch. Once I decided to not care about my image anymore and what people thought of me, that's when I knew I was headed down the right path. I decided to give back and learn from the counselors and my peers what it was I was doing to myself and my community. I was literally profiting off other people's sicknesses. My selfishness and greed had me destroying my community, my family, and myself. Tier 4 taught me about the opioid crisis that we're being faced with today. People are out there suffering and passing away every second of the day, and that's something I would never partake again. I know I apologized before, but from the bottom of my heart, I'm truly ashamed and sorry for my part in all of this. I took it upon myself to learn more about addiction and recovery, so I signed up and graduated the Recovery Coach Academy. I felt there was no better way to live in prison and not help other people. Since arriving at Carl Robinson, I contacted Council Supervisor Rogers, who got me involved with a recovery coach of my own, who I communicate with every week. We have conversations that I've never had with anyone before. I find it very therapeutic and self-rewarding to let everything out to a stranger who went through what I went through, and to never be judged is an amazing feeling. You're probably wondering what's going to be different this time if I'm granted parole today. Well, to be honest, everything's going to be different. The last time I was released, I had one plan. As you know, I came home March 2020 during COVID after serving 15 years, and my only plan was to work with my stepfather at the garbage company. Once his boss told me he couldn't hire me because of the pandemic, I struggled mentally and emotionally. I didn't know what to do. I found myself talking to old friends and surrounding myself around people who didn't have my best interests at hand. This time around, I have several plans. I have a job as a tower technician apprentice with a positive role model and friend who has changed his own life around. And just in case that plan doesn't go as planned, I can obtain gainful employment as a recovery coach. I will continue my education at Asnuntuck Community College, and I can also continue barber school, where I would need 800 more hours to become a licensed barber. I've been told I'm very good at cutting hair, and that's something I've been doing for the last 20 years, and I love doing it. I know life hits us all with curveballs, and if that happens to me again, I'm fully prepared this time. I've surrounded myself around people who I can reach out to that's going to give me the right advice instead of drugs to sell. I'm choosing to go to the New Haven area if granted for parole for multiple reasons. I need to change my people, places, and things. I feel in order for me to become successful, I have to leave my past life behind and start fresh. I'd be lying to you if I told you I wasn't scared. But my strength and commitment to make this my last time in prison gives me hope. In conclusion, my incarceration serves as a reminder of the consequences of poor choices influenced by distorted thinking patterns. I'm determined to transform my life, address my criminal thinking errors, and ultimately contribute positively to society. My journey toward rehabilitation is a testament to the power of self-awareness, accountability, and never giving up on myself. Thank you.
Thank you very much for your statement, sir. So what's going to happen next is that we're going to take turns asking you questions.
Yes, sir.
And then when we're done, we're going to deliberate, and then we'll give you our answer today.
Yes, sir.
Okay, we're going to start with my colleague, panel member Zapu Sasu.
Good morning, Mr. Beck.
Morning, ma'am.
That was a very substantive opening statement, and you gave us a lot of information, many of which were the questions I was going to ask you. So thank you for putting the time and effort into that. I'm just going to use your opening statement and ask you a couple of questions based on what you've already told us. And the first question that I was going to ask you about was that 6-month period from when you were released in 2020 and then you were arrested again. And you did explain that. So I appreciate that response. So that happened. You were returned on new charges. And I guess I'm curious from your journey that you've taken. You mentioned your turning point, that you realized you had to to change. When did that happen? Was it upon that arrest, or was it sometimes when you were back in the facility? Talk to me about that moment of change that you realized you had your turning point moment.
To be honest with you, my turning point didn't happen until 2022 when I participated in the Tier 4 program. In the beginning, I was still blaming everybody else for why I was back in prison. I blame my mother, which I always blame my mother because she gave me away when I was younger. And I feel like that's always it's always easy to point my finger at her, which is not right to do, because I'm also a father who hasn't been in my son's life because of my decisions. And I had a conversation with him when I was home, and I didn't like how the conversation went, and it hurt my feelings. It hurt me bad. And for me to keep blaming my mother for the decisions that I made isn't right, because she raised 4 other boys who were my brothers, and not one of them are in prison. I'm the only one who's in prison. And they all do good. They all work. They're just good people. And once I took that program and got involved with the counselors and the council supervisor who ran it, who's now a warden at another prison, I didn't want to do the program. I'm going to be honest with you. I didn't want no parts of it. Everybody in prison, that's the snitch program. Don't go there, don't do this. She basically made me go to that program. And if it wasn't for her, I don't think I'd be doing what I'm doing today and thinking what I'm thinking. And also, I lost my best friend from fentanyl, and I just lost my uncle 2 weeks ago from fentanyl. And another turning point, my grandparents took care of me the last time I was in prison. They won't have a conversation with me because I'm back in prison for selling a drug that ruined our family. And she just lost her son 2 weeks ago, and I lost my best friend. And my father is struggling with addiction now. And from what I hear, he just put himself into a program for the first time in over 15 years maybe. So my turning point is more to do with me and my family, because that means the most to me right now, because I'm not getting any younger. I'm 40 years old and I keep doing the same stuff. And I don't want to have I want people at my funeral. I don't want to have a lonely funeral. And I don't talk to my mother right now because of what's going on. And the drive to want to do right and get my family back is my turning point, man.
Thank you. So obviously you dove in and you took a ton of programs. We've talked about Tier 4. You've mentioned some other ones, and I'm assuming it was a reference to Voices when you talked about you didn't think there were any victims with your crimes when you were selling drugs. Can you talk about the community and the victims a little bit?
Yes, ma'am. You know, I was so selfish, and I've always been so selfish up until recently that I didn't even realize what I was doing, ma'am. To be honest with you, when I came home, I didn't even know what I was selling because people would give me the drugs. When I came to prison in 2006, there was no such thing as fentanyl. I've never sold fentanyl. I've never touched fentanyl. I've never seen fentanyl. So coming home and not being able to get a job during COVID, I struggled. Going on Facebook was a big trigger for me. Seeing people that I went to school with that had families, cars, houses, careers. And here I am starting at 34 years old because of decisions that I made in my life. I struggled. I wanted those things. I just didn't know how to get those things the right way, which I do now. And coming home during COVID, it was hard for me. I really couldn't get a job. And I started putting myself around people who didn't have my best interests at hand and would give me drugs. And I didn't even know that I was selling fentanyl, man, until somebody told me. And once they told me, like I just told you, I was selfish. And I was more worried about money. I was more worried about my image. And that's all that mattered to me. And I was selling drugs to my family members. It was just all bad. It was just all bad. And that's why none of my family supports me. They love me and they care for me, but they want to see me come home and do good. And they're tired of me crying wolf. And I'm 40 years old. I'm the oldest brother and I need to lead by example. I call my little brothers and I ask them for money, and I should be able to support them and help them and be there for them to go canoeing or going on hikes, because that's things that they love to do. And it's been all bad. It's been destroying everybody. My aunt lost her housing because of me. She relapsed and started smoking cocaine. She has nowhere to live. She had that house for over 20 years. She allowed me to parole to her house, and she lost all of that because of me. It's just bad. And being in these programs taught me that there's no such thing as a victimless crime. Every time you do something in life, it always has a reaction, whether it's good or bad. And it's messed up to say this, but I'm just realizing that now. I don't have no excuse of why I didn't learn that before.
Right. So, but this, this is what we like to hear, is that this moment of change and reflection, but also that you're recognizing what has to happen post-incarceration. You've had one minor DR about bunk assignment, so we're not even going to really spend a lot of time talking about that. But I do want to talk to you about your history with community supervision, which you've not done well with that in the past, between the violations and being returned. So let's spend a minute talking about how you envision those 5 years of supervision and what that person's role is going to be in your life.
Okay. So I'm not going to use an excuse. A lot of my previous ones when I was 16, 17 were for smoking marijuana, for violating parole supervision and TS. As I got a little older, I started to sell drugs, and I would violate and come back to jail. But it's crazy because I come to jail and I don't get in trouble like that. I follow all the rules. I'm respectful to the staff. I'm respectful to my other peers. It's just when I come home, the money has always been my driving force. I feel like I used to feel like a man was defined by how much money he has. When in all actuality, it's what's in your heart, and coming home now and to be on parole for 5 years, I know I have to surround myself around people that's gonna want me to succeed in life. Like my sponsor. I have a sponsor who's been my sponsor for the last 5 years, who's offered me this job for the last 4 years. And this is one of the reasons why I'm going to the New Haven area, because he's involved with NAAA. He runs the meetings, he does regional meetings, and he's changed his own life, and he's been clean for 6, 7 years. And he's offered me that job. And I feel like by me being under his wing and him showing me how, he just bought a house with his wife. He has 3 kids. He coaches the football. He coaches baseball. His wife coaches the cheerleader for his daughter. I feel like surrounding myself around people and seeing that type of lifestyle instead of seeing negative lifestyle will want me to continue to do better, instead of putting myself around somebody that's selling drugs or hanging out on the street corner. I've never really had an opportunity to have a job because I've been incarcerated basically for the last 21 years of my life.
So just to be clear, your sponsor, I had seen mention of CCAR as part of your plan. Is the person who you're going to be employed by, is he also your sponsor?
That's somebody else that I communicate with outside of that.
Okay, so your sponsor is the one that you are using?
I don't mean to cut you off. Go ahead.
Through CCAR, that one?
So that sponsor I just met maybe about 3 months ago through Council Supervisor Rogers. I communicate with him every week, but the person who had the job offer for me has been in my life for the last 6 years. And I always looked at him as a role model, so, and he's a recovering addict, and I just basically call him my sponsor because he's involved with the community in New Haven.
Okay. So we did receive several letters of support from your brothers. Your girlfriend at the time of the offense, is she still your girlfriend?
Yes, ma'am.
Okay. And your mother and stepfather. So obviously your relationship with your mother has been something that you've worked on as well.
Yes, man. They love me. They like I told you, they're just tired of me crying wolf. They want to see action.
Okay. Well, thank you for talking to me. I think that you've answered all of my questions, and I'm going to turn it back to the chairman.
Thank you, Mayor.
Thank you. Panel member Chan.
We don't have any questions, just to say, job well done. I like the fact that when you read your statement, that you had a really positive release in there. And you talk about the reasons why you had to surround yourself with new people. You've identified those people, you have an employment offer, you have a support. And I wrote a note to myself and I said that you need to read the letter that your mother and stepfather wrote in support of you. Yeah. Okay.
Want me to read it now?
No, I read it.
Oh.
And I'm glad that you did,
Yes, ma'am.
because I think they shared with you something that's probably always been there. But, you know, having an addiction will prevent you from seeing any of that.
Yes, ma'am.
So thank you for all the
Thank
good
you.
things that you are working on. And I appreciate that you were pretty much very honest today about what your issues were and how you have addressed them. So good luck.
Thank you, ma'am.
I'll set my stuff here.
Thank you. So, Mr. Beck, the only question I had that we didn't speak about yet has to do with your driver's license. You've had like several operating under suspension. You were driving these last arrests around in a car selling drugs. What's the situation with your driver's license right now?
I had a permit, sir.
So you've never had an actual driver's license?
No, sir.
Okay, that's what I needed to just clarify before we
So I-
move on.
So I think I just have to go home and just apply for my permit again and do all of that
Yeah,
over.
you'll have to, yeah, and maybe that's something you could use your parole officer for a resource for too, you know what I mean? Make sure the other thing is that the last time you did this, you failed and because you said your job didn't work out, you know what I mean? That stuff's gonna happen, so you need to be able to be prepared to call people, call your parole officer and say, listen, my job's not working out, I need help, you know what I mean?
Can I say something?
Go ahead.
It's good that you mentioned that. I've always been the type of person, I need somebody on my butt to push me to do the right thing. And when I went home during COVID, I never even met a parole officer.
Okay.
I didn't see one. I never met one. I wasn't, it was just, I was
Yeah.
basically
COVID 20.
Yeah, I understand. COVID was different. You're gonna meet them now, and if you don't meet them right away, you need to advocate for yourself, you know what I mean? Knowing your concerns and your past history of not doing well, right?
Yes,
Need
sir.
to have all those supports. That's a person that can help you. They have all kind of resources. They know where to go. They know the kind of places that you can find a job in your situation. So, you need to stay in touch with them and use them as a resource. And don't think of it as like an adversarial situation. You know what I mean?
Years ago, I would have thought differently, but going to that program and seeing them counselors, how they care for us inmates and how passionate they are for us to change our lives.
Yeah.
I was in Osborne when we presented the program in front of the parole panel when they came to the jail.
Yeah.
I was one of the mentors that presented the program. So I know how passionate those people were. And I know back in the day, it's probably inmate versus DOC. But as I got older and really see I was the problem, people are here really to help you.
They want you to succeed, right? It doesn't reflect
Exactly.
well on them. It doesn't reflect well on anyone if you fail, not us, not them, not you.
Right.
So we all want you to do positive things and then that life that you're envisioning, that you're talking about, going kayaking, canoeing with family members and doing all those things, that's what we want for you.
Thank you.
That's what we want.
I want that for myself.
All right, so we're done with the questions and we're going to deliberate now. The only thing I ask is that you listen, you just don't interrupt during this time while we're talking.
Yes, sir.
Okay?
Yes, sir.
Member Tabu Setsu.
So Mr. Beck came to today's hearing prepared to illustrate to us offender change. And I think that he did a very good job of illustrating how the programming has contributed to his growth and motivation. He has done a significant number of programs and through that has come to a point of self-reflection, or as he referred to it, the turning point, where he is now taking accountability and being responsible for his past crimes. He is a moderate risk to recidivate. He has had only one minor DR during the course of this past incarceration, and has actually exceeded expectations in some arenas, including serving as a peer mentor within Tier 4. And prior to his transfer, he had been selected to do the Veterans Dog Training Program, which we all know is a higher end program. So with that being said, and after listening to him and reviewing the file, I think that Mr. Beck should be granted parole today. The conditions that I have tentatively checked off and will be looking for feedback from my colleagues is there was one co-defendant, Elijah Morning, a halfway house placement, and as the chairman indicated, no driving without parole officer permission until Mr. Beck can deal with his license issues.
Gentlemen, have a chance.
So I agree with all of that, Mrs. Dr. Sasso has said, and I also have the same conditions as she outlined, and I am in favor of granting this parole.
Thank you. Yeah, he's done very well, right? This is what we want to see, all the programs and the change in his voice. It sounds really good. Even with his history, you know, being concerning, it's done well.
So one thing I wanted to add to that, he was on special parole for the burglary first and the robbery first and kidnap first. And his special parole doesn't end until September 3rd, right, 2025. So we have to take that into consideration as to what his release date is going to be.
Yeah, so I had May 30 on here for his discretionary parole release date.
I had June 3rd, so I don't know if the dates.
I had May 30th.
Oh, you mean for his 50%
Yeah.
eligibility?
Yes,
Yeah, what date do you have for his?
50%, May 30th.
Yeah, just, okay, yeah, I just want to make sure.
So we can go with May 30th, and then he'll run discretionary parole and special parole until September 3rd, right? And then he'll stay on discretionary parole until 2029 when he'll switch to probation.
Right,
Is that how this will work?
yeah.
Okay,
So his, you know, we let him out May 30th, and then he will stay on special parole till September.
yeah,
When it ends.
and then it'll be on discretionary parole
Then
until
he'll go on
2029,
discretion.
and then probation after that. Okay, so when we make the motion here, we'll just bring it, I'll say discretionary and special parole for May 30th, on or after May 30th.
Yes. Yes, because, wait a minute. So we just want to say that our date today is May 30th, 2025.
Okay,
He still has special parole.
that's running, okay,
Running,
Yeah, and I just note that.
yeah,
yeah.
okay.
Yeah.
Do you guys have anything else you'd like to add?
No, I just had 3, 4.
For,
Conditions.
I have
Great.
I have 3 too, halfway house, motor vehicle, and then co-defendant.
Oh, I had no alcohol.
I didn't have,
I didn't have that because he was marijuana and occasional ecstasy.
yeah, I
It
didn't
wasn't
have it either.
alcohol.
Okay. Okay, so we're gonna move forward with this motion. In regards to Thomas Beck, inmate number 299078, I make a motion to grant parole on or after his parole eligibility date of May 30th, 2025. The following conditions, in addition to the standard parole conditions: halfway house placement, no operation of a motor vehicle without the parole officer's permission, and no contact with his co-defendant, Elijah Morning. Do I have a second?
Second.
All in favor?
Aye.
Aye. Okay, Mr. Beck, did you hear what happened?
Yes, sir. Thank you.
Yeah, you're welcome. You've been granted, yeah, so we granted you discretionary parole. You still owe time for a special parole till September. So you're gonna have, it's one parole officer, I believe, but it'll be two different things going on at the same time. And then in September, when that ends, you'll just be on discretionary parole. Okay, still a lot of supervision. And then after all that, in 2029, you'll switch to probation. So you gotta stay on the straight and narrow. You've had problems in the past that's led to all of this. Okay?
Yes, sir.
All right, you'll get all of this in writing. Thank you. Good luck.
Thank you, ma'am. Thank you, ma'am.
This concludes the hearing for Thomas Beck. Hello, Mr. Gordon. Can you give us a couple minutes, please?
Yes.
You. Good morning. My name is Parole Officer Torres. Today is Monday, March 10th, 2025, and this is a hearing of the Connecticut Board of Pardons and Paroles. The following board members are present this morning and by stating their names on the record, certify they have reviewed all statutorily required documents and available pertinent information in preparation of this hearing.
Good morning, Robert Sazowskis.
Good morning, George Chance.
And I'm Ellen Zappo Sasser.
Please state your name and inmate number for the record.
Elijah Gordon, 394-323.
This hearing is being conducted in consideration of the parole application for Elijah Gordon, number 394-323. He is serving a sentence of 10 years execution suspended after 5 years following 3 years of probation for criminal possession of a pistol, possession with intent to sell, assault third, failure to appear second, and use of a motor vehicle without permission. As of today, records reflect a parole eligibility date of September 19, 2024. There is no victim input in this case. There is an offender accountability plan. It has been reviewed and shows the offender completed tier 4 and DB. And since his last hearing, he is currently in smart recovery set to complete July 15, 2025. Utilizing the statewide collaborative offender risk evaluation system, the offender's overall score falls within the moderate range of risk for recidivism. Mr. Gordon, this is the opportunity to express to the board why you believe you should be granted parole. You may begin.
First of all, I'm gonna say thank you for giving me the opportunity, and I feel like I should be granted parole because where I'm at right now mentally, I realized I was wrong, and I take full accountability for my actions. I've been able to take this time to learn better ways to better myself and new ways to cope with certain situations. I have learned a lot about myself by attending multiple programs like Voices, DV, NAAA, also the Time program that played a major role in changing my mindset and how I want to go about my life and how I think. And I realized that the path I was taking and the choices I was making wasn't the right way. And the outcome was just coming back to jail. So now I understand that by getting a job and staying away from certain people, that's the way that I'm supposed to be and be there for my daughter so I can be out in society and be a better person for my community and my family, and I'm able to help out and do.
Okay, thank you very much for your statement, sir. So this is a rehear, so you've done this before. What's going to happen is we're going to take turns asking you questions, and then when we're done, we'll talk and deliberate, and then we'll give you our answer, okay?
All right.
Okay, we're going to start with panel member Chance today.
Okay, so Mr. Gordon, I don't know if you remember me. I was on your previous hearing and we denied you and gave you the rehear and asked you to complete the tier 4 and the domestic violence. In addition to that, I noted that you are currently in smart recovery.
Yes.
So going down the line, if you could give me some feedback on what are some of the things that you learned in tier 4 and how is that going to help you when you go back in the community?
Well, being in tier 4, I learned identifying myself, identifying like things that triggered me, and encountering like what I was going wrong and what was setting me off. I learned networking. So like in NA and AA meetings, there's speakers. They come in, they give their number. I was in my property. That way, when I come home, I can get in contact, continue to attend NAA meeting and be around people that's been in my situation, been in my shoes, that can help me on my path to being a better person, building relationships, my behavior and thinking pattern, self-reflecting so I could realize like where I've been going wrong. I learned that my past trauma plays a part in certain things that I do and bettering myself, self-awareness, my thinking process, knowing my so knowing what to stay away from, knowing what get me upset or make me want to go smoke or drink. So I'll be able to maneuver better ways and better thinking, and different tactics to help me go about things differently.
Okay, well, it does seem everything that you have kind of mentioned. First of all, you were able to identify your triggers. Can you give me an example of what one of those triggers?
Getting into altercation, getting upset. Something not going my way. That could be one of my triggers. Getting upset, like planning for something and not expecting things to go down the way I wanted to could be one of my triggers.
Okay. And you mentioned networking, and then you followed up by saying you would attend NAA meetings. Okay, so, and then you said building relationships.
Yeah.
So you also said that in the past, the people that you were around were not good. And so now you have to get more positive people.
Yeah, that's me.
In your life. Okay. You also talked about self-reflection and mentioned that you learned that your past trauma played a role in all the things that, all these crimes that you've been committing. And that, so how are you going to address that piece of it in the community?
I'm work and I'm show that I've been changed and help out in the community. One of the things when I go home, I wanna help the youth, like people younger than me that's going through the stuff I done went through and show them that there's a different way. It don't gotta be the way I grew up. You don't gotta look, you don't gotta dress a certain way, you can just be yourself. You don't gotta follow others to the negative. There's a way to go the positive way and be successful. And don't have to worry about looking over your shoulder for any problem. You can get your money. You don't have to worry about going to jail, things like that.
Okay. And you talk about your thinking process as you were able to identify the effects of drinking and using drugs.
Yeah.
That played a role.
Yeah.
So tell me about domestic violence.
Domestic violence, I learned first off, I learned about the definition of DV. Abuse is a pattern, coercive, control directed towards the victim. Abuse is a behavior that physically harms, arouses fear, or prevents a victim from doing what they wish. I learned identifying the abuser, the losses and the cost, the effect of domestic violence on your child. My triggers also, substance abuse and other triggers that plays a role in it, warnings and behavior management. Yeah.
Okay. So I need to ask you, so one of your charges was criminal possession of a pistol revolver. Why did you need the gun?
The last time I was here, I said, and this is why, like the area that I was at, and the people I was hanging around, there was a lot of problems. So I felt like having a weapon on me will prevent people from put up an image like, oh, we're gonna stay away from him because he has a weapon. So I thought it would be a good way to prevent problems and stay away from my, and in reality, it just caused me more problems. And now I ended up in jail, doing time away from my family, away from my daughter.
So you know that was wrong.
Yes, ma'am.
So you want to go and live with your stepfather, and from what I understand is that he has firearms, but that he has a license to keep them. Did you know that?
No, ma'am.
Okay, so that's something that your parole officer will have to look into and determine whether your stepfather's residence is appropriate for you.
Okay.
Okay, so one of the things that I read about is that I know you want to go and work with your stepfather doing masonry.
Yes, ma'am.
So even if the parole officer doesn't approve you to go there, you know, we will add a halfway house. So it's not that you won't be able to work with him. The parole officer will just have to determine if it's appropriate for you to live there.
All right.
Okay? So you also put in there that you are going to attend Wheeler Clinic.
Yes.
And I suspect that part of that is participating in some type of counseling.
Yes, ma'am.
Okay, and you also said that you are going to attend NA and AA. Now, tell me what you're doing for smart recovery.
On the smart recovery, I learned how to network with people and talk with people that they're in the same shoes, same situation I am, but some of them are connected. They have job opportunities. They done been through NAAA meetings. I learned that there's other people out there that's been in my shoes before and turned it around and became someone better for themselves, family, and the community.
Yeah. So smart recovery also has the 12-step program.
Yeah, I can cheer for you.
Are you working on that?
Yes, that's something we learned that in Tier 4. And smart recovery is kind of like connected with Tier 4.
Right. So have you started working on the 12-step?
Yeah, I've started working on some of it while being there, not even realizing that there's some stuff that I have already started working on before I got in there.
Okay, so what step are you on now?
I say I'm still like in the beginning, still learning certain situations and learning how to cope with certain things.
Okay, so you may not remember, but I understand what you're saying. So you're probably still in the first, second, and third.
You know, I don't, the paper, I must have forgot. I don't know if I had, there's a few of them, but I've been working on myself.
Right. Okay, and you've already, accepted that you have a problem with alcohol and substance abuse.
Yes, ma'am.
So that's one. The next one is what I hear you saying, figuring out what your urges and triggers are.
Yes, ma'am.
And attending meetings.
Yes, ma'am.
And then, learning how to pick more positive people.
And and surrendering myself to be willing to learn and understand that I need help.
Okay, all right. So, that's kind of what we were looking at when we asked you to do that. You have not done well on your previous community releases. And so I want to make sure that you do have a really good recovery plan, a relapse prevention plan in place, because you have a very high drug score. It's 4.
Mhm.
And so that, your 3 previous failed community releases was not, we could not accept that knowing that you had not done tier 4.
Yes, ma'am.
But I think you went a little beyond what we asked you to do. And I appreciate the fact that you also volunteered to be in smart recovery.
Yes, ma'am.
Okay. And I do hope that for whatever number of time that you have there, that you really get some help to write out your relapse prevention plan. You already have some of those, but putting it down on paper will help you.
I did the recovery. He asked me to do a recovery plan. I wrote it down.
Very good.
I put while I've been incarcerated, I've attended the NA and AA meeting. There was outside speakers that came in that offered help and the numbers. They put the numbers on the card. It's in my property.
Is that the CCAR people?
No, not C-card. There's NAA meeting.
Oh, okay.
They're,
Okay, the speakers that come in for the
coming
meeting.
in, and they've been about, some of them been there 20, 30 years. They offer to tell us, like, when you first come out, it's 90 pro, 90 years, 90 days, yeah.
Yes.
Very good.
So I'm going to call them so I can network with them, and be around people that know and been through this multiple years. Also, I signed up for Willer Clinic, and they offer help with many things. And there's people there too that's been through similar situations that can help me with counseling and can help me and guide me through certain situations to better myself.
Very good. Okay. And I know besides your stepfather, who else do you have for support?
I have my sister. She works. She got a business. She no business, but she's always there to help me out. My mother and my grandmother.
Okay. Very good. Well, thank you for sharing with me today. And I think you did very good based on what we asked you to do.
Thank you.
Thank you, Mr. Chair.
Thank you. Hi, Mr. Gordon. I just have a couple questions. My colleagues asked most of the questions that I had, but I wanted to talk to you a little bit about the gun charge. You said that you were carrying the gun because you felt unsafe and you thought it would, kind of demonstrate to other people that you weren't someone that they wanted to challenge or, try to do anything to you, so you were using it for like protection, right?
Yeah, but not with the intention to use it, just put up that image.
Yes.
So people could think like, oh, let me stay away from them.
How do you feel about that now, about carrying guns now?
I honestly think that it was the way I was thinking it was dumb. Like,
Yeah, it really is.
It was a bad decision.
Yeah, so you're a convicted felon. You can never possess a firearm in any situation. Do you understand that?
Yes, I understand that, sir.
Okay, so you had a sentence here of 10 years execution suspended, after 5 years, right?
Yes.
What do you think would happen if you got arrested with another handgun? What do you think the sentence will be then?
10 years.
Right, could be more. I mean, they give out, there's gun violence is very serious right now, in the cities in Connecticut. So I'm trying to stress to you, this is an area that there's not going to be any wiggle room. You know what I mean? If you get caught for a gun again, you're going to have a big problem. Okay, so you need to understand the areas that are risky for you when you come out. So if you're around other people, your uncle has guns, and you're going to be around him, you need to be very, very careful, because if you're in the car and they have a gun, you get stopped, you're going to be in violation. There's all kinds of ways. You're going to be on a deadly weapon offender registry, it looks like. So you're going to have to register. They're going to want to check your house, all kinds of things.
Okay.
So just be very, very cautious about the people that you're around and associate with, especially if they have guns.
All right, sir.
You
Thank you.
understand that? It's going to be it's a risky situation for you. You're going to be risking a lot. If you get caught with another gun, it's going to be a long time you're going to come in, you know?
No, I don't even want to be around nobody.
Yeah. You just have to understand those things. So what are the risks for you? You know what I mean? When you go out, knowing like what, you don't do, you know what I mean? So that way you don't get yourself jammed up again.
I understand.
Right. The only other thing I wanted to talk to you about was your driver's license situation. You had a lot of motor vehicle charges. You have operating on suspension a couple different times in your past. You have evading, and then you had using a vehicle without the owner's permission. What's going on with your driver's license right now? What's the status of it?
I learned that I could go home and reopen up all my motor vehicle cases and clear them. I want to clear them up so I could be able to get my license.
Okay, so right now your license is not valid, right?
Yeah. No.
Okay, I just want to make sure you understand that and confirm with you that you know that you're not gonna be able to drive. Okay, that's another place where you're gonna get yourself in trouble. You've had in the past. Okay.
Yeah, I understand that.
All right, that's all I have today. So I'm going to pass it on to my colleague, Ms. Panel Member Zappo Sassy.
So I just have one question for you, Mr. Gordon. I read 4 different police reports preparing for today's hearing. They were all in Hartford Police Department. So your release plan is to go in Hartford, if you're allowed to live with your uncle. How are you going to respond to high-risk situations differently this time than you did before? I mean, a lot of what, the chairman just said to you goes into that. Stay away from drugs, stay away from guns, don't drive without a license, but you're going to see people, you're going to be places. You're going to be in Hartford. Tell me how that's going to be different this time.
Well, working with my stepfather, he works out of town. He barely works in Hartford, so that's one way of me not being in the mix of stuff. And then there's NA and AA meetings that I could attend as in other towns, so I plan on going to other towns so I won't get caught up in that. And if I'm not working or attending the meeting in the house with my daughter or doing something, the community and the surroundings I was in, I don't plan on going back.
Thank you. Mr. Chairman.
Okay, thank you very much. Okay, Mr. Gordon, so what's going to happen now is we're going to deliberate, okay? So we're going to talk about your case. Just going to ask you, don't interrupt. You can listen, okay? But just let us finish, and then we're going to let you know our answer.
All right, thank you.
Go ahead.
Mr. Gordon, before we begin our deliberation, you had originally asked to be released to a friend's home.
Can you repeat that?
You had originally asked to be released to a friend's home.
Oh, yes.
And she lives in New Britain. And she had said it was okay.
Yes.
So did anything change? Because one of the concerns that I have is all the guns that your grandfather, your stepfather has at his house.
Yeah, that was a friend of mine, but another friend of mine, which is her boyfriend, he was incarcerated and he's gonna be TSing over there.
Got it.
Can't call you.
Okay. All right. So your stepfather lives in Hartford?
Yes.
Okay. All right. So you'd have to, if they don't, then I have where else. Okay, thank you.
All right, sir, we're going to do our deliberation, okay? You can listen, but like I said, don't interrupt, okay? Okay, panel member Chance.
So this is a rehear for Mr. Gordon, and previously we had done over the criminal possession of pistol, but I asked him again today because I wanted to refresh his memory and remind him as to why. And then when I read the changing a stepfather, I, got a little bit concerned, but I know, Parole will have to take care of that. So he completed, the domestic violence and, he was able to give, a reflection of what DV means. I sense that once he does the other piece in the community, he will have a much better understanding. Tier 4, he seemed to have gotten a lot out of, in terms of being able to, identify his triggers. And one of his triggers to using was getting upset or getting into altercation with someone else. But more importantly, he was able to develop a networking through the many meetings that he was attending, and actually has a sponsor. And so he, through that sponsor who will help him to build on positive relationships, which I think he has not been able to experience. He also said that past trauma played a role in some of his offenses. He wants to give back to the youth in the community to let them know that as a youth, some of the things he went through and how they can avoid it. So I thought that was good. And also, he said his thinking process was pretty much screwed up, but he was able to learn that drinking and using drugs sort of models his thought process. And so now that he has been able to, it's been a little bit clearer for him. And then, the Smart Recovery, which is a volunteer program, which he's also doing and reconnecting with what he's learned in Tier 4, and talked about his relapse prevention plan, which is doing that 99 meetings and connecting with his sponsors and doing the 12-step. So I think Mr. Gordon has done pretty much what we've asked him to do, and he hasn't gotten any DRs. And so I would be willing to grant discretionary parole today.
Yeah, I agree. Panel member Zappo, Sassen.
I agree as well.
Okay, so let's look at the conditions of release. Does anyone know if,
I have halfway house, no driving, behavior management for DV.
okay, I have that. And then I do have a victim listed here, JR, but does he have a child with this person? Anyone know?
I saw that the victim with the domestic violence, I have a note that it's the mother of the child.
Yes,
So that would,
but the victim is listed as Jane Doe, so.
Yeah.
I don't know why I have the name.
But,
Yeah.
well, you mean JR?
Yeah,
Okay,
I don't know.
so we could,
Without the parole officer's permission
yeah,
for JR, is that okay?
yeah.
Is that okay with you?
Yeah.
So we'll have those three conditions: halfway house, motor vehicle, domestic violence, and then the fourth thing will be,
No driving.
no driving, and then no contact with. I'm sorry, I don't think I had alcohol, right? I didn't have it. Did you
I
have it?
didn't.
Okay,
I just had the no contact with the victim halfway house, DV, and no driving.
Okay.
Without wheels.
okay, is there anything else that you guys need to go over?
No.
Nope.
Okay, I'm gonna make this motion. Okay, in regards to Elijah Gordon, inmate number 394323. Make the following motion to grant discretionary parole on or after March 10th, 2025. With the following conditions in addition to standard parole conditions. Halfway house placement, no operation of a motor vehicle without the parole officer's permission, community-based behavior treatment for domestic violence, and no contact with the victim JR without the parole officer's permission. Do I have a second?
Yeah.
All in favor?
Aye.
Okay, Mr. Gordon, did you hear all that?
Yes, sir.
All right, good job. We granted you parole today, okay? Make sure you
Thank
follow
you.
those conditions and follow through on your plan, okay?
All right, one question.
Yeah.
You said halfway house?
Yeah, so you're gonna have to work, you'll have to work that out with the parole officer. That's, you know, this, you're gonna be on a deadly weapon offender registry. Your uncle has a bunch of guns registered to him. That's all gonna have to get sorted out somewhere else. We're not gonna be able to sort that out today.
All right, then. Thank you.
Okay, good luck.
Good luck to you.
Appreciate it.
This concludes the hearing for.
Sir, what's your name?
Monte Adams.
Okay, thank you. Give me 1 second. Good morning. My name is Parole Officer Torres. Today is Monday, March 10th, 2025, and this is a hearing of the Connecticut Board of Pardons and Paroles. The following board members are present this morning by stating their names on the record, certified they have reviewed all statutorily required documents and available pertinent information and preparation of this hearing.
Good morning, Robert Sazowskis.
My name is Joy Chance.
And I'm Ellen Zappo Sasso.
Please state your name and inmate number for the record.
Monte Adams, 399-364.
This hearing is being conducted in consideration of the parole application for Monte Adams, number 399-364. He is serving a sentence of 5 years flat for sale of narcotic substance. As of today, records reflect a parole eligibility date of February 1st, 2025. There is no victim input in this case. There is an offender accountability plan. It has been reviewed and shows the offender has completed tier 2 invoices. He's also participating in Smart Recovery with the estimated completion date of March 13, 2025. Utilizing the statewide collaborative offender risk evaluation system, the offender's overall score falls within the high range of risk for recidivism. Mr. Adams, this is your opportunity to express to the board why you believe you should be granted parole. You may begin.
Would I be able to read my letter?
Yes, sir. Go ahead.
To the members of this board, my name is Monte Adams, and I would like to seize my opportunity before this board to demonstrate the effort I have applied towards changing my thinking and tangible steps I have taken to modify my behavior towards a pro-social set of goals so that I may re-enter society as a positive force who only contributes to the community and take care of my family. During the past 18 months of my incarceration, I have had to sit with myself and my choices, which have beyond a shadow of doubt put me where I am today in front of this parole board, holding myself to account. During these months of incarceration, the tangible steps I have taken are to successfully complete the Voices program. The program reinforced my ability to make better choices and to identify the poor behaviors I engaged in despite a working knowledge of consequences. I learned to take accountability and not to shift the focus. I am engaging in national self-analysis and to always think my situations through to achieve my desired result. I also completed the Tier 2 program, which helped me identify the continuity from addiction to abuse to enablement, all stemming from substance use, which result in antisocial environments. I no longer engage in self-pity, entitlement, and I am working on identifying my thinking errors. I am by no means all the way there though. I have certainly taken strides, if not leaps,
and bounds towards positive life change and pro-social behaviors. I have conditioned myself to a healthy schedule in here regarding my psychic, physicality, and my job. However menial it may be, and I look forward to carrying that habit into the world. That I have 3 daughters, and I am aware that the best indicator of future behavior is past and present behavior. I am looking to break the cycle of criminality with that thought in mind and my daughters in my heart. Because of my incarceration, my daughters have lacked a father figure. Their mother without financial stability, social embarrassment of having an incarcerated father. If I am granted an opportunity to seize control of my life in a pro-social way, I intend to utilize my second chances to the fullest. So it is with a sense of humility and attitude of gratitude that I come before you today to ask you to be granted a chance to take a new path towards a better life. I sincerely thank you all for your consideration and look towards moving forward in positivity. Thank you. Sincerely, Monte Adams.
Okay, Mr. Adams, you did a good job. Thank you for providing that statement.
Thank you.
What's going to happen today is that we're going to take turns asking you questions. And then when we're done, we're going to deliberate and then we're going to give you our answer, okay?
All right.
All right, I'm going to start with the questions today.
Okay.
So I read through your file and I listened to your statement. I appreciate it. Sounds like you're heading in the right direction. You gained some things from those programs, so that's good to hear. Can you tell us, why were you selling drugs? What was going on?
You know, like, I'm not even going, I'm just going to be completely, like, honest. Like,
Go ahead, yeah. That's what we
I
want.
wasn't thinking, it wasn't smart of me. I really didn't have, like, nothing going for myself. Like, I had no money, no job. Like, I was just trying to support my family the best way, like, I could.
Okay, so have you ever tried to get a job?
Yes.
All right, and you couldn't get one, or what was going on?
At the time, I couldn't. It was like, it was hard.
Okay. So, I mean, it's still gonna be hard, you know what I mean, when you get out. It's gonna be hard to get a job. Do you have your GED yet?
No, I don't.
So that's something that you should probably put on your long-term goal, you know what I mean?
Yes.
Because that will help you. It's a foundation so that you can apply for jobs. But, you know, so you have to change your mindset because it's hard to get jobs sometimes and you're in your situation when you get out, right? So can't resort back to this though, because you're just gonna end up back in here. That cycle you're talking about, you have to break it, and it's not gonna be easy. Okay.
Yes.
I heard you talking about tier 2 and some of the things you learned. Was there anything you learned in there about selling drugs that you think could help you, you know, when you get out?
I learned that selling drugs could lead up to incarceration like this.
Is this the first time you've done over a year, Jeff? You had other?
No.
You've had other incarcerations, right?
Yeah, in like 2013.
Yeah, I see that. So, you know, the sentences, they just keep getting longer. You know that, right? They
Yes.
kind of come back. They look at what you did before and then they say, all right, that wasn't enough, and now we're gonna go more, you know?
Yes.
What about voices? Did you learn about the impact that drugs has on the community? They talk
Yes.
about that?
Yes.
What do you think
learned that.
happens? What do you think happens to the people's families that are using drugs? People that are buying drugs from you, what happens to their families?
Their families be without like an individual. They could pass away from drugs. Their
You ever
life,
hear? Go ahead.
their life is like shattered.
Yeah, their life is shattered. You hear about people stealing?
Yes. They
People
steal
that
from their family.
Yeah, causes a lot of problems, right?
Yes.
You had a disciplinary report for fighting back in October 2023. You remember that?
Yes.
You just walk us through it and tell us what happened?
I came back from work and an individual that I was inside the dorm with, he was like provoking me, like inviting me to his private part area, and we end up fighting.
Did you ever have problems with him before?
No,
What was it about? I mean, I didn't hear you say what was he provoking? What was he upset about?
it was over like a card game.
Over a card game.
Yes.
What do you think you could have done differently to handle that differently so that you didn't end up with a disciplinary report? Those things hurt you for programs and for us, you know, it's a big problem.
I could have walked away. I could have avoided it.
Yeah, probably would have been a better idea, right? Just
Yes.
let it go. Maybe he would have calmed down. You could have talked to him later about it, you know?
Yes.
Have you thought about getting your GED or high school diploma? Is that something you've been thinking about?
If I was granted a chance of parole, I was gonna go out and sign up. Because before I came in, I signed up for adult ed,
Okay.
but I didn't have a chance to get into there because I was about to get come back to jail.
Do you know where you have to go to do that? Where you're gonna live at? Do you know where that place is at or the phone number? Do you have an idea?
Yeah, Washington Street, adult ed, Hartford.
Okay. So you're aware, there's no reason why you can't go there, right? Does it cost money for you to do that?
No,
No, right? There's no reason not to do that. So you need to put that on your list of things when you get out, you know?
right.
So let's talk more about your release plan and what you're gonna do when you get out. Where do you wanna live and work?
I wanted to go to a halfway house so I could be financially help with, far as finding a job and so on and so on.
All right. Do you have any kind of idea what kind of work you might wanna do?
I'd like to do warehouse work. Before I came in, before I turned myself in, I was working 2 jobs.
Okay, good. Well, so that's a realistic job for you, you know? People, we talk to people all the time and they're able to get jobs in warehouses, you know?
Right.
It's hard work, but you can have a steady job and get paid, you know?
Right.
So that's a realistic goal for you, you know?
Mhm.
And you've done that kind of work before, you're okay doing that?
Yeah, I drove a pallet jack.
You did? Okay, good. Yeah, so those are all skills that people are looking for. There's a lot of warehouses up and down 84, you know what I mean? So what kind of support do you have in the community with your family or friends?
I have my kids, I have my mom, I have my kids' mom. My dad has,
Are you still in a relationship with her or are you co-parenting? How's that going?
we co-parents.
Okay. Can you talk to your mother on the phone now?
Yeah, I talk to my mother every day.
Okay, so that's someone you could call, right? If you're struggling, something
Yeah.
goes wrong?
Yes.
Okay. What's the situation with your driver's license?
I don't have a driver's license.
Have you ever had a driver's license or a permit or anything?
No.
You know, that's an area that you're gonna get yourself in trouble, right? If you drive.
Yes. Yes.
You're gonna have to figure out how to get back and forth from work. It's gonna be a little bit trickier.
I'm very familiar with the bus lines.
Okay, good. Okay, so there's be no excuse for you to be driving, right?
Right.
All right, so the last thing I just want to talk about is that, you know, you've had 7 failed community releases in the past.
Right.
You've never successfully completed parole, probation. You know what I mean?
Right.
So that's a concerning area for me when I'm reading through all of your information. Why is it going to be different this time?
I mean, this time I really have to get myself together or I'm going to lose out on my family. And that's something I really don't want to do. Like my mom, she tells me every day that this is my last shot to get it together or me and her, we basically are done.
Your mother sounds like she has good advice, so I would rely on her, for support. And I mean, you don't want her not to be in your life anymore, right?
Right.
So people are gonna, at some point, right, friends and family, people are gonna stop giving you chances. People in the criminal justice system, they're gonna stop and say it's enough. Because this is number 8 for us right now today, and you haven't been able to do it. You're 30 years old now, right?
I just wanted, I want a chance to show my family that this time I got it right.
Can't make any more mistakes. There can't be no more.
No more excuses.
You really can't. You're 30 years old. You said you have children. You're an adult now. All this has got to come to an end. All this other stuff. Okay.
Right.
That's all I have for you. I'm going to see what my colleagues want to ask you. Okay.
All right.
Okay. Panel member Zappa Sampson.
I really don't have any questions. I think the chairman addressed most of them. It's just an observation, Mr. Brooks, Mr. Adams, that you've spent most of your time under community supervision as an adult. And so, I would hope that at this point that you see a reason for change. With a criminal history such as yours, I'm just looking for some type of acknowledgement that you realize that you have to make changes and that you're still going to have triggers that you might have in the community and that you're going to need to deal with them effectively if you want to stay out in the community for your daughters, for yourself, for your mother. All of those are great motivations, but you have to do it for yourself first.
Right.
Okay, panel member Chance.
You have 3 children.
I can't.
You have 3 children, correct?
Yes. Yes.
Okay. And how many mothers?
How many who?
Mothers.
Mothers?
Yeah.
2.
Okay. Did they know that you were selling drugs?
Do they know that I was selling drugs?
Yes.
No.
They didn't.
No.
Now, if you weren't working, and I know one of them, your court ordered to provide financial support. So where did they think you were getting the money?
Honestly, I don't know. I wasn't being completely honest with them.
So you said that you have a perfect relationship in co-parenting. Can you describe what perfect means to you?
Like we don't argue. Like we don't argue. She brings my daughter up here to see me. She's wonderful. She's very wonderful.
And that's for one of your daughters.
Yes.
How about the other 2?
The other 2, it's like they want to be here, but then again, they don't want to be here because of the situations I don't put them through.
So have you figured out why your drug scores are poor?
I know when I came in to Hartford County, I told them that I used to do drugs, and they put my drug score at 4.
What kind of drugs did you tell them you used?
I used to do PCP. I used to sniff.
Cocaine.
Yeah.
Okay. So do you think you have any kind of issues with drugs or alcohol?
No, I don't.
You don't.
No.
Why is it that you couldn't get a job?
I was like too caught up into the streets, honestly.
Yeah, I have to tell you today, Mr. Adams, having been given 7 previous failed community releases, and I look at the dates, why do you think you have a flat sentence today?
Huh?
Why do you think you have a flat sentence today?
I think I have a flat sentence because I couldn't get it together. I couldn't cope with the community. I failed my family.
So, you know, your very first sentence that you got for the robbery, they gave you 7 years special parole.
Yes,
Well, you never completed that because, you know, you would abscond. You would come back, they would put you out, you would come back with new charges. And they kept doing that over and over between 214 and 219. And then what happened? In 220, you're still selling drugs. And so now they give you probation. Okay? While your special parole is still running. And then what do? You violated both of them. You violated probation and special parole. Okay? And you've done that throughout the history, and I don't understand why you're age 30 now, so say in the last 4 or 5 years, you were age 25. Your brains was fully developed. I don't know what the difference between those dates and now are. I really don't. I do appreciate the fact that you took the smart recovery. I didn't hear what the benefits you gained from smart recovery or what you worked on there.
smart recovery.
Mhm.
Smart recovery is just, it's like a tier 2 course. We talk amongst each other and the day is over with.
And so what did you get out of it?
I got that I shouldn't be out there selling drugs. I shouldn't be out there selling drugs. There was no reason for me to be out there selling drugs. Drugs it's not a good thing.
Yeah, I'm really, really, having a difficult time with that because I think you have known before that you shouldn't be selling selling drugs. And you chose to do that. You chose to keep violating your special parole so many times that I'm just having difficulty believing today that this time is going to be different for you.
It's gonna be different. I have to make it different. I have a daughter that's depending on me to get out there to help her.
Mr. Adams, you have 3 children.
Yes,
You should all be supporting all 3 of them, not just one because she came to visit you.
I have 3 children that's depending on me to get out there to help them.
But they've always been there, correct?
Yeah,
How old are they?
one is 7, one is 2, and one is 12.
So I'm sure that the 7 and 12-year-old, you had them when you were still selling and doing drugs. So the point I'm trying to say to you is that you have to find another means of supporting yourself and your children.
Right.
And you've been there, they have vocational program. I didn't see you taking any of the vocational program that would probably give you a better chance to, get a vocational training and obtain a certificate that would,
Right now, I'm in another program. I'm in the fatherhood program, the fatherhood initiative.
Well, you need it.
Yes,
You certainly need it. So I'm glad that you're in it. But you did have the vocation and educational programs on here, and you just never chose to participate in those two. And those are the two areas that would truly help you going forward. You talk about not being able to get a job. I don't know how much you're looking for a job, but there are many other people like yourself in the community who find jobs because they know they need to, be of support to their children.
right.
And so I don't know what efforts you have put into that.
I had 2 jobs before I turned myself in. Before I turned myself in, I was working at BJ's Warehouse and I was working at Tree Wise Guys in New Britain.
Why weren't you able to keep those jobs?
Because I had to turn myself in for incarceration.
And why did you have to turn yourself in?
Because I chose to make some bad choices.
To do what? It's obvious if you say you had the jobs, you were still selling.
You're right.
All right, well, I have no further questions, but I wish you the best of luck, and I truly hope that you will really think about the consequences of stop selling drugs. Okay?
Yes.
All right, so good luck.
Okay, Mr. Adams, you still want to go to your girlfriend's house in Bristol? Is that correct?
No, I wanted to go to a halfway house.
Halfway house? Okay, I think we're done with all the questions. We're going to deliberate, okay? You can listen, just please don't interrupt, and then we'll give you our answer.
Okay.
Okay. So, Mr. Adams is 30 years old. He's had trouble in the past with parole and probation. He's here for 1 count of sale of narcotics. It's a small. He has a 5-year sentence with no supervision to follow. So he's taken some programs, and he was able to articulate some of the things that he learned in some of the programs. Taking voices in tier 2. He's in a smart recovery program. He says that he's working on the fatherhood program. Says he wants to work on his GED when he gets out. And drugs have been a problem for him. He's got 3 children that he said it's his motivation. He wants to change his life and do things differently. So, I'd like to hear from my colleagues on how you all feel about this.
I mean, the community release history is not good, but he was working in the community.
Mm-hmm.
It was represented in something that I read that I know BJ's said he could reapply, and I think the other place said that they had work for him as well.
Mm-hmm.
But to Ms. Chance's point, he had jobs before and still resorted to selling drugs. That being said, I have seen a mindset change where he does acknowledge that he was failing the community and his family. I think he needs to be very honest about the role that he's played and understand that, especially now with a flat sentence and with the history, that anything that comes down the pike for him, as minor as it might be, is going to result in a significant amount of time back in a facility. And I know that he struggled with some of his articulation, but I do think that he does understand that part in terms of the risks that he has.
Yeah, he's got a lot to lose.
He does.
The sentence is gonna be much longer than next time. He's just gonna run out of chances, you know?
Yeah, I mean,
So-
a flat sentence in effect says we have no confidence in you,
Mhm.
basically.
Well, that's because he
Right.
ruined all of his special parole probation.
Right.
And for me, concerning me, he had the jobs, but he was still selling drugs.
Mhm.
And
And
that's,
then sit here and say he couldn't find a job.
I think he does have some community support, and I did like to hear that his mother appears to have a no nonsense opinion about this, which I think will be helpful.
Yeah, I agree. So, you know, I guess we'll just start getting to this. Considering all this stuff, I would be in favor of granting his discretionary parole today. Is that what, that's,
I mean, again, I'll use the same phrase. This is a tough love situation. The only person that is gonna lose out here is him. If he doesn't actually put to action the words that he's told us today. And there's nothing that we or any other panel are gonna be able to do for him if you end up in that seat again. It's all on you.
so are you, in favor of granting parole?
Yes, because I think the eighth time hopefully is the charm.
I hope so. Panel Chance.
I am going to deny that today.
Okay.
Because of concerning, I read all the activities surrounding all those 7 failures, including both special parole and probation. And, you know, one of the jobs that he said he had was getting paid under the table, and it didn't matter to him because he was selling drugs.
Mhm.
And for me, if you're gonna come here and say, then you need to be honest. And the reason why he has drugs for is because he told them he used cocaine,
Mhm. I read that, yeah.
you know. So it's a no for me.
Okay. All right.
Go on to minority.
That's fine. And I'll make a note of that. So for the conditions, I have, halfway house and then no operation of a motor vehicle without the PO's permission. Do we have anything else to add to this?
Those are the only 2 I had.
Did you want to add anything to the conditions? Panel Member Chance?
No.
Yeah, I had halfway house and no operation of a motor vehicle.
Right,
Okay,
it was, you know, standard
okay. So I'm gonna make a motion.
and DW.
Yeah, he's gonna have to. But it's not conditioned anyway, so
No,
yeah, I think it might have been in the past. So in regards to Monte Adams, inmate number 399364, I'll make a motion to grant discretionary parole as of March 10th, 2025. The following conditions in addition to standard parole conditions: halfway house placement and no operation of a motor vehicle without the PO's permission. Do I have a second?
Second,
All in favor? Aye. Opposed? Okay. Mr. Adams, did you hear all that?
Yes,
You've been granted parole by majority decision. Okay?
all
Be
right,
very cautious. You're not gonna keep getting chances. You understand?
yes,
All right, good luck to you, sir.
thank you.
This concludes the hearing for Monte Adams. Good morning, sir. Or good afternoon, sir. What's your name?
Robert Montes, good morning.
Okay, thank you. Give me 1 second. Ready?
Okay, yep.
Good afternoon. My name is Parole Officer Torres. Today is Monday, March 10th, 2025. And this is a hearing of the Connecticut Board of Pardons and Paroles. The following board members are present this morning, and by stating their names on the record, certify they have reviewed all statutorily required documents and available pertinent information in preparation of this hearing.
Good morning, Robert Sazowskis.
Good
morning,
afternoon,
sir.
Board Chance.
And I'm Ellen Zappo Sasser.
Please state your name and inmate number for the record.
My name is Robert Montes, 407-531.
This is a hearing being conducted in consideration of the parole application for Robert Montes, number 407-531. He's serving a sentence of 10 years execution suspended at 4 years, followed by 5 years of probation for criminal possession of a pistol or revolver, illegal discharge of a firearm, illegal operation of a motor vehicle without an ignition device, violation of probation, illegal operation of motor vehicle under influence of drugs or alcohol. As of today, records reflect a parole eligibility date of March 21st, 2025. There is no victim input in this case. There is an offender accountability plan. It has been reviewed and shows the offender has completed DUI, Tier 4, and recovery coach. Utilizing the statewide collaborative offender risk evaluation system, the offender's overall score falls within the very high range of risk for recidivism. Mr. Montes, this is your opportunity to express to the board why you believe you should be granted parole. You may begin.
I'm going to begin by expressing my gratitude for the time and opportunity to hold myself accountable. Having possession of drugs and a firearm, knowing that I shouldn't have, realizing the severity of my actions and the effect on my community was very foolish of me. On the other hand, during my stay here at Carl Robinson, I spent most of it on self-development. Through this process, I've taken action and result of positive change in my values, morals, behaviors, most of all in my decision-making. By focusing and working within my cognitive structure. While participating in structured programs, I was able to identify my flaws and poor behaviors. I developed a desire to learn more about addiction and criminal behaviors to improve my own responses and behavioral patterns to result in positive outcomes, and also developed faith in my higher power, that one is God. With the organizations and taking full advantage of the programs provided by DOC, I feel confident and certain that I have made great changes. Also, I've opened new doors with a support network and with my family in regards to being honest, open-minded, and willing to make positive change, as well as being a son, a brother, and a father. This time away from my family, who have always been there for me and who I previously ignored, helped me realize that I do have a strong support, and I will utilize them when needed. I've learned the importance in my role in my family, and I also have the desire to become a positive member in my community. I have learned a lot here within my stay at DOC. I feel that I am ready, prepared, and backed up with support in order for me to maintain a successful release. Upon release, I plan on attending weekly church services. I will attend NA meetings starting on my first day out. I will find a sponsor. I will pursue my career as a recovery coach professional, and I plan on starting a nonprofit to support individuals reintegrating and navigate them into a healthy lifestyle. Ultimately, I can't wait to begin this new journey and to accomplish many healthy goals. Goals that's already set. A structured recovery group, becoming a CCAR professional, starting a nonprofit for those in need, continuing positive self-development, a successful parole and pardons in 5 years. I also want to take a moment to show my appreciation to DOC, Addiction Services staff, and you, the Board of Pardons and Parole. I understand the purpose you all have, and y'all are here to help me and make sure I maintain a positive impact to society. Thank you.
Hey, Mr. Montes, good job on that statement. Thank you. So what's going to happen today is we're going to take turns asking you questions. And then when we're done, we'll deliberate and then we'll give you our answer, okay?
Okay.
Ready? And I think we're going to start with my colleague, panel member Zapu Sasso.
Good afternoon, Mr. Montes.
Good afternoon, ma'am.
So I will say your opening statement showed a very different person than the one that we read about. You know, drugs, guns, avoiding the police, high-speed chases, evasion. You know, all of those are not conducive to a good community. And that's not the kind of community any of us want to live in. And you contributed to that level of risk of public safety. So now that you've told us, you know, what you've been working on in terms of your self-development, I've seen the significant number of programs that you've taken, ranging from, you know, very risk relevant ones like DUI because of those arrests, your drug addiction programs, and then even CLIC, and that you're working on your GED. Out of all of these programs, including your recovery programs and the coaching classes you've taken, which one was the one that made you have that, you know, moment of self-discovery?
Well, all of them definitely made a significant, well, helped me believe in myself that I can become a better version of myself. Ultimately was the Tier 4 program. The therapeutic community, you know, the time that I've gotten to the quiet time, the therapeutic time to actually sit and read books, read self-development books, podcasts. I've written down, I got 2 composition books that I've written down notes and, you know, affirmations and stuff like that. But ultimately was a Tier 4, you know, also becoming an elder and being viewed as a leader. And in prison was definitely something different, you know. But yeah, the Tier 4 really was the one that helped me.
And in your role as an elder, tell me about some of the work that you've done, either for yourself or with others, about that role.
Well, it helped me to hold myself accountable, and also my communication skills with others. You know, being in this environment and speaking to a brother and letting them, you know, holding them accountable for their actions. The integrity in the group, in the program is definitely has developed me, and you know, doing the right thing when, you know, nobody's looking. And I've learned, you know, making the best decision will ultimately benefit me in the long run. You know, making healthy beneficial choices.
So you were very young when you had your first involvement with the criminal justice system.
Yeah.
So looking back now, how do you think about that, the choices that you've made over the last 15 plus years?
Well, you know, I can't blame anyone else, but, you know, from how I was raised, you know, I was raised with mom and dad came around when he wanted to. You know, they did the best they can with what they had. And, you know, I looking back, I've done I have a paperwork, a letter that I wrote to myself, and, you know, I look at it like I was arrogant, but also too, I wasn't aware of living life on life's terms. And that, but looking back again, it's definitely an experience and a learning experience to where now I know not to make these mistakes again.
So you must have thought about what led you to make these decisions, because I see in everything that I read, there's these good decisions, like going to Lincoln Tech and getting those certificates, but then there's the bad decisions. It was hard to hold a job because of some of your addiction issues. What led you down the path? I mean, have you gone back to think about, okay, if I hadn't done this and if I had done this instead, have you had that level of thought process in terms of how you started to upend?
Yes, ultimately it was the addiction. I started smoking weed in high school, drinking with friends, and it's gotten, the progression of the addiction just slowly got me into this realm to where, I've gotten incarcerated the first time and then got DUI. And, not actually knowing how to cope with certain situations and knowing how to ask for help, and, I realize that now, now I know there's abundance of resources, I believe today, there's no way I can ever go back down that spiral with the resources in front of me,
So you referenced your first incarceration for the DUI, then you had a second one, and this is your third one.
Right.
So did the programs and your thinking not really change that much in the first and the second incarcerations?
Well, the first and second, I didn't have these programs like Tier 4, the CLIck program, Smart Recovery, and AA ultimately, because that's where I became to believe I needed help when I first attended AA meeting here. And then, I just didn't have, I wasn't even aware of the programs available to me in those incarcerations. But ultimately, I really do, I appreciate the programs that I've gone today, because I definitely believe I'm a better person than when I was 2 years ago.
You had referenced in one of the reports that your addiction caused you to be homeless at one point, caused you to be incarcerated, and that it impacted the relationship that you had with your sons. How are how is the relationship with your sons today?
Today, to be quite frankly, my sons, they're going to therapy and stuff now because they're going through the challenge of me not being around. But for me, causing that, choosing the addiction rather than spending time with my kids, that's what really played a part into how they feel today and being here in jail. The addiction really did, made me, make the wrong decisions. Not only my sons, but my family alone. Because, I remember plenty of times my mom telling me, stop doing what I'm doing and stuff. And I would just, not listen. It'll go through one ear and out the other,
So moving forward and talking about your eventual release from the facility, in the past, you had 6 opportunities under supervision and you were only successful 2 of those times. So you're now looking at 5 years of probation. How are you going to view that probation officer differently than how you did in the past?
Well, yeah, my last probation parole officer, he was actually great. And I had my ego away. I think he was offering me help with career paths and stuff and with funding. And, you know, I had this vision that I can go get my CDLs and start my own business and all this other. And I was shot down with the DOT physical. And I didn't know how to cope with that, and knowing, you know, not to quit on myself, and rather I did quit on myself. But now I do realize that, you know, parole and therapy and, you know, having a sponsor, coach recovery, like these are all resources that, and you know, enhanced reach that I can use.
So you would envision that that person is going to be a central part moving forward?
Right, that's my support, right.
Okay. You did have a disciplinary ticket about a year ago for fighting. Can you tell us what happened there?
Well, that was, you know, I was in there with my cousin. My cousin got into a fight, tried to break it up, and then, you know, I ended up getting hit, so I ended up defending myself. But that was also a moment in that, you know, realizing, like, you know, I've made many bad decisions, and that was ultimately my last bad decision.
Yeah, it has to be about you. Your cousin needs to fend for himself, right?
Right.
Okay.
Because he's home now and I'm not.
So moving on, in terms of your career path for your release plan, you've talked about your recovery supports. You've talked about what you need to do for yourself. The job piece is important as well. So you said you had an opportunity with CCAR. You also referenced warehouse opportunities, and then you have the mechanics piece to fall back on as well. Have you done anything to firm those up, and is one emerging as the most likely path?
Yes, I got the mechanic at Milford Motors in South Windsor. He's waiting for me. You know, he definitely needs the help, and he's waiting for me to get out. But ultimately, the CCAR thing has gotten my attention, and I know I can fit, you know, 2 jobs. And this is why I choose to go to the halfway house, because I know I'll have that structure and the, you know, the supervision to where I would have to work and ultimately build, you know, build my foundation from there.
Do you have a coach yet?
Yes, Eric. His name is Eric.
Did you have him within the facility, or is this for preparation for release?
Within the facility.
And is he going to follow you outside as your coach?
Yes. And I'm also I definitely want to pursue that. I have to, I finished my CCAR professional next week. This Friday will be my second to last, and next Friday will be my last. And then I'm also going to redo the program, redo the academy certification out in the world, just to, you know, get the other side of it.
And how far along are you with your GED?
I've been there for about, I want to say 2 months, 2 to 3 months. I've been doing really well with that. I also plan, that's another thing I plan on, if I don't get to finish it here, at least get the test done outside, and you know, just like I've been learning the things I've learned in high school is coming all back, you know, the math. I'm working on my essay right now, but you know, I feel like I'm ready to go out, and actually my test scores have actually been high enough too, to where I could just go out and get the test done outside, if that's it.
Okay, so my last question is, you've identified, you know, your relapse prevention plan, the supports that you need. You have a sponsor, you have the Milford Motors offer of employment, you want to work with CCAR. that's a lot going on. So you're going to be busy, which I think is a good thing. But in Hartford, are you able to still think about what those potential high-risk situations might be that you might find yourself in, the triggers that might tempt you maybe a little bit to go back and, the easy money as opposed to lawful employment? I mean, I don't know what the situation is with your brother or the other people that you might have hung around with. What does that look like?
Yeah, for sure. I just ultimately know not to put myself in any position to where I will be triggered or, it's gonna cause me to relapse. But today I have a desire to just work and know and spend time with my sons ultimately, like rather than hanging out and wasting time. I'd rather be working in my downtime, go on a bike ride or go toss a football with my sons. Now that they're turning 13, and I've gotten to a point in my head where it's like I'm 32 years old and getting older. There's no time to be playing games as a little kid anymore.
Are your sons both in this general area?
Yes.
Right. And then I did see I guess it would have been an emerging business plan for Vigor for your nonprofit, which, definitely is something that I think when you think about what you've taken from the community, giving back is always a good thing. My only caution to you is make sure everything else is in place, because we don't want you getting into a position where you've bitten off more than you can chew. You have to continue to work on your recovery and make sure that all of that is in place before all this other stuff can come into play. Don't get overwhelmed.
All right, thank you.
That's all I have, Mr. Chairman.
Okay, thank you. Councilmember Chance.
So you said you knew right from wrong, but were you selling drugs?
No, I was using drugs this time, yeah.
You were not selling.
No. I sold prior, my old, last time I came in, I was incarcerated. But this
How
time.
long ago was that?
This was in 2018. This last time I came home, I was really,
Actually,
my addiction.
I see that in May of 2021, you had possession with intent. You don't remember that? As a matter of fact, you had 2 counts. And you got 18 months for both of them, and they were concurrent. You don't remember that?
Yes, I do remember that. Yeah.
Okay. So I'm going to tell you where my concern is. This is your 3rd DUI. You were supposed to be driving with an ignition lock device, aren't you?
Yeah.
Why weren't you? Why didn't you have one?
Again, making these bad decisions or poor choices, thinking I can choose the easy road.
So for me, that's a public safety risk, Mr. Montes, and you are very fortunate not to have injured or hurt anyone, but who knows what would have happened the next time you did that. And you were asked to describe what a typical day was for you, and you said doing nothing, use, drink, or socializing with others. So what does going forward, what does a typical day, what will it look like for you?
Well, I've learned from the AA and NA groups that come here, like they have their own community to where they're very supportive and sober, like-minded people. Now that I know that there is a community, to me, it's a beautiful thing. Not to be around those people that do use and like to party and, waste time.
So this is really, you're saying this is the first time you're really taking your addiction seriously.
Yes.
So,
Thanks to the tear program.
okay, so were you doing the Smart Recovery program? I know that's a
Yeah.
volunteer program.
Yeah.
And did you find it helpful?
Yes, it was helpful.
What do you think, if anything, that you gained from that? And I'm asking because it is a volunteer program, and so it makes a difference.
All right. It just strengthened my decision makings and understanding how addiction can dictate and control my mind, rather than making the right decisions.
So, why did you want to become a recovery coach?
Learning that I'm not alone in the addiction is one reason why, and also giving back to my community and helping others to realize what I've realized. Because when I did realize that I had a problem and I knew there was a better life ahead, it was like the ultimate high. And I would love to share that with the next person. The next person that's struggling, the next person that doesn't have and doesn't know how to cope, and just navigating them into the right direction.
Did you ever do those community service hours that you were given?
No.
You haven't done them yet.
No.
But do you know what you're going to do for that?
I will be serving the community.
Okay, so does that relate to why you want to give back to the community? Is that how you're going to do that?
Yes, absolutely.
Okay, well, thank you for answering my questions. I have no further questions.
Thank you. Okay, Mr. Montes, I just have a couple things. My colleagues have asked most of the stuff. So I just want to talk about the gun situation a little bit. You know that you're a convicted felon, you can't possess firearms, right? You understand that?
All right. Yes.
Yeah, you can't. Even if you feel unsafe, if you feel like you're living in a dangerous neighborhood, you cannot possess firearms. If you possess a firearm, you're going to get a very long sentence. The gun crime epidemic in the area is really bad, and are just not tolerating it. Okay, you're not going to be able to possess a firearm ever again. Okay, just so you know in advance. Okay, and then the other thing, sir, is you got a history of problems driving. You know what I mean? So for the time being, driving is not going to be a thing for you. You're going to have to work on restoring that situation. Well, what's your plan for getting around? You know what I mean? And going to CRCI, going to work and all that. Do you have some kind of a plan for that?
Well, I've definitely been asking the wrong questions. My family's got, got their own vehicles. But for me, I was maybe, I know CRCI, they can help me out a little, but also resorting to, using the city bus.
Okay.
I could ride a bicycle on the bus,
Just driving for you, with your record, right, is gonna be a risky situation for you. You cannot drive. It's the same thing with the guns, right? It's gonna end, it's gonna lead you, if you get stopped driving now with all this, you're gonna be right back in here. You understand that, right? You
Yes,
need
I
to,
do.
need to get yourself situated and established, and then long-term goal, figure out that driver's license situation,
Yes.
Okay. All right, so sir, that's all the questions we have for you. So we're gonna deliberate now, right? And during that time, you can listen, we just ask you don't interrupt.
Okay.
And then we'll give you our answer, okay?
Okay. Thank you.
You're welcome. Councilmember Zappa-Stetser.
Thank you. So I think we all agree from a public safety perspective, these were very serious offenses. We spent a lot of time talking about the driving under the influence, the presence of guns, and we all know the impact that they have on our communities and people's ability to feel safe. As mentioned by panel member Chance, Mr. Montes is very fortunate that none of those occurrences in his past resulted in serious death or injury to others, because we know that that is usually the outcome that we see. So today, Mr. Montes had to do a lot to inspire confidence, I think, in this panel in order to believe that he is suitable for parole today. This is his third serious incarceration sentencing piece, and this time it appears that he has embraced the programs and focused on Tier 4, which he completed successfully and actually went on to become an elder. So to me, that was the very substantive example of offender change. This was also in addition to other relevant programs which addressed his DUI charges, as well as the fact that he pursued CCAR programs and now would like to talk about potential career path there to help others as well. So again, responsivity and offender change, I think, is present based on that. And there's all these other programs that he took as well that I think are going to base the formation for a very good release plan, including stress management and some of the other things. His release plan is solid. He does have a mechanics opportunity in South Windsor. He has thought about his transportation challenges in response to the chairman's question. He's also talked about a second job and or serving as a recovery coach in reference to his community service to give back to the community. And he is actively working to finish his GED. He does appear to have community support and is asked to go to a halfway house in order to continue that transitional structure so that he can be successful in the community. I have him granted today with no alcohol consumption, no contact with a co-defendant, Kevin Rivera, no driving without parole officer permission, the halfway house placement, and obviously we covered other conditions that are not part of our actual release, including the deadly weapons registry that is going to be important for him, as well as the driving restrictions.
Okay, thank you. Councilmember Chance.
I absolutely agree with everything that Ellen Baltazar has said today about Mr. Montes. But for me, based on his criminal history and the fact that he was on probation, that he did not have the ignition device in his car, it is just too much for him. But I do commend him on all the works that he's done. I would not take that away from him.
Understood. Can I ask to confirm the parole eligibility date? I had a different date than what was announced.
3/21.
Yeah, is that? Thank you very much. While I'm speaking, I'm just gonna. So, yeah, Mr. Montes, took a lot of programs and does seem to me to exhibit some offender change, and is talking about what he learned in the programs and the things he's going to do in the community to overcome some of the areas that's going to be difficult for him around transportation and getting a job. And he wants to use the support of the people that he has available. So understand, his criminal history is concerning and his past record on parole and probation has not been good. But I am willing to grant him discretionary parole today. That's what I thought. That's what I had, 17th, yeah, so. Okay. Thank you for clearing that up. So, the conditions that we talked about before I make this motion, just so we're all on the same page, is alcohol, halfway house, and no operation of motor vehicle without the parole officer's permission. Yeah, we also have a co-defendant, Kevin Rivera. Anything besides those things? Okay. Okay, so in regards to Robert Montes, inmate number 407531, I make the motion to grant discretionary parole on or after his parole eligibility date, March 17th, 2025. The following conditions in addition to standard parole conditions. No alcohol consumption. You're to be placed in a halfway house. No operation of a motor vehicle without the parole officer's permission. And no contact with your co-defendant, Kevin Rivera. Do I have a second?
Second.
All in favor? Aye. Opposed?
Aye.
Okay, Mr. Montes, did you hear that?
Yes.
Been granted parole by majority decision, okay? So you've laid out a plan, you got all kinds of things that you said you're gonna do. Now we're gonna watch you do all these things, okay?
Yes, I want to thank you for actually, all three of you for believing in me. I understand my past history is not representable, but I will definitely make change for my future, for
Keep in
myself.
mind,
and my
you're not
family.
gonna keep getting chances. Keep that in mind, okay? Keep that in the back of your mind. You're not gonna forever get chances, okay?
All right.
Yeah, good luck to you, sir.
Thank you. God bless.
This concludes the hearing for
Good afternoon.
Yeah, the pictures weren't coming.
What's
Good afternoon.
good afternoon, what's your name, sir?
Christopher Dahlinger.
Okay, give us a second. Good afternoon, my name is Parole Officer Torres. Today is Monday, March 10, 2025, and this is the hearing of the Connecticut Board of Pardons and Paroles. The following board members are present this afternoon, and by stating their names on the record, certify they have reviewed all statutory required documents and available pertinent information and preparation of this hearing.
Good afternoon, Robert Zazowskis.
Joy Chance.
And I'm Ellen Zappo Sasu.
Please state your name and inmate number for the record.
Christopher Dahlinger, 415694.
This hearing is being conducted in consideration of the parole application for Christopher Dalinger, number 415694. He is serving a sentence of 42 months for 17 counts of burglary third, 6 counts of larceny third, 1 larceny first, larceny second, and criminal mischief. As of today, records reflect the parole eligibility date of June 13, 2025. There is no victim input in this case. There is an offender accountability plan, has been reviewed and shows the offender has completed tier 2 invoices. Utilizing the statewide collaborative offender risk evaluation system, the offender's overall score falls within the high range of risk for recidivism. Mr. Dalinger, this is your opportunity to express to the board why you believe you should be granted parole. You may begin.
First, I'd like to apologize to the victims, to all of them. There's nothing that really can justify me. There's nothing at all that can justify me breaking into their businesses and violating their hard-earned. That's their pride and joy. Like, there's nothing that justifies me doing that. And the reason, like, before I wasn't really taking things serious, like, or not that I wasn't taking it serious, but I wasn't like out there, and life happens. So it's how I deal with it. Instead of just avoiding problems and avoiding feelings, I need to just address them head on and utilize my safety. I have an amazing safety or like security system for like hard times. I'm sorry, I'm nervous. But I have an amazing safety net to help me through all of the problems that happen, people dying in my life, just negative situations. Instead of making them worse, I'm able to, I have people who can help with that. But and like what I'm gonna do different is not isolate myself. This time I instead of getting out of my comfort zone, I isolated and let things get worse. This time I'm gonna get more active with the community, find positive hobbies and stuff like that, rather than what I did this time. And then also AA, NA, and therapy, one-on-one therapy to help deal with the coping skills. Yeah. Thank you.
Okay, thank you very much, sir, for your opening statement. So what's going to happen next is we're going to take turns asking you questions. And when we're done with that portion, we'll deliberate and then we'll give you our answer.
Thank you.
We're going to start with panel member Chance.
Mr. Dahlinger,
Yes.
you have a problem with drugs and alcohol?
Yes.
What are your choices of drugs?
Cocaine and opiates.
So you completed the Tier 2 program.
Yes.
Was Tier 2 able to help you figure out how you can go forward and stay sober without using any of these drugs?
Yes, but yes, and it just showed me that I need one-on-one therapy and counseling for having somebody to talk to sometimes when going through life challenges. But yes, I do feel like it was helpful.
Okay, so tell me how it was helpful to you. What did you take from it? And how you're going to apply that back in the community?
That it's not really just the drugs that are the problem. It's the underlying causes that are making me cope with drugs, like anxiety, those type of things. When before I just shrug it off. I wouldn't realize that there is an issue. I do have an underlying issue to make me always run towards drugs. So this time I'm gonna just address those issues I'm gonna go to, like I said, a few times, the counseling. But yeah, to know that, and also that it's okay to do counseling. It doesn't, I don't have to try to be tough and that I got it, because I don't have it. But yes, thank you.
So what are you just talked about how you're going to address your anxiety through counseling, but what about your substance use?
Well, I'm gonna go to NA and NA. Really, that's because it's really narcotics. That's really my problem. But that's what I'm gonna go there and be around sober people.
So you're in the MAT program?
Yes.
And tell me what you're doing there.
What we have classes during each month, and we sit in a group, and I'm around people who have the same type of issues as me. And and that's new for me. I never took this step, especially in jail, to do medicated and like assisted treatment. I never took it that far.
So give me an example of what you do in the group sections that you do.
Oh, we go over different coping skills, paperwork, different we do like there's like different assignments, and we go over like triggers, different high risk behaviors that we need to stay away from. And sometimes they'll have different people come in to talk to us. But yeah, that's.
So you'll get input from outside speakers that give
Yes.
you ideas and what you can do. So
Yes.
Is anxiety one of your urges or cravings when you get it?
Yes, anxiety and boredom, and not and boredom. Yeah, yes, yes. So anxiety is. I'm sorry, I'm nervous right now, but yes.
Okay. So when you are bored or you're anxious, you use drugs.
Yes.
And so the MAT program is kind of helping you to discuss when you are in one of those situations, what you can do as opposed to resorting to using drugs.
Yes.
What is one thing that you can do so you don't turn to drugs?
Kind of switch. Take a step back, breathe, and then just think about all the positive things that are going on, and kind of focus on that instead of the negative or the what ifs or the bad things that can happen. Kind of be in the moment, like right now, like calm myself down, be in the moment, and stay positive.
Okay. So you've had so many community failures. Why?
I'd say I was letting negative situations. I'd let something small. I'd avoid, I'd say something negative would happen, instead of addressing it, I'd go the opposite way. And then it would just compound, things would just kind of snowball out of control. And then I wouldn't take I wouldn't go after what the real underlying problem is, whether it's anxiety, whether it's looking at my past. It's I haven't taken those steps to really, and really, honestly, the therapy I think is a big thing, because I haven't taken that step, and then I haven't let myself, instead of seeing how far I can, like, how good things can get, something small happens, something like a speed bump happens, and instead of embracing that and getting through it, I let it take me off the course. And like now that I see how that gets me every single time, and that's not that I'm never able to, that's not how regular people or normal civilians are, like, they don't do, regular people don't do that. They let it, something happens, they address it and move on. And it's just, yeah.
So why commit burglary?
Because of lack, like impulse, not thinking through what I'm doing. Just, it was quick. It was quick, and not thinking about the damage that I was doing to the people.
So you do burglaries, you do larcenies. Have you ever thought of getting a job?
Yes, yes. When I was just home, I was working. Yes, and I actually enjoy it. I enjoy it a lot. And that's another thing. This time I'm gonna go get further in my job training. Because I went to school for masonry, and I was just home, I was working. I was doing landscaping, chimney repair, and cabinet refinishing, and I enjoyed it.
Mr. Dahlinger, you're back here because you did another burglary.
Yes.
It says that you were working at Oman's Garden Center.
Yes. Yes, I was, and I let a lot of negative, there was a whole bunch of situations that had happened, and I had let, these aren't excuses because life happens, but I wasn't dealing with a couple deaths, a few people had cancer. There was a lot of situations that I wasn't dealing with them the right way. And instead of addressing them, I had already started using drugs again, and I wasn't able to rein myself back in. Yeah.
So you had a death. You were working. And you went and still committed that burglary.
But I wasn't, at that time, I wasn't working.
You had left the job.
Yes. Yeah.
Wow.
I had self-destructed. Yeah, I don't.
Okay, and here you are, you have received 4 DRs, all for fighting. So what are the DRs about?
Just classes and personalities, and being in small, like, just being with so many different people in a jail setting. I don't get into any fights in the world. That's not what I do. It's just this setting. It was just, I don't really have an excuse for it or anything. I got into 4 fights.
You're not
3
giving
fights this
me
time.
anything here to work with, Mr. Dahlinger. I mean, your most recent DR for fighting was just last August.
Yes,
So, and you had already completed the tier 2, the voices. And when did you start the MAD program?
I started 20 months ago.
I don't understand. Those 4 fighting tickets are just not right. You have so many counts of burglary third. What happens to all those people whose lives you have violated, and then you have what, 6 counts of larceny third?
Yes, that was due to my drug addiction. And when I was just home, when I was working, I wasn't committing any crimes. I was home for 18 months. And that was the longest that I've been home. And I was doing well. But that's why when I've come this time, I've got onto the MAP program so I can address these issues, because I don't want to victimize people. I do have a lot of empathy for people who work hard. My whole family works hard. It's extremely embarrassing, and I know that, and I am sorry for those people, and that's why I'm going to do different. So I don't put anybody else, I don't victimize anybody. I don't want it. I don't.
You previously participated in the methadone program, and you were previously in outpatient programs. So why didn't any of that work for you before?
Because I wasn't addressing my underlying issues of anxiety and what's happened in my past.
It's just a very difficult situation regarding her. But I thank you for answering my questions and sharing with me today. I'm all set.
Thank you. Okay, sir, I was reading through your file and I see you got some stuff going on in Massachusetts too. Are you aware of that?
Yes, sir.
So you have some unresolved issues that you're gonna have to take care of at some point.
Yes.
There's a warrant still outstanding. It looks like they have a detainer, so that you go back there whenever you finish here.
Yes.
So just quickly talk about where do you envision working, like when you get all this stuff situated and resolved and you're out back in the community, what kind of work do you want to do?
I want to do landscaping.
Okay.
That's really my landscaping and masonry. And I want to further myself in the trades and get more certifications. That's where I see myself.
Okay.
And that when I was just home, this was really the best. Like I got a sense of fulfillment from that, and also cutting hair. Those are that's what I do in here. And I've started from barely being able to cut to now I'm pretty proficient in cutting. And I've had people down me about it, my cutting, but I got through all of those negative situations and I kept with it. And I've become really, really good. So maybe cosmetology,
Okay.
but mainly landscaping and masonry.
Okay, all right, those seem like realistic dots for you, you know. You talked about when you get out, continuing to be involved in substance abuse treatment. You said that you wanted to go to NA or NAA meetings, that kind of thing. Have you identified any places near where you're gonna live at that have those meetings? Do you know people, or have you tried to figure that out yet?
At the Harry Rosen House, in Stratford, they have them in the back barn, and that's, I'm in Stanford, but I have a vehicle. If I was able to, I have my license and I have a vehicle where I can reach out and go to these places.
Okay.
And then also at at Deliberation House, they have them, and that's like maybe a 5-minute drive from my mom's house if I were able to. So yes.
I wanted to understand if, you know, you actually know where these places are, if you're just saying, you know, NAA, or if you have some kind of plan in your mind. Okay. All right, sir, that's really all I have. I'm going to pass it on to my colleague to see if she has anything else.
Thank you.
So, you know, we've gone over all of the reasons you're here, the 17 counts of burglary, the 6 counts of larceny. This all happens, this particular crime spree, so to speak, happened between October of 2018 and February of 2019. That's 25 counts right there. And then I noticed in some of the documents that things continued to happen through 2019. And then this last time of May of 2023, the last burglary third, which happens then. So, and in the reports, there's a lot of reference to you don't remember a lot of what happened. So I have to assume that your addiction and the substance misuse was driving you during this entire period.
Yes.
Okay, so, you know, I guess my question, I'm curious, when you would break into a whatever, pick one, market or gas station, and you would only come out with, in one case, it was $260 or $280 or $100. Was that for you to be able to fuel your habit? Is that what the money was for?
Yes.
Okay. And then when you took cigarettes off of the rack, was that to sell cigarettes to get more money?
Yes.
Okay. So, and then at one point, you got to the point where you felt comfortable stealing from an office and then two ATMs. I mean, that to me, Mr. Dahlinger, is even worse than rock bottom. Like, this is bad. This like, and I'm not judging you. We're trying to gauge behavior. And so, do you remember anything about that time period? Like, at any point, do you remember how you were feeling or what was driving you at that point? Was that like a really low point in terms of
this was the lowest point of my life. I didn't see my family because I didn't want them to see how I looked, how I was acting. And when I would come down, I wouldn't sleep because I was kept like fueling so I wouldn't feel, because I know better. I know nobody and there's no one in my family that has committed crimes I'm the only person who's done what I've done. And I've been given such an opportunity. I was adopted and they chose me. So for me, I'm letting so many people down by doing this, and then seeing this on the news or getting this, seeing it in the newspaper. I was just numbing myself and running away from the consequences. And just, yes, this was the absolute lowest. And the best point was when I was working. When When I was just home, they put me on a rap at D&J chimney service because I was I was really I don't like thinking about all of those examples of me, like that really that's the bottom. And it's just like, that's what I really need to in the therapy is to address all of that. Because I need to find out, I want to be able to hold my head up high. And I know that that's not me. It is me because I've physically done it and I've made a conscious decision to do it. But it's not me. It's not those aren't my values. I don't like victimizing people. I don't like bullying. I don't like that's not me. And I wasn't raised like that. So it's just whether I get this or not, I want to address these issues because I want to be a productive citizen. I want to add to the community. I don't want to take away. I want to be a solution. This isn't me. Even me being here, this isn't who I want to be. I want to be somebody different, better.
Well, the good news for you is that once you hit that lowest point, there's nowhere to go but up. So, yeah. And I think you're starting to work on that. And I think all of the work that you've done to date is very good. I will say that in one of your answers to one of my colleagues, when you said about if I'm triggered by something, I'm going to, walk away. I'm going to take a deep breath. I'm going to stay positive. At this point, I think you need to understand that the real answer to that is to call a sponsor, to activate your network. You don't have to do this all by yourself. And clearly by the state of what's happened to you in the past, you're going to need to surround yourself with all of that. So you've answered the questions about your release plan already, but it's also a relapse prevention plan that's critical to that as well. And I think that as many programs as you can continue to pursue, as well as set yourself up for in the community, you're not going to have that free time. You're not going to have that boredom as one of your triggers. And you're going to just keep adding to your group of people that you can call, and that will help you.
All right.
Okay. All right, Mr. Montes, we're done with the questions. So now we're going to deliberate. You can listen to us. I just ask you don't interrupt, okay?
All right.
And then when we're done, we'll give you our answer.
Thank you.
Okay. I think we're gentleman with a chance.
That you would said the math that he attended was able to help him identify coping skills and triggers, and one or two things that he can do to walk away. Walk away is one of them, but there's more that he needs to do besides just walking away. He needs to be able to have someone he can connect with. When he was asked about his 7 community failures, he talked about allowing negative situations to happen because he did not address any of his issues. In other words, he did not participate in therapy. So now he has that to do. I asked him about, 17 times burglary, said he was just not thinking clearly, and that dealing with issues of debt is one of those things that make him go off and do things that he wouldn't normally do. I asked him about his 4 DRs, and he said they were just people that really got to him. So for me, those 2 things tells me that I think Mr. Dahlinger has some more work to do, because court fighting it's just not appropriate in terms of the fact that he could have sought some advice. And it occurred, I believe the last 2 occurred while he was in those group sessions of the math program, which is where he was supposed to be addressing some of the issues that he had. So I don't think he's totally completed all of his options to address some of his issues. So I think whether he wants to extend that, complete the math group that he's in, because those group sessions seem to be opening up a few avenues for him, but for me, it's not sufficient with regards to his criminal history. So I do not have Mr. Dahlinger going out, and I haven't denied.
Okay, thank you. Yeah, so, I do hear the beginning stages of some change in his voice, and I believe he also has some additional work to do. Fighting DRs at his age, this far into his incarceration, it's not a good sign. It's not a sign of change. He's been since August, since his last fight, so I'm hoping that he can continue that in the future, and he should work on that and find alternative ways to avoid those confrontations. And he's got some other stuff that he has to deal with in Massachusetts, in addition to all of this. So there's a lot here. I'm also not in favor of granting parole today. Member Satsu. Sorry, Zach Satsu.
I agree, but I also think that we should acknowledge, so that Mr. Dahlinger hears the encouragement that we do see that he's on the right path, and that, as he said in one of his statements, regardless of what happens here today, that he's going to continue on that path. And I think that that's really important for him to understand, that we see it, but it needs to continue, and that's only going to strengthen his eventual release.
I definitely see the change starting to happen in him. I absolutely do.
I do. I'm wondering if those groups that he's going through in the math, because that was where he was able to, talk about some of the things that causes him to use. So he does have some more work to do. And I do acknowledge, the work that he's identified as necessary for him. And I wish him the best of luck. I do hope that he continues what he's doing, but, he has to really look into these DRs. It's only been, 7 months ago.
So what reasons,
history.
Mm-hmm.
And, I had crime offense committed while on probation. I could not use inadequate programs because he's taken some and he's in it.
Yeah.
And I do see some evidence of change.
Mm-hmm.
So the only other one that I could do is the poor institutional adjustment for the DR.
Yeah, so those are the 3 that I had. Did you have anything else?
I didn't have poor institutional adjustment, but I'm happy to add that.
Yeah. I think it's been a topic of our conversation. We should probably note it here. Okay, so I think we're ready to make a motion. In regards to Christopher Dahlinger, inmate number 415694, make a motion to deny parole based on the following reasons: his criminal history, his poor institutional adjustment, and his current offense was committed while on probation. Do I have a second? All in favor? Aye. Okay, Mr. Dahlinger, did you hear all of that?
Yes.
Listen, you're on the right path, you know what I mean? You really are. We can hear it in your voice and we don't want you to be discouraged. Keep doing what you're doing. You know, get all the situation resolved and then get out there and follow through on what you're saying, okay?
All right.
All right, good luck to you, sir.
All right.
This concludes the hearing for Christopher Brown.
No, I didn't.
Hello.
Commissioner Furland,
Yes.
can you give me 1 second, please?
Yes, no problem.
Thank you. They will be back in just a second, okay?
All right, thank you.
Good afternoon. My name is Parole Officer Torres. Today is Monday, March 10th, 2025, and this is the hearing of the Connecticut Board of Pardons and Paroles. The following board members are present this afternoon, and by stating their names on the record, certify they have reviewed all statutorily required documents and available pertinent information in preparation of this hearing.
Good afternoon, Robert Sazowskis.
Good afternoon, Joy Chance.
And I'm Ellen Zappo Sasu.
Please state your name and main number for the record.
Joseph Furland, 440121.
This hearing is being conducted in consideration of the parole application for Joseph Ferland, number 440121. He is serving a sentence of 15 years, execution suspended after 5 years, followed by 5 years of probation for criminal possession of a pistol or revolver and 2 counts of possession with intent to sell. As of today, records reflect a parole eligibility date of June 1st, 2025. There is no victim input in this case. There is an offender accountability plan. It has been reviewed and shows that the offender has not completed any programs utilizing the statewide collaborative offender risk evaluation system. The offender's overall score falls within the moderate range of risk for recidivism. Mr. Ferland, this is your opportunity to express to the board why you believe you should be granted parole. You may begin.
Thank you. I have been incarcerated 2.5 years, where I've had time to reflect on my choices in life and the events that led me to where I am today. I learned a lot by reading books and studying real estate marketing and financial advisory to pursue my goals. When I do finally get another chance to better my life and future for me, my son, and my family. I've had time to come up with a plan and realize where I was doing wrong. I have multiple job opportunities lined up for me as soon as I get home. I have been unsentenced most of my jail time and have been on multiple waiting lists for programs like Voices, the CDL program, and a job to have other options for employment. I hurt myself, my son, family, and others with my foolish actions and take full responsibility. I just need a chance to better myself and make better choices and decisions going forward. This experience changed my outlook and opened my eyes, showing me failing is not what I want in life. I want to better myself every day. I've never been through anything like this before. So I know I must sound like a lot of people, but only I can change and prove to myself that I will make a better life from here on out. I take full accountability for all my actions. Thank you for this opportunity and thank you for giving me a chance to express my grief for those I hurt. I want to apologize to everyone that I have hurt, alarmed, or upset with my past behavior. I am committed to doing the necessary work to get back to a healthy, safe, and productive stage in life. I am very sorry for what I have done. I acknowledge that I was only thinking of myself at the time and not the people that I hurt. Thank you.
Okay. Thank you very much for your opening statement, Mr. Ferland. So what's going to happen now is we're going to take turns asking you questions. And then when that's done, we'll deliberate and then we'll give you our answer today, okay?
Okay.
All right, so I'm going to start with the questions today. I've read through your case and looked it all over. And so we'll just start with the drugs. Why were you selling drugs and not working?
I was lost in life. I was doing drugs also, so I didn't know I wasn't in the right state of mind.
What kind of drugs were you doing?
Percocets.
How bad was that problem?
It was very bad.
Like how much a day? Like how many Percocets do you think you were doing a day? Just on a bad day, you know?
Around 10.
All right. I mean, I look at your drug and alcohol score on here, and you know, this is an issue because your drug and alcohol score for some reason with DLC is a 1, which is the best. Like you have no drug problem, you know.
Yes.
But you need to be, you know, in some kind of drug treatment with taking 10 Percocet a day. You know what I'm saying?
Yes.
Are you in the methadone program? You've done anything like that at all?
No.
So right now you're just cold turkey. You're not doing anything.
Yeah, nothing at all.
All right. Yeah, I mean, it's gonna hurt your decision making. You know what I'm saying? The drug problem's got to get addressed. You know. What about the gun? Why were you carrying a gun?
Just for my protection, really. I really had no reason for it. It was just I was selling drugs and around the wrong people at the time, so I was worried about my life.
Did you have a pistol permit, or were you allowed to have a gun?
No.
Did you ever have any training using a gun?
I did take a course pursuing a pistol permit, but I never got a chance to get the license.
All right. I mean, there's a lot of gun violence now, you know what I mean? So it's pretty serious, carrying a gun. And now you're a convicted felon, so you're not gonna be able to carry guns or get a pistol permit or anything. You understand that, right?
Definitely.
Okay. So just going back to the Percocet, I did read about that you had a problem with it. And I mean, do you consider yourself to be an addict?
I'm not anymore.
But at one time?
Yes.
Okay. So have you done any substance abuse program while you're in there, like AA, NA, CCAR, anything to like try to prepare for release?
I've just been on waiting list since I've been sentenced.
What, you said you read books, right?
Yes.
Have you seen any books in there about substance abuse recovery or anything in the library where you're at?
Yeah, I've seen a couple.
Right. Well, I mean, there's no waiting list for that, right? You should be able to get one. You should be able. You have to try to find a way to advocate for yourself to address that part of this problem. You know what I mean? You have a lot of different things going on, but the underlying drug problem, led to some of these other things. You need to make sure that you're ready to handle that stress when you get out.
Yes, definitely.
And what you're going to do when you're put in that situation where there might be drugs around. You know what I mean?
Yeah.
I'm concerned because you haven't completed any of the programs. I know you said you're on waiting lists and you're reading some books. Tell me about the books that you have read.
I read books about real estate and learning how to go into stock marketing. I read a couple of books like that while I was in McDougal.
Okay.
And I read a couple, another book about recovery, for like being around the wrong people and stuff like that. People that have like different stories.
Okay. And I read that you might be starting a Voices program. Have you heard anything about that?
Yes, I have, yes. I'm in the program for March. I have the slip right here.
Have you started any classes yet or no?
I believe it starts in another week or in a week and a half.
Okay, so that's good. So, I mean, they are starting to give you some programs,
Yes.
Sometimes they want you to be closer to your end date, before they start giving you some programs. You still have, it's like more than 2 years before your end of sentence, like, you know what I mean, the whole thing.
Yes.
Now you got 3 disciplinary reports, and those are also concerning because here I see contraband and another one for security violation. Can you tell us what happened with the disciplinary reports?
The security breach was, there was an altercation with 2 other inmates on the top tier, and I stood on top of the chair to see what was going on because it was a crowd of people. And when the SEALs came in, they grabbed me for that. And
probably it's just mind your own business, right?
Yeah, definitely.
What about these contraband ones that I'm reading about?
I got one for Bruno in the cell. It was me and my cellie. He was going to do a federal bid, and I was unsentenced at the time and didn't know what my fate was going to be, so I was really stressed out at first. I didn't know how to go about anything yet. I was still in a bad state of mind at the time, so I was indulging in bad influences like that.
And what was the other contraband? Was that Pruno also?
It was a paper substance, but I don't know anything about that until I came to jail.
Okay, I did read about that. Yeah, there was some liquid out of papers, some kind of probably THC product or something.
Yes.
Yeah, K2 or some other kind of thing, right? So did you have a problem with alcohol when you were out in the community?
No, I drank, but only occasionally.
So you think that your majority of your problem was probably the Percocet?
Yes, definitely.
Okay. All right. How do you think you've changed since you've been incarcerated from the time you came in until now?
I actually have a plan now with what I want to do in my life, and really cleared my head and realized that I want to be with my son and be a better person for my family and for myself and make a better life, because the life I was living was horrible. All it was sad and depressed and drugs. That's not what I want, and I definitely don't want that for my son.
How old's your son?
He turned 4 in February.
Do you have opportunity to speak to him or anything?
Yeah, I talk to him every day, and sometimes I get video visits.
Okay, well, that's good. Have you taken any fatherhood programming at all? You done anything like that?
No.
Okay, might be something that you could ask for, you know? They have some pretty good programs, that could probably help you, you know? Did you plan on attending any kind of substance abuse treatment when you were released into the community?
If necessary, yes, but when I go into the world, I don't plan on doing any drugs. My mind is in a good state, and I know that I have a good plan ahead of me for now.
Yeah, drugs are tricky that way, though. I don't think anybody wants to do drugs, you know? I just think, you know what I mean, kind of sneaks up on you. So you need to have some kind of a plan, you know, a better plan than what you're saying,
Yes.
on how you're going to deal with that. Because I don't think people, when they're coming out, say, well, you know, I'm just not going to do drugs and that's going to be that. And then that's just not how it always works. You know what I mean? You're going to have stress of real life situations, trying to find a job, other things, dealing with your family and trying to be a good father and all those things. It builds up. And then, like you said, you were drinking Pruno with your cellmate because you were stressed out. You know what I mean? You need to be able to find ways to cope with that so you don't go back to that. You know what I mean? That first Percocet, you know what I'm saying?
Definitely.
Yeah. So I really do, I would, you know, stress that you need to really come up with a better plan of how you're going to deal with this substance abuse. Ignoring it or pretending like, you know, it's just everything's going to be fine is not really the answer. Can you talk about your release plan? Like, where would you like to work and live?
I'm going to work with my cousin as electrical company. And
Okay.
I'm going to
You know
live with my father.
you know how to do that work?
Yes, I know a little bit now, and he can apprentice me and show me everything I don't know yet.
Well, that's a good opportunity. Yeah, most people don't have things like that they can do, so that's good. What about living? Where would you like to live?
I was going to live with my father for now until I was able to get a nice job and have a nice home for me and my son.
Did you talk to him about all that?
Yes.
Just go like this. I think the light went off. Does it look dark in there to you? There you go. Yeah, thank you. So you talked to your father, he's willing to let you stay there?
Yes. Yes.
Okay. Is there anything else you wanted to tell me before I pass it on to my colleagues?
I appreciate this opportunity and everything you have to say, and I'll take everything into accountability and make sure I come up with a better plan for sure.
Yeah, definitely. Yeah, you need to focus on that substance abuse part and don't let that creep back into your life. You know what I'm saying? I'm going to pass it on to my colleague, panel member, Zapo Sassa.
Mr. Furland, in one of the police reports, it talks about you having 42 bags that were tested for opiates and then over 14 grams of a white rock substance that tested positive for cocaine. You also had a gun and you also tried to evade the police and flee when they did the car stop. And this was only, it'll be almost 3 years. This was your May offense for your criminal possession of a pistol and revolver. You know, the quick money thing about drugs is, it doesn't make any sense to me. You also made a statement that you had been selling drugs for about 2 years at that point prior to getting caught. If you had not been caught, would you still be selling, do you think?
I wouldn't want to be. I didn't want to sell drugs in the first place, but I just didn't have a plan set in mind. I was really lost.
I understand that, and I understand how addiction can muddle someone's thought process, but I'm concerned about you in terms of taking accountability and responsibility for things, because another statement you made was that you were doing a lot of bad things and a lot of people weren't trying to help me at the time. I was around the wrong people. I was trying to make sure I had money. I didn't look for a job. I was trying to make a quick dollar, not thinking about the consequences of my choices. But, you know, you're not 17. you're older, you found time to have a child. It just, I guess I'm concerned that you're not taking seriously what you need to do in order to stay on the straight and narrow moving forward. And I'm concerned about your lack of programming, because I think that's where you start to have those light bulb moments. And I could not understand reading your reports how you were ever scored as a 1 for substance abuse. But to my colleague's point, you need to be out there asking for programs, asking for help every day while you're in that facility. And I'm glad that you're reading books, but there's a lot more that I think you could be doing, including advocating for some of the volunteer programs like fatherhood and others. That's all I have.
Okay. Panel member Chance.
So, for me, I think the reason why he's probably also convicted, you're not going to have a drug score of 1 and get put on a list of program.
Right.
So, and he has a 1 based on the information he provided. So he's going to have to go back. And it was puzzling that after he got that criminal ticket, that they didn't go back and do that score, because that's normally what they do.
Yeah, they found drugs after that.
Right. So my concern is that he has not done any programs. The fact that he has a drug score of 1, and I haven't heard any hint of, change, because he hasn't done programs. And I agree with you that the light bulb hasn't gone off yet. So I think staying there and doing some programs will greatly benefit him.
Okay.
And
Do you have any questions for him, panel member Chance?
I don't.
Okay. All right, so Mr. Furland, we're done with the questions. And now we're just going to continue to deliberate and talk about your case, and then we're going to give you the answer. I just ask that during this time that you don't interrupt, okay?
Okay.
Okay. Thank you. So, so I agree with both of, all 3 of us are talking here. So, he's going to be in the Voices program soon, so that's good. He's about to start. He's going to need a substance abuse program, whether he finds that through AA, NA, CCAR, or a tier program. That's going to be for him to advocate for, because I can't get him into a substance abuse program.
Not with that.
Not with a 1. He's gonna have to go back to his counselor, right? And talk to them about, he had a bad Percocet problem in the past, and he's had tickets already for Bruno and for drugs, and he's got a score of a 1.
And I think he minimized his drug use, and I think that's also part of the problem.
Yeah. So for me today, I think he has inadequate institutional program participation, and the only other thing I have was poor institutional adjustment for the DRs.
Yeah.
I don't know if there's anything else you guys want to add besides those 2.
Well, the inadequate institution program and the evidence of offender change.
That's fine, yeah.
It's nothing there to.
There really isn't.
Yeah.
At this point to evaluate, there's no way to really point to anything, any evidence that, I understand he's trying to read books and do some things. I'm glad he's doing that. And he's trying to, sometimes it's hard to get programs. He's got a couple more years left though. So, I don't know how you guys feel, but I would be willing to give him some time and then bring him back for another chance at this after he's completed some programming.
What date do you have for it?
His parole eligibility date on here was June 1st, 2025, and his end of sentence looks like August 13, 2027. So he's got more than 2
Give him
years.
a year to get those programs and come up with a relapse prevention.
So, how do you feel about
2026?
March? It's March right now.
Sorry.
That's okay. So, would you be okay with March 2026 on every year?
I would, and I would suggest any other positive programming.
So I was going to say Voices, a substance abuse program, and any other positive programs, no DRs.
Right.
And that substance abuse program could come in different variety of ways because
Exactly.
we can't, he doesn't have it on his OAP. He's got low, so it may have to be through AA or CCAR some other way. Going to have to advocate for himself to find a way to get some kind of substance abuse treatment that he could point to as evidence for us that he's made change.
It's evidence that there's a little bit more going on with him that he could do with some help.
Mhm.
So he has to be able to point that out to them.
Okay. So I think we're ready. Okay. In regards to Joseph Furland, inmate number 440121, I make a motion to deny parole based on inadequate evidence of offender change, inadequate institutional program participation, and poor institutional adjustment. Further move that we have a rehearing in March of 2026, and that we recommend that he complete the Voices program, a program to address addiction services program, and then any other positive programs, and remain free of any additional disciplinary reports. Do I have a second?
Second.
All in favor?
Aye.
Okay, Mr. Furland, did you hear all that?
Yes.
You're on your way. We hear that you want to change, and we've heard, you're reading books and doing things. Now, obviously, the programs are a problem that you need to, get into it. So you're about to start Voices. You need to advocate for yourself to get some kind of substance abuse treatment, whatever that is, addiction services, whatever program that you can get. And then you can't have any more DRs, okay?
Okay.
And then what we're going to do is we're going to have you come back. And we're going to do this over again in 1 year from now. You still have a lot of time left, but you're going to have a second chance. A lot of people don't get this, okay? So now is the time to really think things through. Don't let any more DRs happen, okay?
All right.
Good.
Thank you.
Yep. Good luck.
This concludes the hearing for Joseph Furland. Good afternoon. My name is Parole Officer Torres. Today is Monday, March 10th, 2025. And this is a hearing of the Connecticut Board of Pardons and Paroles. The following board members are present this morning, and by stating their names on the record, certify they have reviewed all statutorily required documents and available pertinent information in preparation of this hearing.
Good afternoon, Robert Sazowskis.
Good afternoon, Joy Chance.
And I'm Ellen Zappo Sasser.
Good
Please state your
afternoon,
name.
everyone.
Please state
Good
your name
afternoon. Sorry, my name is Jahi Brooks.
and your number, please.
It's 447134.
This hearing is being conducted in consideration of the parole application for J. Brooks, number 447134. He is serving a sentence of 27 months flat for possession of intent to sell and distribute narcotics. As of today, records reflect the parole eligibility date of January 30th, 2025. There's no victim input in this case. There is an offender accountability plan. It has been reviewed and shows that the offender completed tier 2 and Voices. Utilizing the statewide collaborative offender risk evaluation system, the offender's overall score falls within the moderate range of risk for recidivism. Mr. Brooks, this is your opportunity to express to the board why you believe you should be granted parole. You may begin.
Thank you. Good afternoon, everyone. I would like to start by thanking the state for an opportunity to stand before you today. I understand that this hearing is a privilege, and I am truly grateful for it. This experience has humbled me entirely and changed my perspective of life. I believe I should be granted parole because I have changed my behavior and way of thinking overall. I learned a lot during my incarceration in assigned programs, Tier 2 and Voices. I learned how important it is to take accountability for my actions as a man and member of society. If you don't take accountability, how can you change? Also, that you should treat people the way you want to be treated. I have 3 sons that I left behind due to my wrong choices, and it hurts me every day. I wouldn't want nobody feeding my kids any drugs if they had substance abuse issues. The thought of that helped me reflect on what I did, and I am very remorseful. I want to sincerely apologize to the community for my wrongdoings and participations in illegal activities. I was wrong, and I learned my lesson. I'm humbly asking the board for one more chance. I'm not a drug dealer. I am so much more. I promise I won't take it for granted. I have a plan that will help me effectively enter back into the community, and I have my family's full support. There are resources that I've also found while being in here, one being the Million Jobs campaign. They help felons find opportunities to work and secure housing. I'm ready to get home, be a productive law-abiding citizen, and the best father I can be. If I could do things differently, I would have been way more patient. I would have looked into more resources, and I would have maintained a positive mindset. Thank you all for your time and consideration.
Thank you very much, sir, for your opening statement. So what's going to happen today is that we're all going to take turns asking you questions.
Okay.
And then when we're done, we're going to deliberate, and then we'll give you our answer, okay?
Okay.
And then we're going to start with my colleague, panel member Zapo Sasser.
Good afternoon.
Good afternoon.
So we're going to discuss some of the bad stuff first, and then we're going to move into all the positive stuff. And I can't not hold you accountable for your "I'm not a drug dealer" comment when you have 2 previous possessions of controlled substance charges on your criminal record. So go ahead.
Oh man, I was actually reflecting on who I am as of now and not prior to incarceration.
No, we know.
Sorry about that. Sorry for that.
No.
Understanding.
We have to gauge offender change, and we have to gauge your suitability for release. So we're going to ask hard questions and talk about things like this, because what we hope that it does is it brings us on the path from where you were to where you are. So these are hard questions, but we're in a no judgment zone. We are simply having the conversation because we have to learn who you are now, because we've read about you. We've read all of this information. So I appreciate what you said about having young children and not wanting them to be set up and be poisoned within a community. Drugs and guns and all other aspects of violence are very, very bad. We all know that. So we all have to take a stand, regardless of whatever small role we can do in order to keep our community safe. So it's a public safety issue that we're concerned about.
Absolutely.
I appreciate you taking accountability for that. And I have to assume, Mr. Brooks, that at this point, you look back on that and you were engaging in it for easy money, right? I'm assuming it was all about the money.
Well, you know what? If I could state to the board, prior to me being incarcerated, I had got my CDL. I have obtained my CDL Class A. I had a really major trucking accident that happened, and it kind of like drifted me into doing things that I wouldn't normally do. I got distracted, and it was, as you said, it was for quick, easy money, instant gratification. And in all reality, I lost more than I gained.
Oh, so that's an important insight for you to understand. Was the truck accident your fault?
To be honest with you, I still have to take care of the matter when I get home. That's why we're still in the process of an investigation trying to figure out what happened. It was a couple different things that happened in regards to the weight distribution of the truck, the product that we were carrying, which was water. So when the truck is moving, the water is actually moving with it. So it's actually an ongoing investigation at the moment. So I currently can't answer that question right now, but I will have the answer soon.
So at this point, there's nothing that is preventing you from potentially continuing with your CDL upon release.
Oh, absolutely not. Other than, when I came in, I had a warrant. So I think in the state of Connecticut now, they suspend your license if you have a warrant, an active warrant. I didn't know that until recently. So other than that, as soon as I get home, I'm planning on going to the DMV, reinstating my license and getting back to work.
Okay, so going back to, your sales, there were a lot of pills, there was a lot of everything in that possession with intent to sell, charge. Can you tell me a little bit about what was going on? Your brother was involved as well. So how did you get into this trade, shall we call it?
So like I said, after the accident,
Yep.
I started hanging around the wrong people.
That include your brother?
I mean, yes.
Did he bring you into this? Did he suggest this?
I honestly, as a man, I'm gonna take accountability for my own actions. Nobody put a gun to my head. Nobody forced me to do anything that I did. I did it out of my own will. But yeah, so as far as me being around the wrong crowd, and then I actually was indulging at the same time as getting high. So it was a combination of a lot of different things. Being out of work for a little while and then having to pay my bills and not being patient, and it was a combination of everything that kind of led me to handling and selling drugs.
Okay. So with that being said, you've had no problems during this incarceration. Did you have a hard time adjusting? This is your first time in, right?
Yes, ma'am. It was actually kind of challenging because left and right, things going on in here, down to fights, misunderstandings, theft, a lot of different things. So I had to first assess myself when I came in here. I had to see where I was at. Then I had to say to myself, what could I do to avoid problems so that way I could get home to my sons as soon as possible? So I just decided that, maybe I was gonna just deal with people as less as possible. I'm already in here primarily for being around the wrong crowd. So I said to myself, maybe I should try tackling that obstacle first, staying clear from the wrong people, and then kind of communicating with my family has kind of made this stay a little bit more, how do I put it? Just a little bit more. This has been a very difficult year, so I can't say I got comfort. I had got a little bit of comfort out of communicating with my family members, staying away from people, kind of bad energy. I am a believer in Christ, so giving God the glory and honor that He deserves. I had to kind of focus more so on what I believe in, what I stand for, and stay away from anything negative that was going to kind of distract me from that.
Well, you're doing a good job with that. You've had one community release failure and one success when you were out in the community the last time. So, I think you know what you need to do, right? In terms of upon release, follow all the rules and do all of that. But what I really want to focus on is we are seeing that you have a substance abuse score of 3. You've mentioned, that you were indulging as well as selling. And our records indicate that you reported that you were smoking marijuana up to 3 times a day. And at one point you were using ecstasy as well. Is that an accurate picture of your drug profile?
Yes, ma'am.
Okay. So let's then veer over to talk about what happened in tier 2 and what you learned.
Okay, so in tier 2, we kind of learned about, obviously, you know, substance abuse issues, relapse prevention. So we had to kind of have group sessions, and we talked about all of everybody who had a drug issue and what led them to that, and how they got to where they are at today, and what we could do to prevent dealing with the same cycle. So I noticed that a lot of times, like I said before, it kind of stems from maybe you being around somebody, or maybe you being around a group of people who are all indulging in the same thing. And then, you know, kind of like peer pressure. A lot of people really don't understand that peer pressure is very powerful. Influence is very powerful. So by my objective, honestly, is to stay clear from peer pressure, stay clear from people who are indulging in drugs or anything of that nature. Kind of time management, I actually failed at my time management skills. I didn't have really good time management skills. So the time that I was spending free, I was actually indulging when I should have been doing other things with my kids or for myself or even, you know, even for the ones that I love. And so where I'm at now is just like I've been clear-minded for over a year. It feels great. It's like a new breath of life. Not smoking every day, not indulging in anything that I'm not supposed to be indulging in. And that's what I want to continue to do when I move forward and go home.
Did you acknowledge at the time before you became incarcerated did you think you had a substance abuse problem? Did you think you were addicted?
No, actually, to be honest with you, I didn't. It took me to come here for me to really actually take accountability for my issues, my wrong choices, my flaws. I had to come to the conclusion that I'm not perfect. Nobody is. But I didn't see my issues. And that's probably what really caused me to continue doing what I was doing, because I didn't take accountability that I had an issue, that I had a problem that needed to be dealt with.
Did your family or fiance think you had a problem? Did anybody ever approach you about it?
Briefly. So my mother, she noticed things. She noticed things that I probably didn't want to admit to myself. So did the mother of my children. When I was present, she noticed things too, but as a man, you know what I mean, I kind of was being hard-headed. I was brushing everybody off, and I thought that I was big and bad, and I thought I could do what I wanted to do, and there would be no consequences behind it. And then I came here, and I had to humble myself down. I got way smaller than I thought I was, and now I'm here before you, just humbly asking for consideration.
Well, Mr. Brooks, if people listen to their mothers, the place where you are would probably be half empty right now.
That's true. That's very true.
Okay. So you mentioned as part of your release plan and that a relapse prevention plan is important. So what have you thought about in terms of how are you going to stay healthy upon your release? What does that look like?
So that honestly looks like, okay, well, I actually been working out a lot lately here. So kind of, like I said before about time management, using my time, if it's not work or if it's not the kids, then further my education. I want to do more than drive trucks. So I know that I'm going to have to spend a lot more time focusing on new skills. I also, like I said, me driving is also going to take a lot of time away from me because majority of the shifts are at least minimum 10-hour shifts. There's never really 8-hour shifts when you're driving.
So they might be 10 to 12, or I might even, if it's possible, and if I could figure things out with scheduling with my kids, because they're in school Monday through Friday. So if I could figure out some sort of schedule to where I can make this work, I really would like to be home every night. But if not, then over the road, that'll take up almost all the time. I'll have no time for nothing else other than family when I get back home. And on top of it, I just feel so great not indulging in anything. I don't even want to go backwards.
So that's a long-term goal with driving. Once you have your license and the CDL issue resolved, is the bakery still an option for you for immediate employment, which was noted in the report, or did you want to take a minute and talk about the Million Jobs campaign and what you think you can get there?
So my manager Dan, I talked to him recently. He said that I'm still if I still want the opportunities there for me. I was a shipping and receiving clerk there for over a year and a half, 2 years almost.
Okay, so pause right there. Do you make enough money doing that as a shipping and receiving clerk to do what you need to do to provide for your family, or are we going to start having the conversation about needing other money?
No, actually, in the wages actually went up even more than when I went in. But when I was working there, I made a decent amount of money. It wasn't until after I left there and started getting into the trucking and then got into the accident and stopped working. That's what kind of caused me to actually need money right off the rip. My rent was over $2,000 a month. So it was more expensive at that moment. I kind of felt like I was like stuck between a rock and a hard shell.
Right.
So, but that job actually provided pretty well. So that until further notice, until I can make more money, and then even when I start to make more money driving, then there won't be no need for anything other than working and going home.
Okay, and so if you have that as an opportunity while you work through your CDL issues, what can the Workforce Alliance or the Million Jobs campaign do for you?
Well, actually, both of them, because I was actually interested in looking into the Workforce Alliance as well. There's one, I believe, in New Haven. I think this is one in almost every county, I think. But the Million Jobs campaign is what caught my interest because they specifically help felons secure housing and job opportunities. I wasn't able to get too much information while being incarcerated, but I know that once I get home, that's going to be one of my first stops.
Does your fiance work?
Yes.
So who takes care of the kids while she's working and you're incarcerated?
Well, we actually kind of have a good system right now where she actually works at the center that my two youngest go to school at. And then my oldest son, he's in elementary school at the moment. So we have an after school program that kind of works before school and after school. So they help out in the mornings, and then they'll pick him up from school, and then they'll pick him up and they'll pick my second oldest up and bring them to the program until after she gets off work. And they even do a great job at even bringing them home afterwards. So we have a really good system right now, so I can focus, she can focus, and we can work together.
So we've talked about the jobs and the housing and childcare. So how does your substance abuse issues factor in? Because we talked about the release plan, but what about programs? Do you envision yourself going to NA or CCAR programs? How are you going to keep yourself substance free when you're out in the community?
Well, so I believe I talked previously to P.O. Torres about if the situation ever arose to where I would if I felt like I was ever going down that path again, which I highly doubt. But if that was the case, first and foremost, I believe that I will have a parole officer who will be assigned to me,
And that would be probably the first person I'll be contacting and reaching out to for help. If if they can assign me or point me into the right direction, then like you mentioned, the 2 programs, then I definitely would take that opportunity to do that before anything goes wrong.
Okay. All right, well, I think you've answered all of my questions. I'm going to turn it over to my colleagues.
Okay, thank you.
Okay, panel member Chance.
So, Mr. Brooks, how do you pronounce the other part of your name?
It's kind of difficult, but because it was spelled wrong, a lot happened when I was younger, but the last name is supposed to be Muttlus. It's supposed to be pronounced Muttlus, but it's spelled Muttlus. So kind of was like a error.
Okay, so it's Brooks-Muttlus.
Yes. Yes, ma'am.
Okay. So I wanted to ask you, one of the things that you mentioned during your conversation with my colleague was your poor time management skills.
Yes, ma'am.
I wanted to ask how that related to the job that you had, and you had the accident, and then you said you resigned from that job.
I didn't. So when it came down to the trucking job, so the trucking job, he gave me the opportunity after the accident to go back to work. I actually was working with an owner operator. So he owned his own truck, and he pretty much gave me the responsibilities of working with him through his truck. So I would get, pretty much 25% of his load. But I wasn't insured at the time. I didn't know that I wasn't insured until after the accident. So I resigned because I didn't feel like he covered me the way that I needed to be covered.
But let me ask you this. So you resigned from that job, and then you went and sold drugs?
Yes.
And the reason I ask you is when you said poor time management, I think you need to add poor decision making.
Absolutely. No, absolutely. And that's not even a laughing matter. That's actually what I could sworn I wrote that in my letter to the board, that I made a lot of wrong choices. I made a lot of wrong choices, a lot of decisions. I should have thought a little bit harder on. I didn't. Yes, it was a mixture of poor time management and poor decision making.
Yeah.
It was.
And I have to tell you that you are very fortunate that you have a partner who is taking care of your 3 sons by herself while you're incarcerated.
That's me.
And I hope whatever opportunity that you get today, that you take advantage of it. Because the other poor decision that you made, and you were fortunate, is when you did that failure to appear first, but they eventually gave you an unconditional discharge for it.
Right.
But you really have to take a look at your decision-making skills.
Absolutely.
Because you keep talking about your 3 sons and you selling drugs to be able to support your habit and balance your 3 kids.
Yeah.
You can't take care of kids if you're an addict.
Absolutely. Absolutely right.
Right. So I think you need to take your decision-making skills into consideration and be able to work and improve on it so that in the future you'll make better decisions.
Yes, ma'am. If I could add into the equation, so with the failure to appear, I actually just recently, prior to that, I had my newborn child at the time. So I was it was a kind of an emotional situation, having to turn myself in at that time when I just had him. And then, you know, a lot of decisions that I made that weren't right, I made them under the influence. So that kind of played a part in me making the wrong choices. So, you know, that's why moving forward and staying away from those issues is really big for me right now.
Yes, and you know, that's really all I wanted to go over with you because I thought Holly did a very great job in the questions that she asked. I just wanted to point that piece out to you so that it is also a priority for you.
Priority, absolutely. And thank you, I appreciate that.
Okay, so thank you for sharing today.
No, thank you for having me.
Yeah.
Okay, thank you.
Do you have one follow-up?
I had a couple too.
Oh, I'm sorry.
It's okay.
It's what are you gonna ask about getting in contact with?
His brother? Yes.
No. Either his brother or his.
I'll go back to you after. So, Mr. Brooks, I had a couple quick questions just to clear up a couple things. You listed two different sponsors on your paperwork, but they weren't able to get a hold of them to confirm like where you're gonna go. Do you know that?
Are you serious?
Yeah.
I actually, so my little brother actually, he's finishing up his senior year in college and he's working really hard right now. I'm very proud of him. So he was on the sponsor. I'm not quite sure if that was, I'm not quite sure if that was because.
It said the phone number was bad when they tried to call. So I just wanted to mention it because you may hear us in a couple of minutes start talking about halfway houses. And you may have to get that part of this equation sorted out later. We're not going to be able to resolve that today. You know, but you can talk to your counselor or parole officer and try to figure that out after. But I just wanted you to understand, if you hear us talking about halfway houses, that's because they weren't able to confirm either of your sponsors, okay? And then the other thing is your brother that was arrested with you, you know, I just have him listed as Jamar Brooks. Does he also use the last name Muttlus as a second name?
Yes, I believe so. Yes.
He uses Jamar Brooks-Muttlus.
Yes.
Okay. All right. Those are the questions I have. I think.
No, you answered.
I
skipped the.
Is it possible I can ask a question?
Yeah. Go ahead.
So about the sponsor, I'm not quite sure why nobody answered for parole, but is that
you'll have time to work on that. We're not going to get to. There's nothing that we can do today here amongst us to resolve that.
Yeah.
So
the person said that it was the wrong number when the officer attempted to call your brother, and your fiance's voicemail box had not been set up, so there was no opportunity for them to reach them.
Okay.
So that's just something you need to know so that you can advocate and get those correct numbers, or make sure that your brother or fiance know that they're going to be receiving a call. You know, a lot of people don't pick up if they don't recognize a number. So that's something that you can work on.
Okay, thank you.
All right, sir. So I think we're done with all the questions. And what we're going to do now is talk and deliberate amongst ourselves. You can listen, but I just ask that you don't interrupt. Okay?
Okay, no problem.
Alrighty.
Thank you.
Thank you. Okay, panel member Dr. Saston.
So Mr. Brooks is 25 years old. He's serving his first incarceration for possession with intent to sell. He is at this point rated as a moderate risk to recidivate. Today, I liked what I had to hear about him taking accountability and also at the same time acknowledging the severity of the drug issues that are poisoning our cities and so many people. I also liked that he made a conscious effort to steer clear of problems within the facility so that he was able to remain discipline-free and focus on the changes that he needs to make. He's taken Tier 2 and the Voices program, both of which are relevant to the offenses that are before us today. I think that he has shown us that he is mindful of why he's there and that he has taken appropriate steps to not return. He does have a release plan that incorporates a job and everything that needs to go into that to be successful, while also pursuing education opportunities and understanding the role of his parole officer, which, as he said in the written materials, is his first line of defense if he feels that there's any potential relapse with his marijuana use. So I believe that other than the unconfirmed piece about release to a fiance or a brother, where we could easily deal with that with a halfway house placement in place temporarily, I would be willing to grant him release today.
Okay, thank you. Panel member Chance.
I agree with everything.
Okay, and I also agree. So for the stipulations, I have a halfway house placement, and then I also have no contact with his co-defendant, his brother, without the PO's permission.
Yep.
But
So-
do we also have to address the no driving unless, did you say you had a suspended license because of your warrant?
His brother was driving during this, it gets it.
Right.
So what is the
Right.
status of your,
Am I allowed to speak?
you can answer the question. What is the status of your license? Do you know?
Right now, it is suspended until I get to the DMV.
Yeah, so the thing with that though, and I'll see what.
It's not
panel member-
related to the offense.
Yeah, and he is a driver, so I'd like to give him the opportunity to get his license straight. Now, he can't drive anyway.
Yeah.
If he had been driving,
Yeah.
for this,
It was a
Yeah.
product,
So-
so I didn't.
okay. All right, we okay with that?
No, I am. I'm new. I don't know.
Yeah.
So, but just understand that even though we're not stipulating that there's a driving restriction, don't drive unless you have your license,
Everything,
insurance,
absolutely,
and
absolutely.
registration.
Yeah.
Absolutely. This is my career, my livelihood right now, so I can't take any chances. Thank you.
Okay, so just give us a couple minutes still, sir. We're not done yet, okay? So if you guys are ready, I'm gonna make this motion.
Yeah.
Okay, so in regards to Jahi Brooks-Muttlus, inmate number 447134, I make a motion to grant parole effective March 10th, 2025 or after. With the following stipulation, in addition to the regular parole stipulations: halfway house placement and no contact with his co-defendant, Jamar Brooks-Muttlus, without the parole officer's permission. Do I have a second?
Second.
All in favor? Aye. Okay, sir. You've been voted to parole. I don't know if you heard that, but the conditions are that you're not gonna have any contact with your brother without the parole officer's permission. You can work up with your parole officer on that, okay? Because he was involved in this, you, for the time being, stay away from him, okay?
Yes, sir.
All right, that's all we have. Good luck for you.
Thank you all. I appreciate it.
This concludes the hearing for John.
Yeah, we see how's retired.
Good afternoon, my name is Parole Officer Torres. Today is Monday, March 10, 2025, and this is the hearing of the Connecticut Board of Pardons and Paroles. The following board members are present this afternoon, by stating their names on the record, certify they have reviewed all statutory required documents and available pertinent information in preparation of this hearing.
Good afternoon, Robert Sazowskis.
Good afternoon, Joy Chance.
And I'm Ellen Zappo Sasso.
Please state your name and inmate number for the record.
Tari McCrary, 13008.
This hearing is being conducted in consideration of the parole application for Tari McCrary, number 1300008. He is serving a sentence of 25 years flat for attempted murder, assault first, assault on a public safety officer, criminal possession of a firearm, carrying a pistol without permit, and assault third. As of today, records reflect the parole eligibility date of January 11, 2025. There is no victim input in this case. There is an offender accountability plan. It has been reviewed and shows the offender completed beyond fear threshold. He has also completed tier 2 and voices since his last hearing. Utilizing the statewide collaborative offender risk evaluation system, the offender's overall score falls within the moderate range of risk for recidivism. Mr. McCrary, this is your opportunity to express to the board why you believe you should be granted parole. You may begin.
Oh, yes. I would like to state, I would like to apologize to the victim's family, my family, the community that was terrorized that night, and basically just want to show sympathy for other people's feelings. And the reason why I think I need to be granted, because I've changed over the years. I'm 56 now, and my thought pattern is just different. And I know I had to let the anger grow because I grew up angry. I grew up angry all my life, and I grew up around a violent atmosphere. So my change of thought pattern, my change of seeing things clearly now and seeing things without a cloud over me, it just a clear state of mind I have now. Like every year I change because I'm getting older, I'm getting wiser, and I'm thinking a lot now. So my life has meaning. Like my deceased mother told me, your life has meaning. My mother told me my life has meaning. So don't let your life go in vain. So that's what I'm trying not to do now. I'm trying to like be something in life instead of walking around angry and walking around like with a dark cloud over me or a dark space in my heart, basically.
Okay, thank you very much, sir, for your opening statement. So what's going to happen is that we're going to take turns asking you questions.
Okay.
And then when we're done, we're going to deliberate, and then we'll give you our answer today.
Okay.
All right, we're going to start with the questions with panel member Chance.
Mr. McCrary, I don't know if you remember me. I was on your last hearing.
I remember you.
Yeah, and so this is a rehear for you. And if you recollect, we gave you a rehear because we wanted you to complete the Tier 2 and Voices program and not receive any disciplinary report. And I have to tell you, at that time, Mr. McCrary, it was a gift that we gave you because we knew that you've been incarcerated since 2003. Is that correct?
Yes.
Okay. And so you had received several disciplinary reports, 34 during that particular incarceration, but you had a total of 76 disciplinary reports. So we asked you when we gave you the rehear date not to get any more, and you did that. And I certainly heard the change in your voice because now you're saying that you have changed through your thought patterns, you now have a clearer state of mind, and you just remember something that your mother said to you and that your life has meaning.
Yes.
Okay. So you completed the Tier 2. Share with me what you learned from the Tier 2 and one or two things that you took from it that you can take with you to the community.
Mostly that addiction lies deep in the community I come from, and addiction is not something that you want to run with the rest of your life. You want to basically be like free-minded, your mind free of substance, alcohol, and you want to take that back to your community, I want to take that back to my community, like, because I have a lot of nephews and nieces that are starting to indulge now. So I want to at least bring back a change of pace to their minds and try to set them up on some better conditions.
So for yourself, and I'm glad to hear that you want to share that with other members of your family, but in terms of yourself, what it is that you think you need to do to stay sober and not use drugs?
Basically, all I can say is I don't need it. I can. That's all I can say is I don't need it. It's better things to do with my time than a bottle of alcohol or drugs.
When would you say was the last time you used any substance?
The last time I smoked marijuana was 2024.
2000 and when?
24.
Last year?
Yeah.
Okay, so is marijuana going to be something that you're also going to continue using?
Nah, I'm too old for that now, and I have diabetes.
So why did you use it then?
Because I had just my hernia just ruptured, and they sent me from Brooklyn to Corrigan, and I did it for a little something to break the monotony because I was in a dark space. I was in a dark space until I got my operation, my hernia operation.
So what happens when you go in the community and you're in a dark space? What are you going to do?
Talk to people, talk to my significant other.
So what people usually do, Mr. McCrary, is either say, well, I'm gonna get a sponsor, someone that I can call and talk with, or if you know what your urges and cravings are, what you do when you get them.
Mm-hmm.
What do you think you're going to do when you get urges and cravings?
Probably, I don't really think, because I really got I got a medical issue where I just can't use. I got a serious medical issue. I got diabetes. I can't use alcohol. I can't use certain things. So my health, that's like a go-to all day for me. I can barely drink coffee.
But you just said last year you were in a dark space and you smoked marijuana.
Yeah, because I'm behind these walls. It's different when you're behind these walls. That's what I can say for me. It's different when you're behind these walls and you go through something like that where your hernia ruptures, and that's like that was something I never experienced for my intestines to drop down out of my stomach to my.
There wasn't anyone that you feel that you could talk to about that?
I'm in sales. People don't understand that. Unless I talk to one of the medical staff about it when I got to Corrigan, when I left Brooklyn, when I left the hospital at 2 o'clock in the morning. I talked to a medical staff about it. But unless when you're going through it, until you get the operation, it's like you gotta wear a hernia belt. You gotta it was dark for me. It was nothing darker than that than my intestines dropping down to like in my leg.
Okay. What about voices then?
Voices?
Yeah.
Voices gave me like basically like the statistics of what I've seen all my life and what I've been through all my life. Just hearing about the abusive situations, about the death, what goes on in the community, like basically what I went through all my life. That's what I got out of it is like, I can't be violent. I can't be violent. I can't, because I look crazy. I look crazy. I'm 56 years old. I got grays on my face that I didn't have when I came to jail. And I just look like a nutcase. And I don't want to look like a nutcase. I want peace of mind in my life for the rest of my life. I want a peace of mind.
But Mr. McCray, the Voices programs are supposed to be able to tell you, based on the crimes that you have committed, the impact to the victim's family, and to the community, and on your family.
Mm-hmm.
That's what I know the Voices program is supposed to do. But you're sharing the impact to yourself. So can you think a little bit more about what you remember from the Voices?
Oh no! What I read, it impacts everybody. I read the statistics. It was just I read the statistics and everything about it. It affects everybody, not just me. It affects everybody.
And these are very serious crimes that you committed.
Exactly.
And I know in your opening comments that you apologize to the victims and the family and your community. Now, you also had a gun.
Mm-hmm.
You were carrying a pistol.
Yes.
Do you still see the need to carry one?
No, because like I told you, I'm a person that doesn't need something that's gonna harm me or somebody else around me. Those things I don't need around me.
Why do you think you had them at the time?
Because I grew up in a violent environment, and that's what like a lot of the men did in the environment. I grew up in Bridgeport, Connecticut.
Well, Mr. McCray, that there's still guns out there. So don't know if you can envision the impact that guns continue to have on our community.
Yes, I do.
I don't know if you listen to the news or what's going on, but it's extremely prevalent. And so I want to know that if you are given an opportunity to go back in the community, that guns won't be a part of who you are. And if you were, so for example, if you go in a community, and how are you going to respond when you see people that you've known from your past?
See, I go on that one right there. I go on people, places, and things. You don't put yourself around people that in the past, you know what type of time they was on, because if they doing the same things, or if you knew of them and this is what they were into, you choose better friends. You choose better people to be around. That's how I see the world now.
Right. So what would you do if you do enter one? What would you do?
Oh, repeat what you said again.
What would you do if you were to encounter someone from your past?
Oh, if they're not doing what I'm doing, we not having no conversations. Because I got a life to live. I'm 56 years old. I'm not 26. I'm not 16. I'm not 15. I'm a grown man now. So if you're not doing what I'm not doing, what I'm doing, or I'm trying to do in the community, or what I'm trying to do, we can't have no dealings.
So what are you going to do? What do you do with that face-to-face encounter?
High in the bottom.
Okay, and I understand that you chose halfway house and you want to go to Hartford or Norwich, which is not the community that you grew up in.
Yes.
Okay. So what does your release plan look like?
To get my finances in order, to get a job
How are you gonna do
opportunity.
that? How are you going to get your finances in order?
I have to reach out to resources and I have to reach out to employment.
You haven't been able to do that, connect, like you want to go to Hartford or Norwich. Were you able to figure out what programs there in each of those regions that you could connect with and find out which one would be appropriate for you to connect with?
All I know is of the Open Heart program that a guy went to from in here that he said there's a lot of opportunities in it. And that's in Hartford.
Right, so you have identified the Open Arts program as somewhere for you to go.
Yes.
And they will provide assistance with employment, and now
Yes.
they also have like NAA programs. Do you ever consider participating in those programs too?
Yeah, that's I can participate in. Anything that's gonna keep me on the straight and narrow.
And what kind of job skills do you have?
Cleaning, baking food, doing food, laundry, maintenance.
Have you ever had problems with finding employment when you were in the community before?
No, when I was home, I was working at Stop and Shop. Before I got my vendor's license, I was working at Stop and Shop in Milford. I worked there for a year before I started my vending business. But I never had problems like getting a job.
Do you think that you would be interested in maybe attending a vacational program while you're in the community?
Yeah.
And if so, what areas would you be interested in?
Any area that's gonna help me. Any areas that's gonna help me out.
Well, do you have your GED?
Yes.
Okay, so that's a big thing. So if you have your GED, there are several vocational programs that you should try to get engaged in, because then you will be more able to easily access employment.
Okay.
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 Who do you have for support?
My niece, Lachelle Thompson, my sister, Ariel McCrary, and my friend, Marie Poole.
So you have your niece, your sister,
My sister, and my friend, Marie Poole.
do any of them come to visit you?
No, I call.
But you can connect with them when you go back in the
Yes.
community.
Yes, I connect with them now.
Okay, so you speak with them on the phone,
Yes.
but they don't come to visit.
Mm.
Okay. Is there anything else that you want to share with us?
I just want to change in my life.
You just want to change in your life.
That's it. I want to change in my life.
All right, well, I have no further questions for you right now. I will turn it over to the chair and see what questions he has. Thank you for answering, Mr. McCrary.
Thank you.
Thank you. So, Mr. McCrary, I was not in the first hearing, so I just want to talk about the offenses a little bit because I wasn't there for that part of it. I know my colleague was, so she kind of focused on what's going to happen going forward. Can you just talk to me about, well, I mean, it's a long time ago. I understand that. Can you talk to me about what you remember in your decision-making when this was all going down? You know, that you just didn't run away, like, you know what I mean? Why did you make that decision to resort to shooting a police officer?
I don't, because at the time the crime happened, I was looking for somebody else that ran into my car. So I was angry that night. So when the officer tried to stop me, I just fired two or three shots and I just ran. I can't explain it. I can just say I was angry and I was looking for somebody else that hit my car.
Okay. And then while you were incarcerated, you picked up another assault on a correctional officer, an incident that happened in your cell. I mean, what was going on then? Were you still angry? Like, what was happening?
Oh, on that, he was uncuffing me. He was uncuffing me through the trap. I was in segregation at that time, but they had put somebody in my cell that I didn't agree with their sexuality. And he was trying to take the key off. He was trying to take the cuff off. And I was going back and forth with him through the trap. I wouldn't let him take the cuff off. That's what that was about.
Okay. Did you end up staying cellmates with that person or they moved you because of what happened?
No, they moved me.
Okay. And now you talked about, I mean, you've had 34 tickets while you've been incarcerated during this incarceration. I know you've had more overall. And you had a fight last year. It's unusual for someone to have a fight after having been incarcerated for such a long period of time, and then you're an older guy. You know what I'm saying? It's usually like a younger man's thing when they first go to jail and that kind of thing. So for you to have a fight at your age and after like 20 years or whatever being incarcerated, it's unusual for me to see that. So I just wanted to ask you what happened in that fight last year.
It was at breakfast time, and we were on lockdown status, and the CO was delivering the trays to the cell. So I went to grab the 2 trays, and he punched me in the back of my head twice. And I swung at him, and then it was over.
Okay. All right. I mean, you've talked about anger quite a bit. You've mentioned that word several times throughout this, talking about, you know, where you grew up and the days of this incident with the police officer with the shooting. Your anger sounds like it was displaced. You were more angry about someone hit your car, really, right?
Yes.
You know, not so much the policeman. It was just the way the circumstances led.
Yes. Yes.
Okay. And then I read at one point you had anger management on your OAP, but in 2012 they took that off. And they said on the note that I read that they were going to re-put it back on later in your incarceration, but it doesn't appear that it ever came back on. I know you did take some programs that included some dealings of anger management, like beyond fear and thresholds. They would have dealt with some of those things in that.
Yes.
But not specifically an anger management problem, to kind of like dig into some of the issues that from when probably where you grew up or whatever, you know what I mean? That you've talked about, you know, it sounds like you grew up in a violent area where you probably witnessed violence as a young person.
Yes.
So, I would like to have seen you complete a program like that to kind of dig into some of those things. I appreciate your apology and your empathy, sympathy in the beginning of your opening statement. I think that was the right thing to do. And I think you started this off correctly by doing that. So I wanted to give you credit for that and just mention that I was listening and I appreciate you saying those things. This affected a lot of people's lives, I'm sure, as you know, for a long time. Now, I just wanted to talk about, when did you have the hernia operation? When did that happen at?
2020, just
last year.
To 24, just I think August of last year.
So your last hearing was September 9th. Was it before the hearing or right after the hearing?
I think it was, I want to say before, it might have been after, it might have been September 18th. I think it was before or after.
Because the other thing that I'm concerned about is when you talk about using marijuana, you were in a dark place. And I was trying to understand the timeline. You said it was last year. And I got the impression that it was after this last hearing, you know, where the operation was. I know you were having a problem with your hernia for a while, but the operation was probably after the hearing.
I want to say September 18th. It was either September 18th or before or August.
Okay. Yeah, that's okay. All right. And that was around the time that you used the marijuana.
Now the time I used the marijuana was August. Not August. It wasn't August. It was 23, August 2023.
Okay, because you told us 2024 earlier. All right.
Because I got to Corrigan. I went to Corrigan 2023.
Mm-hmm.
And that's when I used the marijuana,
okay.
2023.
Okay, well, thanks for clearing that up. I think that's all I have. I'm going to pass on to my colleague, panel member Zoppo Saxo, and see if she has any questions for you.
Mr. McCrary, I see that the discipline reports that you've received over the course of the last 21 years have probably influenced your ability to get some programs. You've taken Tier 2 Voices and the other two programs that the chairman mentioned. There was reference to an Alpha program. What was that?
That was a Christianity program that I did over like a couple of years. I did it for a couple of years, 2006, 7, 8, 9, 10, I think in 2011.
Okay. And
It was 2005, 2008.
okay. And what did you get out of that program?
Just to have like joy in my heart and try to spread the goodness. And
What else do you do to pass the time?
I read a lot.
What kind of reading material do you prefer?
Self-help.
Anything else that you do?
I write. I try to come up with like little like type of meals because my niece Antoinette has a juice bar and she's crazy with the cakes, the cupcakes, the juices and everything. So I try to come up with like little recipes for little meals, for like a little food truck, because she said she wanted to invest in a food truck, and her and my niece Chev, they're both sisters.
Okay. Is that something you envision doing? You said you enjoyed culinary.
Yeah, that's something that I want to put my hands on because I cook in here, like little knickknacks, little meals, I make little cakes and stuff like that. So try to put that out there.
Understanding that you grew up in Bridgeport and we talked about the violence piece and everything that goes along with that. Has your mindset changed over the last 20 years about police officers?
It changed a whole lot. It wasn't so much. It was a police officer. It was just so much. I was an angry person. I was walking around angry. So if I'm walking around angry, I'm no good to nobody. No good to myself. No good to the people I'm around. So unless I change me and start self-evaluating me, I'm no good to nobody.
Did you know it was police officers when you were walking around trying to find the person you were looking for? Did you know it was police officers that rolled up on you?
Yeah, and yes, I can say yes.
And so it was just a impulse reaction.
Yeah, just wanted to get away.
That's an impulse decision that cost you a lot of time.
Yeah, but you do foolish things. I know me, I do foolish things when I'm not thinking. I do foolish things when I have so much anger built up in me.
And do you feel that you've taken that anger away at this point with everything you've been doing?
I'm working on myself. I work on myself every day.
Thank you.
You're welcome.
Okay, sir, I think we're done with the questions. So what's going to happen now is that we're going to deliberate and talk about your case, and then we're going to give you our answer. I just ask that during this portion while we're talking, you don't interrupt. You can listen, okay? Okay, thank you, sir. Panel member Chance.
Serving a 20. Promote on a public safety officer while he was incarcerated. And criminal possession of firearm and carrying a pistol without permit. So at his last hearing on September 9th of last year, he had also at that time expressed some remorse and said one of the things that was helping to change his mindset was participating in that alpha program over a 2-year period. And as he expressed today, and he did complete the anger management program in 2004, in addition to Threshold and Beyond Fear. So in looking at his overall case at the time, we wanted him to do a Tier 2 to address his substance abuse and the Voices program so that it could give him an idea of the impact of the people that his crimes have affected. And so today, he did complete those 2 programs. He has not received any DR since his last hearing. And I know it's been a long incarceration for Mr. McCrary, so I do hope that given the opportunity today, that he will take advantage of it. And by giving him this opportunity to be supervised will help him as opposed to letting him, go without help for all these years. And I do think that he would benefit from some supervision in the community. So I would like to give him the opportunity to go out there under some supervision.
Okay, thank you. Panel member Zappo, Tessa.
Can someone confirm for me what the end of sentence is so I can? Okay. All right. So that would be about
Year and a half.
Yeah, 18, 19 months. Well, I mean, I struggle because I think any offenses against police officers and safety personnel are serious. They're the ones who wake up every day to go out and protect the community. And it's something that's very difficult when, whether out of anger or fear or whatever, they're unable to do their jobs because they're defending their own sense of self. But I'm not sure the balance of Mr. McCary staying in to potentially do positive programs versus coming out and being supervised for 18 or 19 months is kind of my tipping point right now. I I do think that there would be some benefit to that as opposed to coming out after a flat sentence and being incarcerated for the length of time that he has been in. I think from a transitional standpoint, I think it would be something that would be beneficial in terms of a discussion about public safety.
Yes, and I think one of the things that I kept hoping was that I would get some input from either one of the victims. It was a concern, but when I thought about him staying without any type of supervision, then it went back to a public safety issue for me. So.
Okay, so it sounds like that you're both in favor of granting parole today. So I listened to everything he had to say, and I'm going to be in opposition in a minority here based on the nature and circumstances, his lengthy criminal history and his poor institutional adjustment.
And I behavior management.
Okay, that's a good idea. Halfway house?
Yes.
Okay.
And now I do have the officer's name, but I'm not sure if we are supposed to do on some.
Well,
Given them both of the names, but
I didn't have it listed here. That's the initials. It's been a very long time.
yeah.
And I'll leave, it's up to you that you're the ones that are in favor. So if you feel like you want to add it, I will. If you don't.
Wouldn't if the chair says we have to add it, then we can come back and do add, but I just put it on the record that I do have the two names, but basically all I had was behavior management for anger management at halfway house.
How do you feel about that?
I think that, for example, in the case of the police officer, if he's still on the job, a no contact becomes difficult.
Yeah.
So I don't know. I would look for guidance on that.
Yeah.
I think a case review is probably, if we're told.
Yeah. I think that's the best way to approach it if we need to. It's just something that happened a long time ago. He wouldn't normally have contact with these people in any other circumstance. It's not a family member or someone that he's going to run across.
Exactly.
So I think if we're ready, I'm going to make a motion and we'll use halfway house and anger management, right?
Yeah, and it would be today's date.
Today's date, right? Okay. So in the matter of Tari McCrary, inmate number 130008, I'm going to make a motion to grant a parole as of today, March 10th, 2025. The following conditions, in addition to standard parole conditions, be placed in a halfway house and community-based behavior treatment for anger management.
Second.
Second. All in favor?
Aye.
Opposed? Aye.
Wait for majority.
Okay, Mr. Curry, did you hear all of that?
Yes,
So it's a majority decision. You've been granted parole, okay?
thank you.
On or after today, because your date, your eligibility date has passed already.
Okay,
All right, I'm gonna wish you good luck, sir.
thank you to all of y'all.
Welcome.
Okay.
It's the hearing for inquiry. This also concludes the hearing for.
Excuse me,
You're all set, sir.
excuse me. What was the last thing you said?
She just said that the hearing is over.
No, what you said. You said.
Good luck, sir.
No. Before that, you said when you set the parole date.
It's on or after today.
Okay.
Yeah, so some point going forward, they're gonna make arrangements with you, okay?
Okay.
Good luck.
Thank you. Have a good evening.